177 of the Constitution is very clear in the Constitution of the County Assembly. So county assemblies are actually very well constituted, they are constitutional. And our argument was lift Article 177 to come to Article, I think, 94 to be able to deal with the balance in the National Assembly. That we get to elect, and if we have less women, we can nominate them to top up to get to not more than two-thirds, as is required by the Constitution.
The 2013-2017 Senate comprised of 47 male elected senators, 1 nominated male senator, and 28 nominated female senators. No woman was elected as governor. Today's Senate has only 3 women elected out of 47. This is a far cry from the ideal scenario that affirmative action promises.
We have managed to get 3 senators who are women. Last parliament, we had 0 senator elected, we had 0 governor elected, and this 12th parliament is a testimony that whatever happened in the 11th parliament, when we had the first county MP sitting in parliament, when we had the first nominated seat in the Senate to deal with the 2/3 gender balance, is working. And I can assure you it can only get better. And we have continually encouraged the women, like the one who have come now. If you look at the 47 that were in the 11th parliament, 37 didn't make it back to parliament. It is that serious. It was an avalanche, and the turnover in parliament is very high. It's like 70%. So we must look at very simple cases like the one for women reps who vied in the single member constituencies, for nominated like some of us who identified a constituency and ran, those who identified Senate and ran. I know many people, when I started running for MP Gilgil, came to even my house. I got delegations to tell me to run for women rep position, that it is automatic I will get it because it is women's seat. And I said no, because either way, that seat will be occupied by a woman. I have gotten 5 years head start and access to government. I've gotten an access to some resources, because it's never easy to mount a campaign. We must encourage those who have gotten that affirmative action seats to actually identify a constituency and run. And I can assure you, we will be able to increase the numbers slowly but surely.
Get set, go!
So how come women have over the past decade been unable to achieve these things? From birth, many girls are socialized to believe their male counterparts have more to bring to the table, with many prioritizing the boys' education and future over the girls. Many are born into communities that have for centuries embraced such attitudes towards the female child.
In lower classes, we have many girls than boys. From class 1 up to class 4, but when it comes to class 5 up to class 8, the enrollment of girls go down. They drop out because of poverty and because of their parents not getting their basic needs, like the sanitary towels. So when they reach the monthly periods, most of the children, because they lack their pads, they stay at home. Some of our parents, because of their culture, they are still circumcising their girls. So when they circumcise a girl, they tell, wake up because now you are a woman. So because of that sentence, the girl will come knowing that now I am a real woman. So they'll start going into sex with the opposite sex, and this results into early pregnancies. And this is what will make the children to get out of school, because when now they are pregnant, their fathers and mothers sit down. Now the child is out of school. So the next thing they will plan is how to get rid of this child. They'll sell this child to another man. Even if the man is older or young, they'll get the child married off, the child to the people in the community.
Practices such as these slash women's education and financial prospects at an early age. Ignorance and poverty play a huge role in hindering girls from realizing their full potential.
Like in my school, we would have girls miss school because when they are on their menses, they cannot sustain the sanitary towels. So they would choose to stay home for the days that they are attending to their periods, which also disadvantage the child girl.
Women in leadership in local communities could be key to keeping young girls from resorting to such desperate measures to stay in school. It took Sophia Abdi 20 years to realize her ambitions of representing the people of Ijara constituency in Garissa County. In 1997, she was denied a certificate by her party, KANU. Even though she had won in the primaries, she still vied in the same year with the Ford Asili ticket.
I won the nomination. I came to KICC to pick my documents, and it was a shock. The whole group went to His Excellency the President, and they told him it is taboo, it is against Islam, it is against our culture, and we are in danger, Your Excellency, the President. If you allow Sophia to continue, yes, she has won, but we cannot. So His Excellency the President cancelled my nomination, the 11th hour.
But she was relentless. She would play a key role in constitutional amendments that would champion for affirmative action. She served in different capacities and committees as a nominated legislator. But in 2017, she would then thrust herself into elective politics, stamping her authority and winning her people's confidence.
2017, I never gave up. People told me, you are tired, you are exhausted, and you are out for 5 years, you didn't have a job. I told them, job is not an issue. Issue is I'm passionate of changing the status quo. I want to give a different kind of leadership to the people of Ijara, and in particularly the northern Kenya.
But while it is clear that female representation at leadership and decision-making levels are key to solving gender discrimination, getting to such positions is no easy task. Women vying for elective positions have to contend with gender-based violence and intimidation from competitors and their supporters. For Millie Odhiambo, MP from Bitter, the 2017 campaign was the most costly.
Some of the challenges I could say that I experienced at the last election was that for the first time, a person in my campaign team was killed. My security was killed by one of my opponents. They literally chased him off the road and knocked him and killed him off the road. And secondly, they burnt my home, which to me really is not the big deal. It was nothing, it wasn't as important as human life, for instance. Property, if you burn for me, it's not a big deal because God can give me the opportunity and I will make again, or I can get property again.
One female candidate had earlier been raped when she vied for member of parliament. And in 2007, there is another female candidate who was stripped naked and was beaten, and even her arm was broken. So I was getting into politics knowing and having some little expectation. But the basic experience is that there is quite a bit of violence. And at some point, there was a lockdown. I was locked up in a certain center, and I had over 300 youth who were pelting stones at me and my team. Unfortunately, that day I went with a very small team. I was not proactive to see it coming because I was cheated that the ground was okay. So I bought into that and I went, and I had to be literally evacuated by police officers.
Women also lack funds to run campaigns.
Resources is one thing that actually affects women so very much. If women have resources, politics is not difficult because we have a culture that has been there since time immemorial. Handout issues, people anticipate a lot from politicians. So it is not limited to the women. They equally see women as people who are supposed to give out like their counterparts, men.
Resources is the major thing, and women they are not blessed in terms of financial capacity. So that is a major hindrance for women to go into political participation.
Women also experience propaganda and personal attacks, especially in the era of the internet.
The attacks on women and the challenges that we get as candidates or political players is that, first of all, your attack is neck down. You are hardly ever attacked on your intellect. You are attacked on who is the father of your children. Your children are paraded. Who did you give birth with? Who did you sleep with? Sexist kind of campaigns. We must deal with that. It does not matter if you're single. It does not matter if you're married or divorced, God forbid, or separated. You will get the same kind of attacks. If you're single, they will say you cannot run a home. If you're married, they will say they don't even like your husband. And I can assure you, all women in politics are a scandal waiting to happen. So I always say, the women in politics must stand with each other. It does not matter if you're in NASA. I cannot be the one to throw the stone, because men have done worse, gotten away with it.
Jane Kihara remembers what it was like campaigning for herself for the first time in 2002. This was barely months after she had campaigned for her husband, who died in office.
When I was campaigning for my husband, who was a man then, I noticed a difference. Immediately it was my turn, because the story changed. They wanted to talk about my dressing. They wanted to talk about, it is the same election. They wanted to talk about what time I go home, who I'm with, who is seen with me. Many, many challenges. In fact, there are people who worked very closely with my husband, who I worked with to campaign for him. And immediately they went the other side, now to start talking about me. And you know, people would believe them because they have seen them with my husband.
She has reclaimed her seat after 10 years since the election of 2007.
I'm happy we are coming out of it. We can see areas that would never have dreamt of a woman being elected. So the country is getting out of there. And because women work hard, I hope eventually people will see women as leaders and as workers and managers, as opposed to demeaning them or trying to put them to kitchen and look after babies. There's a lot of advocacy that need to be told to the electorate, because some women just get into it and fear, because sometimes it turns ugly. There's kidnapping in some places. There is physical fighting, and of course the insults. And lately there is a new animal called social media. That one, they'll open a wall just to fix you.
Njoro constituency Member of Parliament Charity Gathambi Chepkwony's journey to leadership started 10 years ago.
I tried the URP ticket for the same position, but during the general elections it was so intimidating. There was so much bribery. There was a lot of chaos in 2013. I could not make it, but that one did not put me off from my focus, because I knew what I wanted to do for Njoro people. After I was defeated in 2013, I went back to the community, that is Njoro constituency. I continued with my normal works, but for youth empowerment, women empowerment, championing education and environmental conservations. And in 2017, it reached a time when Njoro people started pushing me that Charity resign from your position as a national director, board member Kenya Literature Bureau, that we want to use you as a member of parliament. Actually, I thought, because I had fear of the previous experiences in 2013 of the intimidations, the propagandas about women, I was somehow fearing, but I made a decision. I said, let me try once again. And I went back through the Jubilee Party. I got focused and I went to the ground. It was not very simple. It was the hardest in Njoro constituency. I know even most of the other politicians from other constituencies, they used even to have a lot of mercy on me, but I kept it focused. I continued. I won the nominations for Jubilee, which surprised the majority of the men who had undermined me. But I thank God for Njoro people. They understood my concept. They understood my direction I wanted to take to them. And they voted for me on 8th. And I thank God that through the tough campaigns, I realized though women will pass through hell, It is good we get focused, we encourage ourselves, and we should not expect that campaigns are good.
A society with disenfranchised women is a broken society that lags behind. Women and girls make up 52% of Kenya's population. A lack of representation on issues that directly affect them has a great bearing on every sector of nation building. Women nurture and raise families and remain directly responsible for development from the home.
We must look at every law that comes to Parliament with a gender lens. When the budget is being done, we need to know how much is going to education, because who are the nurturers? They are the women. How much is going to sanitary towels? Because who are the girls who need, it is girls who need the sanitary towels. We want to know how much is going to reproductive health, how much is going to fight gender-based violence, how much is going to fight FGM. All those issues will come with the money. Otherwise, we will have just empty policies and have empty promises, empty laws that are not implementable. And for me, that is how I look at lawmaking function in Parliament. That this Parliament will be able to look and scrutinize. When we talk health, that is very critical to women, because we are the ones with the children, we are the ones who will take them to hospital. When we see allocation of mobile clinics, we want to know how many per county. We want to know how many have been upgraded to be able to be serious medical facilities. All these things have to go hand in hand. And I say that because I came to Parliament with a 2-month-old baby in 2013. I have given birth to another in the same Senate. And I can tell you, even when I came to Parliament, there were not even breastfeeding areas in Parliament. I'm the one who introduced them even to the Parliamentary Service Commission, because I was experiencing it. And that way, we were able to discuss that and take it up and have the same included in the Health Act. Now what we need to do is to push for the implementation.
If you go all the schools that are in my constituency before CDF, I'm the one who built those schools, water points and food security. I have some and places where we started some small irrigation programs, and I did a lot of women empowerment program in terms of giving grants, training them, giving them exposure. So I've done a lot before I came. Now they expect more than what I did for them before I became an elected member of Parliament. My biggest challenge now is the community are facing is water. So I'm trying to get all the resources that I can get, both from the government, international community, donors, anybody. I address the issue of water.
Political leadership is a career like any other. The difference is it's a serious servanthood. It is a serious voice to change many people's lives. I thank God I was given that opportunity by Joro people. I have moved in every ministry, writing letters. The ministers and the PSs to know there's Joro constituency, which did not have roads, which has no water, which women and the youths are not empowered. Now those are the issues of the electricity. I thank God where I've reached. Right now there are roads going on in my place. Right now I have street lights in all my 6 wards.
Women are also intuitive and proven to have unmatched track records in development, lobbying and advocacy.
I wanted to serve the community at a position of influence. When I come as a lecturer and I want to see somebody concerning water in my village, there is bureaucracy. But when I come representing a particular group of people, given, like, for example, a constituency, I'm heard more. So the influence is very important, especially if you really have to make strides. If we do proposals, they should be fast-tracked so that we yield the results fast. But literally, my constituency, women are crying over water. There is no water.
Moving forward, the clamor for affirmative action and more representation for women by right and not just favor continues. Between now and the next election, a stronger formation of women has to emerge if the goal must be attained.
There should be mutual coordination between the elected and the women who did not make it. because we no longer have competition. Nobody is vying, nobody is going for any political seat. So therefore it is development and mutual agreement, and we need to grow and mentor each other to that level, because we need additional people, members of parliament, women. We need additional members of county assemblies who will be women, basically MCAs. We need more MCAs elect. We need more member of parliament elect.
And how will more young girls be convinced to vie for elective posts? The battle first begins in the mind.
Come and vie. It's not a big deal. Don't come to fight men. Don't come to fight a fellow woman. If you have a vision and you feel called, because generally politics is a calling. There is nothing much you get from politics. People think you get power. It's a position of service.
Anytime they see a woman offering themselves for electoral office, they should just try that person. Because women are serious. They never leave anything on the way. They don't drop the ball. They go all the way.
Challenges will always be there, but it will depend on our attitudes on how we change the challenges into opportunities. And that is what I will urge the young girls. Take up leadership.
KEWOP, I think in 10th Parliament, did a study, and it showed that every woman who tried to run for a position had a 50% chance of being elected, doing nothing, just by running. So the biggest challenge is to actually get women out to seek for positions.
Find ways of being visible, be involved in your local community, be involved in church functions, be involved in fundraisers, empathize with people who have calamities, going for funerals and all that.
It is not a dirty game the way people have been cheating us. It is people who are looking for the positions who are dirty. And when you meet dirty people are using dirty language, it is them who are dirty. But political leadership is a career like any other.
good morning and a warm welcome to the second in the Women and Economy series, Women Economic Forum 2022. I say warm because if you're with us in Nairobi, then the morning began very chilly. So for your sake, I hope that it gets warmer. We've got thousands of people joining us online, and if you're joining us from Kenya or across the world, we say karibu sana. It is such a pleasure to have you with us. The agenda for this year is financing and market linkages for women's economic empowerment in a post-COVID environment. We have an incredible 2 days lined up for you with amazing speakers from government to entrepreneurs, private sectors, policymakers, and so much more. I am so excited, and I hope that you are as well. My name is Shiro Waweru, and I will be your host and moderator for this event. I am really looking forward to having you being part of us and joining the conversation as well. I will be sharing some of the hashtags and social media platforms that you can use to engage with us as we are happy to hear your thoughts. Now, as we begin, I would like us to just take a moment of silence and invite God into this presence and give him thanks for this day. Heavenly Father, Yahweh Almighty, we thank you and give you praise for your faithfulness and for your goodness. As we commence this meeting, the second Women's Economic Forum, we invite you to be with us these 2 days as we deliberate on the issues of women's economic empowerment. The scriptures tell us that unless Yahweh builds a house, they labor in vain that build it. Let not our labor be in vain. Build with us. Be with us. Glorify yourself in our midst, in our discussion, and in our work. We thank you as we ask these things in the name of our Lord and Savior, Yeshua Messiah. Amen. We would also like to have the national anthem before we kick off. A moment of silence.
O God of all creation, Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
A woman and the power to make an act on economic decisions. They need skills, rather we need skills and resources to compete in markets, as well as fair and equal access to economic institutions. For a woman to have power and agency to benefit from economic activities, we need to have the ability to make and act on decisions and control resources and profit. Therefore, this conference and this forum for the next 2 days will be aimed at really working and really looking into the different aspects where women contribute to the economy and how to go about financing and market linkages for women's economic empowerment in a post-COVID environment. Now, you can engage with us on our social media, and I will give you the hashtags in a bit. But for now, I would like to welcome Daisy Amdany to officially the session. Is the Economic Director of the Community Advocacy and Awareness, CRAWN Trust. a governance, development, and women's rights enthusiast and activist with several years' experience working in the field. As an executive director, Daisy is in charge of the overall management of the organization in delivery of its strategic goals and objectives. In collaboration with the board, she is in charge of resource mobilization, budget control, and strategic oversight of the programs. Daisy Amdany.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction.
Well, hello there again. So sorry for the technical hitches. I mean, in this era of technology, you don't really know what could go wrong. So Daisy will be coming back once we have that sorted. But for now, I'm just here to remind you or to give the hashtags where you can interact with us, because we would like to hear your thoughts on matters women empowerment. So the hashtag to use is Women and Economy KE. We're on YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, all those platforms. Kindly just use the hashtag Women and Economy KE. And we would like to hear your thoughts, your views, and all this matters. Thank you.
Good morning once again, and thank you for your patience and apologies for that technical hitch. It does happen. These are some of the challenges that we face as we maneuver this technological space. Your Excellency, the Acting Canadian High Commissioner to Kenya, David De Silva, the Country Director, Care Kenya, Dr. Maureen Miruka, Mr. Kenedy, Nyakweyo, the Director for Internal Trade for the State Department, Professor Wanjiko Kabira, the team leader of the University of Nairobi's Women's Economic Hub, the WE Hub, Susan Otieno, Executive Director, Action Aid in Kenya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am very excited to welcome you all to this second installment of the Women's Economic Forum. We really thank Yahweh for his faithfulness in making this day a reality and to bring us here again, once again, to have this discussion. I also want to appreciate our development partners, Global Affairs Canada and the Canadian High Commission, for their immense support through the Women's Voice and Leadership Program, under which CRAWN Trust is leading the networking and alliance building pillar. The WVL program is a program that seeks to contribute to gender equality and the increased enjoyment of human rights by women and girls in Kenya through improving governance, management, programming, and sustainability of women's rights organizations, enhancing the ability to deliver quality services, and increasing the effectiveness of Kenyan women's rights platforms. This program is being delivered under the coordination of CARE Kenya, and it gives us as women's rights organizations the space to determine our key priorities according to what we see as the needs of women in Kenya, the women's rights movement in Kenya. And we saw that women's economic empowerment is a key component in harnessing women's voice in leadership, prompting us to initiate the Women and Economy series, under which the Women's Economic Forum is held. The WVL program, Kenya, is in its third year, and we have been able to do so much, from training women on networking and alliance building to advocacy training, working with young women through our intergenerational forum so as to ensure there are no gaps in our work, even with the upcoming generations. We have a live web-based directory of women's rights organizations around the country, and so far we have over 600 organizations on this database, and the second round of mapping is going on. The importance of this database is that you can search women's rights organizations based on their thematic work, regions, and the kind of the nature of the work that they do. It gives visibility to women's rights organizations who would otherwise not have the necessary visibility for their work to get done, or even to attract funding and support for the work that they do. We have citizen journalists who share the work of downstream women's rights organizations so that people can see and track the impact of the WVL program in Kenya. So do take time to visit the website on www.wvlkenya.org and see the amazing work that women and women's rights organizations are doing across the country with the support of Global Affairs Canada and the coordination of CARE Kenya. Today, it's about the Women's Economic Forum, and we are delighted that we are now in the second year. This will be an annual event, and every year we will discuss and unpack different topics central to women's economic empowerment. This year, we're looking at financing and market linkages for women's economic empowerment in a post-COVID environment. From our engagement with women around the country, this is a major concern. And in our discussions over the next 2 days, we will showcase stories of women that will inspire and give hope to many, as well as provide a platform for the sharing of market intelligence on opportunities locally, regionally, continentally, and internationally. It is our sincere hope that you will be enriched by these conversations. It is now my pleasure to welcome our esteemed chairperson, Ms. Miriam Cherogony, an agroeconomist and financial inclusion expert, to make her opening remarks. Welcome. Karibu, Miriam.
Thank you so much, Daisy and Shiro. Your Excellency, the Acting Canadian High Commission to Kenya, David De Silva, the Country Director CARE Kenya, Dr. Maureen Miruka, Kenedy, Nyakweyo from the State Department, Professor Wanjiru Kabira, the team leader for the University of Nairobi Women Economic Empowerment Hub, Susan Otieno, the Executive Director for ActionAid Kenya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to invite you to the second Women Economic Forum and Economic Series. I want to appreciate the unwavering support of Global Affairs Canada and the Women Voices and Leadership Project in Kenya, as well as CARE Kenya for their steadfast support to CRAWN Trust, and specifically for actualizing the Women and Economy series that we have under the auspices of the WVL project. Thank you. This year's theme, Daisy has mentioned, is financing and market linkages for women economic empowerment. And this is very important coming from the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And it has dealt a severe blow to our economy. And therefore, we felt this is an important discussion that we should have this year. We all are responsible for our contributions towards economic recovery from the pandemic. And CRAWN Trust is committed to doing its part in the economic recovery of this country and positioning women to also contribute to this recovery. Last year, we discussed about policy options, and a great deal of work has been done in making policy recommendations and organizing women and building their capacities to contribute to the discussions around women economic empowerment. We have been making concrete, actionable recommendations on budgets and policies at the national level, as well as at the county level. Our partnership with the University of Nairobi, Women Economic Hub, with Dr. Kabira, has enabled us to research, provide well-researched and factual information that we have been using for our advocacy work. Our role as CRAWN Trust is, aside from providing platforms for women, we are also providing networking and alliance building and linking women to information and opportunities. Through the National Women's Steering Committee partnerships, we have been able to disseminate a lot of information and build the capacities of women on women and economic empowerment, especially in the 8 counties of Kajiado, Nakuru, Kiambu, Kitui, Kisumu, Siaya, Nairobi, and Mombasa, as well as convening national level forums to share the findings and with duty bearers so that we can better inform government in planning and collaboration for regular consultancies at the national level as well as at the county level. Being an election year, we know that there are a lot of issues that is going to reflect on economic empowerment of women. It is always a central issue in the campaign. Research has shown that economically empowering women is good business for good economics. And the country grapples with this question on how to address the economic challenges facing the nation. We must be steadfast. We must be fast out of the gate with recommendations and clear directions on how women can be central in the economic recovery. This is what our conversation for the next 2 days is going to be about. It is in business, trade, and entrepreneurship, locally, regionally, continentally, as well as internationally, to try and see how women can be economically empowered through these avenues. We shall not shy away from women's political empowerment. CRAWN Trust has been in the forefront in political rights and also supporting the 2/3 gender rule. We have had problems, of course, in implementing this, and we have made strides in trying to bring this to the attention of the duty bearers. This must be challenged, and we must demand the institutions tasked with this, with delivering free and fair and credible elections to take this constitutional responsibility seriously, to deliver inclusive and fair representation of women as per the thresholds stipulated by the law and the Constitution. Progress in this respect has been made, and we have contributed both to the demand and the supply side. On the demand side, we have implementation of constitutional imperatives, and on the supply side, we have provided women, and not just any women, but women who will lead with skills and integrity and are committed to delivering better outcomes for women and citizens at large in this country. We are also cognizant of the world, that the world is changing, fast and there's technological disruption. And of course, Kenya leads the continent in the technological input, but we have to also try to use this to transform opportunities for women, and especially those living in poverty and exclusion. There will be a session where this will be discussed during this 2 days event, chaired by CIO, our co-host, and we are going to explore opportunities for women and of course, women living in urban and peri-urban areas to participate in the technological and generate living wages, including informal women workers. In closing, distinguished empowerment cannot be wished away. We must focus on advocacy, on the concept of gender lens investing and mainstream in the core strategy to adopt across the board, and really develop products that are empowering and empowering women economically. It is this time for the financial institutions. It is time for the financial institutions that provide financial services to ask for the gender data around these investments. They must ask how women would sit on the board of companies or ventures, how women-led businesses have performed in the supply chain. This ought to be a measure of good financial investment. Then we need financial institutions to become allies of women economic empowerment and develop products that are good for women, especially for the micro, small, medium, and large businesses. It is to signal confidence in the markets and also for women economic participation. We can do this. We must do this. Our country needs us to do this, and we just really need to do it. This time, it is now. The challenge is our opportunity. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you, and I look forward to fruitful and vibrant discussions during these 2 days. Thank you very much. And now it is my singular honor and pleasure to invite CARE Kenya Country Director, Dr. Maureen Miruka, to give her opening remarks. Thank you, CARE Kenya, for being a valuable partner to CRAWN Trust and supporting us all the steps. Welcome, Dr. Miruka.
Great. Thank you so much, Miriam, for those opening remarks. It's my absolute pleasure to be here today to participate in this year's annual Women Economic Virtual Forum, together with all of you powerful allies and others working towards the women's rights agenda under the theme Financing Market Linkages for Women's Economic Empowerment in a post-COVID environment. But before I begin, allow me to acknowledge and appreciate highly the presence of His Excellency, the acting Canadian High Commissioner to Kenya, Mr. David Da Silva, the top-ranking government officials that are here, stakeholders from the private sector, and women's voices and leadership officials, partners who are here today. As CARE Kenya, we are honored to be co-hosting this event in partnership with our development partners, the Canadian government through Global Affairs Canada, the government of Kenya, CARE Canada, CRAWN Trust, who are leading this particular pillar of our work at the Women's Voice and Leadership Program, the University of Nairobi's Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, led by Dr. Wanjiru Kabira, USAID's Kenya Investment Mechanism, Action Aid International Kenya, Digital Oasis, the State Department of Trade, again represented by Mr. Kenedy, Nyakweyo, and the Association of Media Women in Kenya, and CIO Studio. Mentioning all the names because it's not possible to really do something like this as one organization. And as you know, it is core to our mandate in CARE that we recognize gender equality and economic empowerment, which are critical towards the realization of sustainable development and therefore are a major part of our strategy, even as we look ahead at 2030. I personally feel very strongly around women's economic empowerment. And I'll tell you a very short story about myself and Care. Actually, growing up as a child, we referred to our home as Care International because my mother, who is a retired teacher now, took in anybody from her home or anyone around that wanted to go to school and did not have the opportunity. So when somebody came home, he said, one more into Care International. Then my mom has 5 children of us, but at any given time in our home, we were about 12 to 15 children over there, going both to secondary and then to high school and later into college. And she managed to singularly put all of us through school and decent school, and we worked very hard to do that. But how did she do that as a teacher? It is because she went into farming. She did large scale, maize farming. And why was she able to succeed in doing that? One, she had the knowledge, first because she was literate in terms of going to school, but she also had the agricultural knowledge that she needed to have. She also had access to credit as a teacher. She likely took, loans to be able to plow these into the farming. She had access to extension services. Actually, I remember she was one of the contact farmers for the Kenya Agricultural Research Institute, which is CRAWN now, and had a large farm of sweet potato, which of course produced more sweet potato than we would have liked to eat as children. But that gave her access to research information that farmers need in this day and age. All the time. The third is that then she was able to produce a lot of maize and sell these. And she had a market. Of course, being a teacher, she was able to convince schools to buy, her maize. We would see, trucks come home and then go out also to the market, and she had market linkages around that worked, for her to be able to sell the maize and put all of us through school, and also buy other foods that we needed. So we had to eat oranges every day. We ate meat just like, twice a week because of the diet. So she was able, due to the purchasing power, to be able to diversify our diets and put us through school and get us clothes. Once a year, she would come to Nairobi for marking, and we would get that, occasional dress, from Dickons. It brings me then to how she was empowered economically as a woman, which is my fourth point, around the fact that she had the influence and the decision-making power over what she was able to grow or not grow, which inputs she would use, and where she would sell this at the market, and which is what we would hope that women in their households would have. Not because they're single, as my mother was and brought us up, but because we have also taken the steps to address the gender and social norms that will ensure that we work together with men for women's empowerment, so that women can have the necessary household influence for them to be able to make economic decisions, for their households. But also to have that enabling environment where markets are responsive to the needs of women, where gender and social norms, where extension services are responsive to the needs of women, so that they can play efficiently and effectively in markets for their economic empowerment. But where we are right now is an unprecedented time with the COVID-19, which would ensure that these 5 pillars, as I would call them, that enabled my mother to be economically empowered and do what she needed to do, is very difficult right now. COVID has taken us way back into a lot of the economic and social gains that had been made on women. Actually, the rapid gender assessment conducted last year by UN Women indicated that in Kenya, 9 out of 10 women reported that their difficulties have worsened due to the pandemic. And 6 out of 10, very grim statistics, said they are unable to control their lives, and 7 out of 10 felt that the problems had piled so high that they could not overcome them. Then we also know what happened to gender-based violence and the intersection between gender-based violence and economic empowerment. And again, in this study, 1 in 5 women reported feeling unsafe in their households within the first half of 2021. we still continue to have the climate challenge, the climate change issues that we have. We also know that we have been ravaged by drought in this year. We had locust damage, that will just really work against women's productivity in the sector. Actually, someone joked that our economy has been so bad until even locusts came and took off. So I really appreciate the fact that this forum is looking at the intersection between COVID-19 and looking at what we need to do to ensure that women can regain their livelihoods despite the losses that we have made. And so we continue to emphasize women's governance, leadership, and political engagement as enshrined in our constitutions, Kenya's Vision 2030, in all of us working together, and a call to action for all of us to look holistically at what would enable us to overcome the negative impacts of COVID, to ensure that we work towards gender equality and women's empowerment. And it is in this regard that we really appreciate the partnership with all the stakeholders, including the government of Kenya, specifically the State Department of Gender, our donor, and then the Trade Department, of course, our donor partners, the Canadian government, and other collaborating partners, including the host of this convention today, CRAWN Trust. We are extremely proud of all the work that we have been able to put this through the Women's Voice and Leadership Program, and all the collaborating partners who have made this event possible. I hope that all our deliberations over the next 2 days will be fruitful, and that the successful outcomes will pave way for improved economic recovery, leadership and governance, and participation of women in the Kenyan economy. I would like to again take this opportunity to welcome and recognize our His Excellency, the acting head of mission at the Canadian High Commission, David Da Silva. David, welcome, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome you to give your remarks to this important event. Thank you. Karibu.
Hi, good morning. CRAWN Trust chairperson, Ms. Miriam Cherogony, CRAWN Trust executive director, Ms. Daisy Amdany, CARE Kenya country director, Dr. Maureen Miruka, credit bank representative, and officials from the government of Kenya, and viewers and participants. It's really my pleasure to join this group of powerful and influential women entrepreneurs, facilitators, and enablers of women in business. Although we're not all in the same place, I can feel the energy. And I'm excited about the discussions that are going to be taking place over the next couple of days. My official title as a diplomat might be Your Excellency, but honestly, you are the ones who are truly excellent. This group is a powerful force, not only for the growth and development of Kenya, but also for your own communities and families who are the direct beneficiaries of the success of women-owned and women-led businesses. Gender equality and women's economic empowerment took a step backwards during COVID. We've already heard my friends talk about this. We know that women have suffered disproportionately from COVID. The majority of industries, such as agribusiness, hospitality, retail, and the overall informal sector, are overrepresented by women who themselves have been hardest hit by the pandemic. Moreover, in addition to all the business-related challenges that they've had to face, some of which have already been talked about, women have had to do more at home. This includes unpaid childcare and domestic work, while some women at the same time were forced to endure violence, including domestic violence, which surged during the pandemic. This conference is important because Canada believes, and Kenyans know, that women are the key to driving the recovery. Women businesses absolutely must thrive. They are the backbone of the economy, and we need to work harder to ensure that they are included and recognized as part of the broader economy. And that's why Canada is supporting organizations like CRAWN Trust and other women's rights organizations to ensure that women-led and women-owned businesses are better equipped and better informed to grow themselves. As we all know, when women thrive, societies thrive. This just makes good business sense. I love that CRAWN chairperson Miriam urged banks to look at the data for women-led businesses. How are they faring? What are their needs? What are their success and failure rates? How can they be supported more? Because more successful women-led businesses also mean more prosperity for the financial sector too. Dr. Maureen just underlined very powerfully through a personal story how other support services need to be better geared to support women business owners. Extension services, government services, suppliers, intermediaries, and more. When they put in place the services and support that's required for women businesses do better more easily. But also, there's an election coming up. And this is an important moment for women and women businesses. We know that women are grossly underrepresented in the political system despite efforts to increase participation. And there's no better advocate for the needs of women-owned and women-led businesses than women themselves. While there are certainly allies in government and elsewhere, like myself and our friends within the government of Kenya, women leaders themselves are best placed to create, to implement, and be accountable for the policies that are required to enable women businesses to thrive. And so Kenya's, Kenya's women political candidates need support. They often have less money and weaker networks than their male counterparts. This makes it harder for them to get elected and to secure the party ticket. They suffer from violence and abuse, including and especially now in the online and digital sphere. Ms. Miriam just spoke about the link between women economic and women political empowerment. As you participate and listen to the speakers over the next couple of days, I offer or invite you to think about what you can personally do to support women political candidates, to hold them accountable once they're elected, and most importantly, how can you help to increase the power of the women's vote, which is the single largest voting bloc in the country? Imagine what the women's vote can achieve if better coordinated and better activated. In closing, as I said before, there is a powerful force at play here, not only in this conference, but also in the country as a whole. I'm excited to see what this collective and the discussions over the next 2 days will produce, especially given what members of this group have already accomplished. Congratulations and thank you to all of you, especially CRAWN Trust, CARE, and our other implementing partners for hosting this second annual event. May your discussions be thought-provoking and action-inspiring. Thank you all. Best of luck. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muruka, and Your Excellency, David De Silva, for those very kind remarks. It is now my honor to invite the government here to also give their opening remarks. I would like to invite Dr. Kenedy, Mr. Kenedy Nyakweyo, Director Internal Trade from the State Department of Trade.
Okay, good morning, everyone. As you have heard, my name is Kenedy Nyakweyo from the State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development. I'm here representing our PS, Ambassador Johnson Weru, who will have wished to participate in this forum, but because of other commitments, he will not be able to be present. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity to share with you his remarks. Dr. Maureen Miruka, the County Director, CARE International, the Canadian High Commissioner, the Chairperson, CRAWN Trust, Madam Miriam Cherogony, other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the topic of women's empowerment gained its first momentum in the mid-1970s with the adoption of the resolution number 31/136 of the United Nations Decade for Women by the United Nations in 1976. The resolution called upon governments to ensure equal and effective participation of women in the political, economic, social, and cultural life. In the year 2000, the United Nations Millennium Declaration set the basis for incorporating women's empowerment in the global development agenda. Under the Millennium Development Goal number 3, Kenya committed to promote gender equality and empower women. Even though this was a step forward, the goal and its targets were restricted to a few areas, including education, paid employment in the non-agricultural sector, and women's political representation, and it did not treat women's empowerment comprehensively. An improvement was achieved with the Sustainable Development Goal, particularly number 5, which aims at achieving gender equality and empower all women and girls, which covers a broad set of themes and women's empowerment in a comprehensive manner under the United Nations in the year 2015. In Kenya, the legal framework safeguard women's empowerment is embedded in the 2010 Constitution through several articles, which include Article 21 on implementation of rights and fundamental freedoms, Article 27 on equality and the freedom from discrimination, Article 81 on the general principles of the electoral system, and Article 100 on promotion of representation of marginalized groups. Additionally, Vision 2030, implemented through 5-year medium-term plan, that is MTPs, is one of the key policy frameworks that promote gender equality and women empowerment. Particularly MTP 3, that one which covers the year 2018 up to 2022, which is ending this year, emphasizes on the promotion of gender equality through equal access, economic opportunities, prevention and response to gender-based violence, elimination of female genital mutilation, gender mainstreaming, and the sanitary towels program. The Kenya National Trade Policy 2017 also recognizes the importance of empowering women, and it aspires to promote gender equality in trade development, develop laws, regulations, and eliminate those that hinder women's access to financial assistance, including credit capacity building, national and regional associations of women in business, and develop education programs to eliminate prejudices against women and promote gender equality. Other related policies and legislative acts include the Sexual Offences Act of 2006, prohibition of FGM Act, the year 2011, Matrimonial Property Act of 2013, Marriage Act of 2014, and the Prevention Against Domestic Violence Act of 2015. While progress in policy and legislative frameworks has been remarkable, implementation and enforcement has faced a myriad of challenges, resulting in slow progress in closing the gender gap and enhancing women's empowerment in the social, economic, and the political spheres. Kenya ranked number 109 out of countries in the year 2000 as per the global gender ranking of the World Economic Forum. So you can see how we are venturing. Ladies and gentlemen, women in Kenya comprise approximately 50.5% of the total population, according to the 2019 population census. And according to the same statistics, we are told that the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, 2010 Comprehensive Poverty Analysis Report also shows that 65% of women aged between 35 and 59 years are multidimensionally poor compared to 56% of their male counterparts. This shows that really something needs to be done in this area to assist the women so that they can be able to be at the same level with the male counterparts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, progress has been made in enhancing women representation in line with the Constitution of Kenya 2010, especially across most key decision-making positions of public service, like the positions of chief administrative secretaries, assistant county commissioners, and the county executive committee members. In the judiciary, for example, 54% of the magistrates are women, which is very much commendable. However, in elective positions, the threshold of a 1/3 gender rule was only fulfilled in county assemblies, whereas women represented nearly 34% of members in 2019. At the national level, 1% of the senators are women. Ladies and gentlemen, and businesses make a significant contribution to the Kenyan economy. Their businesses, in fact, account for about 80% products, and despite they continue to face various challenges while it is trading. Some of these challenges include limited access to information and market access for goods and services, lack of capacity to enhance value addition, especially in the agricultural sector, limited access to finances, limited access to education and skills, insecurity, invisibility, stigmatization, violence, harassment, poor working conditions, and lack of recognition for their economic contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is implementing a number of initiatives that are aimed at empowering women, youth, and persons with a disability, including access to alternative financial services through the creation of 3 funds, that is the Women Enterprise Fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, as well as access to 30% of government procurement opportunities. That's what we call AGPO. The government further recognized the need to empower women economically so as to help them succeed and advance in the marketplace. It has therefore taken the initiative to 1, increase women's skills and access to productive resources. 2, improve enabling and institutional environment. 3, assist women in making decisions that encourage economic growth and development. And 4, continue to integrate women empowerment and gender equality in government policy and legislation in all sectors of the economy. The government therefore continues to engage bilaterally, regionally, and multilaterally with the countries so as to create produced by women in the informal sector. In fact, recently the government of Kenya ratified the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the implementation of this protocol will offer the following benefits to women. By women and youth in trade. 2, increase the participation of women and youth in trade. Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay. Okay. So sorry about that. We seem to have lost our connection there. I am here to remind you about our social media. The hashtag to use is #WomenAndEconomyKE. So we're hoping that he will get back online and finish his presentation.
Before COVID, we were doing skill training for mama fuas. These are women who move from one place to the other looking for washing work. You know, they are not able to be employed fully because probably they have family responsibility and they have to take care of their children and husbands, but they still need to earn a bread for the day. As we continued, we started getting different calls.
Na wengine ukienda kwao akiona kama uko mrembo ukifua anakuambia usiponifanyia kazi mbili sitakulipa, ambapo unawacha pesa yako kule, una mtu wa kuambia sababu hukukuja ile kazi. Lakini vile tulikutana na Silva organization walisimama na sisi sababu tuliregister, tulichukua kadi ambapo hata mdozi hata matajiri akijua uko na ile kadi anakuogopa kabisa.
To address the gender-based violence, we realize that most of them are not able to, to report cases of violence because remember you're working in someone's home. So we got the hotline number and we put it on the sanitizer and we stuck it there. So we told women, when you are using this sanitizer, it is not just for COVID prevention, it is also for GBV prevention. So that you can actually report when someone tries to violate.
Most of them nafanya counsel on side ya gender-based violence, dhuluma ya kijinsia, because tulikuja kurealize kwamba hawa mama wenye wametoka from other countries wanadhulumiwa sana mahali wanafanya kazi. One, they are not recognized. Ya pili pia they undermine them because unajua most of them wana document. Tumejaribu kuongelesha most of them, tunawaambia kizao. Unaona? You are a woman, uko na haki za mwanamke kama ule mwanamke mwingine. So kwa haki zao pia tumejaribu kuwafundisha na kuwaonyesha pia njia ya kuripoti hizi cases. Ni furaha yangu ni kuona Saidi wanakutana, waliform group, wanakutananga Saturday, unaona hata wanatoka merry-go-round ka 50 bob, wana save 50 bob. You see, at least wametoka from somewhere. Sasa at least unaona wanaendelea vizuri.
Tumeanza table banking ambapo walikuja wakasema kwamba muanze merry-go-round, na vile tuliongea wamama walishikana. Tulifungua account ambapo ukifua you save.
The immediate thing we did was to, of course, address the strategic, the practical need at that very point. The practical need is that they needed sanitizer to use on the way to work and from. They needed to wear a mask, so that at least they are not being harassed also by the police. They're not being harassed by everyone, including the matatu or even at workplace. And we also needed to give them soap so that they can wash their clothes. Because they are at risk, they are working in those homes. They need to wash their clothes when they get home so that at least they are sure they are also safe.
And so health committees were created together with health experts. Funding was rolled out to women's organizations and those that are harder to reach. We needed to translate COVID messages so that they could reach far and wide and use those to provide education awareness, but of course also provide what was required, what is required up to now, masks, sanitizers, and and all of that.
Tulikuwa poa, tumeishi maisha mzuri, but since alipata job ya maana, ilifika pahali akaanza kusumbua. Akapata ni kama marafiki wanaanza kumuadvise, wakitoka wanakuja kumuita usiku, anaenda, kuja ni asubuhi, akikuja amelewa. Sasa ni ile kwanza tu kutupiga, anapiga paka mtoto. Hataki kujua tunakula nini. Yaani ametuacha tu hivyo. Mimi by the way nilihangaika. Ndio nikakuja nikasikia kuna organization inaitwa Superb.
It came to our attention that there's this high rate of sexual and gender-based violence, and it was simply because of the lockdown, like the whole lockdown triggered GB, the rise of sexual and gender-based violence. We adapted different interventions, that is use of community local radio stations, Pamoja FM. With Pamoja FM, we used to go to sessions and empower the community on GBV and also inform them of the services that they can get even during lockdown.
Tumeweza kuwaelezea jamii kwamba wakajua kuna haki za wanawake na wasichana ambazo zinafaa kuzingatiwa sawa na haki ya mtu yoyote yule. Kwa hivyo hakuna yule ambaye yuko juu ya mwingine. Tuwezi kusema kwamba wanaume wako juu ya wanawake au wanawake kwa sababu wanatetewa ati iwe ina maana kwamba wako juu ya wanaume. Haiwezekani hivyo. Tunahakikisha kwamba usawa ule unazingatiwa.
But now when CARE came on board, we managed to secure a safe space. We are having a conducive space where we usually empower these young girls on sexual and reproductive health and rights. We empower them on different topics. And to us, we believe that you empower a girl, you empower the whole community. And through the journey, now we have a space, and the space is very conducive. It's a feminist space. We guided by our feminist principles and values. And again, we adapted different interventions in ensuring that women's rights are being recognized and they are being protected even during COVID-19 pandemic.
We need a holistic, approach to all of this. The center of which is empowering women, ensuring that they have the confidence. They really should feel empowered themselves because the unit comes from within. They should have conviction of their own power. They should have aspirations, and they have aspirations of themselves and how they can manage, COVID as key players and not just as victims.
All right, I think maybe we are going to continue, but we were hoping Kenedy would be back to officially open the session. All right, I see Kenedy is back. Thank you so much, Kenedy. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry because of the technical issues, you lost me. But therefore, at this juncture, let me take this opportunity to declare this forum officially open. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kenedy. And as you have heard, the forum is officially open. Now, the global economic recovery is still continuing, and we are all here for that. We can agree that the fault lines opened by COVID-19 are looking more persistent. Near-term divergences are expected to leave lasting imprints on medium-term performances. Now, the global economy is projected to grow 5.9% in 2021 and 4.9% in 2022. According to the World Bank, Kenya's economy has demonstrated resilience to the COVID-19 shock, with the output in the first half of the year rising above pandemic levels. With this, we have a panel coming to discuss on the topic of post-COVID country economic outlook. And I would just like to introduce the person moderating this coming panel who will introduce. So, this next moderator is a fashion icon. Carol Odero, the editor-in-chief at CIO Africa, who is also the one who came up with the most influential woman in tech. Carol Odero, over to you. Which camera?
Hi, good.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Chiro. I'm glad that you talked about the resilience of the Kenyan economy, because that's one of the things that I've been wondering if it is actually going to happen. And the person who's going to talk to us about this, the people who are going to tell us about this, are the panelists who are coming next. I'd like to introduce to you Kevin, James, and Kwame. Kevin and Kwame, please switch on your cameras. And as we wait for them to switch on their cameras, please introduce yourself and tell me what it is that brought you here today. I'll start with you, James. Yes, James? Do tell me, what is it that has brought you here today? And give me a full details. What do you do? How have you seen the Kenya economy grow? And what is it that you're expecting to end at the end of the day today?
Thank you very much. As clearly as you've asked, I'm glad to be in this conversation, and more importantly, that you can be able to share insights on the economic growth, and also learn from peer and fellow panelists on their different perspectives on how post-COVID economic recovery affects women economic empowerment. Thank you.
You are, and what you're hoping to be spoken by the end of this panel session. Yes, I can see you. Just go ahead. Kwame.
All right. Thank you very much, Carol. I'm Kwame Wina. I work at the Institute of Economic Affairs, which is a think tank. I expect that today we will explore, I think we'll re-emphasize the importance of women economic empowerment to Kenya's growth. I think it's part of the solution for transcending the challenges that come with COVID, and also to look at what extent government is going to meet women, or what kind of to ensure that women's economic empowerment is not just strengthened, and women have the momentum behind them is sustained for the longer term. Thank you.
All right. What about you, Kevin? What do you do, and what do you hope people will have understood by the end of this session today?
Okay, good morning once more, everyone, and the fellow panelists. My name is Kevin Bira. I work as a program officer at TISA. And my expectation for this forum is just to have a discourse on the economic outlook post-COVID, vis-a-vis how that affects women, and also to learn from participants and panelists to see how best what we can do through synergies to ensure the sustainable impact of our efforts towards women economic empowerment and inclusion. Thank you.
Right, I'm getting feedback that there's one of you whose background is a bit noisy. When you're not speaking, please remember to mute yourself, but not go off air, Kevin. So I have to say that when it comes to the economy, what is the state of the Kenyan economy? And we have had the president talk about all these things that happened during his presidency. But how realistic was this economic interpretation? And where do women fit? Because when there is an economic downturn, it is women who normally struggle, especially because they run the micro and small businesses. And what the government has in place, are the activities, programs, and funds functional for women? So I would have to ask you guys to tell me this, because I don't have insight on it. What is the post-COVID country growth forecast for 2022? And are we even likely to achieve it? Or are we just dreaming about the possibility of achieving it? I'll start with you, Kwame.
All right, thanks. Well, if you look at the reported figures for what the growth will be this year, the government of Kenya, all the arms of government are reporting, obviously starting with the Treasury, the central bank as well, are reporting that the momentum is actually behind. So basically it's pushing forward because the last 2 years have been bad. 2020 for obvious reasons because of COVID. 2021 when the vaccination started, I think by that time we all had learned how to manage and to avoid infections. And with vaccinations going ahead, the opening up of the economy came to full swing towards the end of the year. And so for this year, there's an expectation that growth will be close to 5%, possibly touch 6% of GDP per year. It looks too rosy, but it also depends on a lot of things maintained. Among those that I think are quite significant risks is the fact that many Kenyans and businesses depend on farmers and farming activity. The rains towards the end of last year and towards the beginning of this year have not been so good. And when that happens, obviously you see the kind of pressure that we are seeing now in inflation and the prices of food. So that's something that we need to re-examine. But it's suggesting to me that an expectation of about 6% growth seems too rosy. If you look at global affairs as well, with the pressure coming out of the prices of petroleum, but also the possibility of conflict or tensions between Russia and how that might affect the rest of the globe, we should be circumspect. But definitely what's clear is that this year is going to be stronger than what was last year, regardless of what the elections outcome is, and I'm thinking it'll run fairly quickly and fairly. So all that all that put together, yes, I'm cautiously optimistic.
Kwame, what do you think, James? Do you think that you're likely to achieve this forecast that we have for 2022? And what do you think it takes for us to get there? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. The numbers as reported, and to say like Kwame, we're looking at around 5.73% as reported by National Treasury and the rest of the bodies. And this is an election year. So realistically, what we have seen is that, real GDP growth, decreased from 4.6% in 2012 to 3.8%, and it's because everyone, including businesses, we are cautiously optimistic when you look at those numbers. So first of all, the government has to provide high-level assurances that the electoral process won't disrupt the normal way of doing business. And this is also unspecified. We'll also look at it contextually that those numbers, that 5.7 or touch 6% to say so, being heavily optimistic, would indicate that we are also ruling out a possibility that we won't have another wave of COVID, because if that comes and then affects the whole dynamics, and we know the world all over, we are opening up, but it also has a significant impact, for example, on our health, our very weak health system, public health system. So that that affects how that moves. So attributing the fear of violence that scares investors, that's one thing. And so realistically, the economy will not grow with that 5.73% 2022. And because we have also not recovered from the COVID-19 and adverse effects of flood, drought, and floods. And of course, we saw yesterday, the president flagging off livelihood. So if you look at those scenarios, then the economy is not likely to grow to those numbers, and definitely would look at those numbers in the coming years from a very realistic point of view. Thank you.
Well, aside from the fact that there's a lot of things that are working against us, is there anything working in our favor when it comes to raising the economic levels? Do we have anything to look forward to, or what is the optimism even based on?
Yeah, of course, the optimism, we saw KRA saying the numbers that they've raised tax numbers, that 7 months tax correction has hit over $1 trillion, and which is more than the anticipated. And that means, of course, that it's based on the fact that the economies globally are opening up, and we have to ask, from which sources are these revenues being corrected. So, we need to interrogate that data and ask, is it that we are looking at the tax amnesty program that and voluntary disclosure, that's where we are correcting money from, and not actual production within the economy? And if it is actual production within the economy that's generating these taxes, then where are these taxes coming from? Of course, we remain a very optimistic population as a country, hardworking Kenyans, and we know we are paying taxes, but also significantly, we've got to ask, if it's central bank reporting on the credit growth to the private sector has improved, and high level of optimism by the CEO's survey conducted by the Central Bank of Kenya. So those are factors, meaning that we're looking at the growth. There is optimism, general optimism from the public that the economy is growing and opening up as a result of global trends with regards to how the economies are opening up, during this COVID period. Thank you.
Kevin, are you cautiously optimistic or are you pragmatic about this whole thing? Please switch on your camera, Kevin, so we can hear from you. Are you cautiously optimistic or you are realistic and pragmatic?
I'm cautiously optimistic, and the reasons are we can just take maybe a dive back. When COVID started in January, we had economies contract by 0.4% from 1st of January to June 2020. And we can compare that to the previous year, where we posted a 5.4% economic growth. So now, based on the figures, I feel with the situation, in as much as the charts burden is getting harder for Kenyans, I can also say I'm optimistic.
Okay, all right. So the government has announced planned cuts as a result of fiscal consolidation. What are the implications to growth, and how can women organize themselves economically? Where do they fit in? Yeah, I can see you nodding, so that clearly you have something to say. Yes, go ahead. James. Are you on mute? Yeah, there you go.
Okay, all right. I think, first of all, we have to look at, when the government talks, about fiscal consolidation, that implication means that there is less money in supply because a lot of cuts have to happen. So, we have to look at it and see that an increase in fiscal deficit, when there is a gap and we have to borrow, it means, of course, there is corresponding increase in GDP, the economic growth, because then there's, money being put to support the economy in one way or the other. And however, government, fiscal consolidation means that then there is a cut in the supply of money. Yeah. And that cut in supply of money reduces, means there's decrease in money supply, consumer demand, and of course, consequently, levels of investment. But potentially we would ask ourselves, what can women do to organize in such times of fiscal consolidation? What would how can women organize economically? One thing I would think, for example, is that there's an opportunity for women enhancing their capacity with regards to women associations at business level. I probably, if we look at data clearly, we would probably think that women business associations are still far below rank, and who benefits from government subsidies is major corporations, and are they owned by women? That's a question to ask ourselves, and that presents an opportunity for women to organize economically. And of course, the affirmative actions that government deploy have to be closely monitored on who exactly is the ultimate beneficiary. And that would also look at then as looking at laws and regulations that facilitate women access to financial assistance, including credit. And for example, like the recently proposed the credit guarantee scheme. How then do women, get to be beneficiaries of the credit guarantee scheme? And I think probably I would pick it at that. Thank you.
So how would women organize themselves as one body and then come and look at what government is offering? Because if they're organizing themselves economically, they need something of a foundation or a leader in order for them to do this and achieve it. Kwame, what about you? What do you think?
Okay, well, I think to brush on that a little bit, fiscal consolidation doesn't necessarily mean the government won't spend. I think what it means is that government is going to limit its expenditure to within its means, basically, meaning that you just consolidate within what is available and reducing big deficits. Now, what that means for women might be, there could be good and bad. I think the good part is that if government must prioritize, then it puts women an opportunity to say, look, these are the businesses that government needs to deal with, and these are the businesses that need the kind of services that government provides, which enable us in turn to provide. So if government concentrates on the core functions of government, because if that's what fiscal consolidation means, then it actually helps women because it helps businesses generally. So that's the first. The second thing is that fiscal consolidation means government avoids borrowing. And borrowing that is not well spent has the effect of raising the future. So in a way, women and even men, everybody else benefits from government living within its means, because it means you're not having all your value already taxed and government committing taxes into the future your income to a tax before that. So it's a sensible thing. What I fear about fiscal consolidation is that government is already struggling with the payment of certain bills that were already procured, things that were procured and services that were provided. What happens in a condition such as this is that you'll find that people who have access to government are probably going to be the ones who are prioritized in terms of payments for provisions. And unless women have political power, for instance, or unless they have influence within ministries or departments that pay, then that might actually affect them adversely. So you think about things such as access to government procurement, where 30% is supposed to be provided to quote-unquote excluded groups, including women, youth, and people with disability. It is possible that if government departments have to reduce their payments, then they might, knowing the way these things are done, the sequence of payments might actually exclude these groups further and marginalize them in terms of payments, creating stress within those businesses because they have payments to make and the money might not come with that. So it's a balanced picture one way or the other. So what might women do? I think one of the things that women might do, whether through a consolidated group, but in general, is to ask government, one, we have an interest in a government that lives within its means. Two, a government that pays its bills and pays its bills on time. There are laws in parliament today where members of parliament that also supported by women legislators asking private businesses to pay small and micro enterprises on time, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing, though I think that it should be determined by contracts between payer and supplier and demander. On the other hand, there should be specific obligations on the public sector specific to actually procure goods and to pay for them on time. Because to make sure that a payment comes 2 years later, even if I have affirmative action funds, does not help a business that's under distress, especially because of the serious consequences of COVID. Yeah.
So what I'm getting is that in order for women to succeed economically, they also need to be involved politically. Otherwise, they can't really push for themselves if they're not involved in politics. Okay, that's an interesting perspective. What about you, Kevin? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. And just touching based on the physical consolidation program, where we see the government is just increasing the tax revenues, whereas it has a mandate to ensure that it safeguards resources meant to safeguard the plight of the vulnerable groups like women. And we're seeing opportunities like access to government procurement opportunities. So currently, as TISA, we are doing a study on growth and the economic well-being of women, supported by DRC. But some of the preliminary findings that are coming out are so problematic to an extent. Women don't even have awareness, they don't have access, and even payments are not even made in time. And for even women who are benefiting from these opportunities, they're elite women who are either related to people in power, and there's also politicization. So it's actually key for us to ensure that there's a duality between economy and politics, and perhaps we can use the elections agenda to ensure that women are able to also advocate for themselves and see how they can create synergies between the CSOs, the policy implementers, to ensure that there's also a sound and good business environment for their businesses to thrive. Because we've seen their businesses, actually they've affected by 30%, considered when the COVID just started. And that adds to the already existing vulnerability they had before COVID. So unless this is addressed, we might see just a continuous downturn, and this will affect women both economically and politically.
This is making me sad. So the women who are able to get whatever help they need, what are they doing different from those who cannot get access to help? Are they middle-class women? Are they women who are poor and then they find themselves getting support from a body or an NGO? How does it happen, Kevin?
Unfortunately, we're just looking at the duality. We have urban and rural women. So looking at the recent index that has just been launched by UN Women in cooperation with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and the University of Nairobi, they see that only 53% of women are empowered. These are urban women, and 7% at rural areas. So we also have those inequality within women. So we shouldn't even have policy. We should also have measures that target women, not just as a homogeneous, but a heterogeneous group, so that those who are empowered, they can mentor the others, and then see how best they can also uplift themselves, as opposed to just fighting a systemic system that's only patriarchal to an extent.
It would seem that no matter how much progress we seem to make, women constantly seem to be suffering from access to credit from mainstream banks. So this is quite a challenge for women in business. How do we address this? How do we bring them up to this level where they can actually benefit from credit? Yes, Kevin.
Okay, so we've seen the setup for the credit guarantee scheme, and this was just a scheme deposited with the banks to ensure that the women and youth and persons with disabilities can actually access these loans to service their tenders. But we've seen the uptake is really low. We need to ask ourselves why is that the case? So the issue could be they lack collateral, others lack even knowledge to go about it, and perhaps may just need a robust campaign to ensure we raise awareness amongst women, and then we also reach those banks to ensure they come up with a more reasonable collaterals so that they can accommodate women on need basis, as opposed to just being rigid in terms of looking for collaterals.
Well, Kwame, what do you think? I mean, the more women are rising, the more they still can't get access to credit. And I would imagine that at this point, it should be an issue with the mainstream banks, especially since a lot of them have programs that are helping promote women. Why is this still a challenge?
I mean, it's a little bit of a mystery, but I think it's something to do with, as Kevin has suggested, many banks, not all, but many banks haven't understood that the nature of businesses in Kenya, in general, are small businesses. They need very flexible forms of financing, and they don't want to wait for too long for a bank manager to make decisions about whether they should receive the money or not. So if they are if they use systems of credit assessment that are probably more suitable for a more highly formalized economy, then that's what happens. And I see for us, the quote unquote, the messaging that we should give them is, look, women businesses are very formidable. They recover very fast, they're very resilient. So if you're not giving women businesses, or rather not allowing for some small businesses generally and women's businesses to be funded, then you're actually losing a big opportunity. So the point here is actually to show them how big an opportunity they're losing, because they're very timid. I think that the Treasury, obviously, and government, by this I'm speaking about the legislature, could do a little bit more to favor government providing services in ways that actually allow women to provide services, to formalize their businesses and that kind of stuff. But I don't agree with the idea that government should be lending money directly to businesses, whether women or not. I think government can actually help by asking them to provide services. By providing services of which it allows them to formalize businesses, and that allows them, because the nature of banking or financing is actually one that should be provided to businesses. So if there are specific banks or specific institutions that are concentrating on women, government could do a little bit more to actually elevate their profile and to ensure that they provide an opportunity, or rather their systems are attuned to the kind of businesses that women run, which tend to be small or middle-sized, but they require a lot of flexibility, which is not a bad thing actually. To have a flexible financing mechanism is actually a good thing, but women pay back. So in a way, it's a loss of banks that think themselves, or institutions that think themselves so serious that they require you to take 90 days filling in forms to be able to receive funding when the opportunity will have passed. So I think it's a mixed picture, to be honest. But the big thing is, whoever is ignoring women's businesses, because they're the majority in the small and micro size, is missing a big opportunity for profitability, but also for sustaining that, because women businesses, it's been studied, tend to be more loyal. They keep the same bankers every now and again, and obviously also have a good payment record.
Okay, I have a few questions from the audience here. One of them is actually quite interesting. So we cannot talk about the economy without discussing the debt burden. There has been speculation that the high taxation is mainly driven by the need to meet our debt obligations. What does this mean for productivity and specifically for women's economic empowerment? How can productivity be incentivized within this high taxation environment? Come, I think this goes right to you. Would you like to repeat the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I think the channel through which that comes from, the channel comes in this way. Government spends a lot of money in debt. And then obviously because it has run a debt, it needs to repay for it. And because it needs to repay for it, because it's under pressure, it has to raise taxes to do that. So it all comes from what government is spending on. And if government is spending money inefficiently, obviously what it does is that money gets wasted. But because it has a debt, that debt comes back to small businesses and people who are working who still have to pay for that. So that's the cycle of it. So yes, the debt question is a big one, and it's going to be with us in Kenya for, in my view, the next 5 years, at least for the next 5 years. So that's the thing. What can be done? I think as Kenyans, we also have to agree that we need to bring government back to doing basics. And doing basics are, one, providing the security for women, their businesses, securing contracts, ensuring that people are paid. I don't think government should be in the business of slaughtering cows and selling fruit, like some of the things that is happening here. Providing water, providing those very essential services that nobody else will provide outside government. Now, what that does is it ensures that government money is spent in very critical ways that also actually raise everybody's productivity. Because the productivity gains are there. It's just that government in Kenya is too big. Government spends, so for every 100 shillings of value created in the economy, which economists call the gross domestic product, the government of Kenya spends almost 30. It taxes about 20 and then borrows another 10 or so, gets some grants here and there. So that's a lot of money, to be honest. And that value, in my view, should be in the hands of people who are doing businesses. So part of that is actually to just ask ourselves, fiscal consolidation is extremely necessary. Government needs to concentrate on the things that it can do best. And all these other things that are related to businesses, there's no reason for government to be competing with its own people in selling meat and selling fruits and doing all those other things. Allow businesses and citizens to do the business that they want to, because they're prepared to pay the tax. But provide the essential services, those good roads, power, the security of people, basically physical security, especially for women, whether they're trading or in public places, is important. And all those other things that actually are done. So part of it is getting back government to its basics. And it's not a bad thing for government to just do the basic things and allow the rest of the population to figure out what businesses to engage in.
Okay, what do you think, James? Do you agree with this perspective?
Absolutely. And I think, looking at public debt and economic empowerment, we can't rule out that ultimately if the government is not incentivizing the economy, then definitely there will be no resources available even for women, economic empowerment. But however, we have to recognize that public debt is a first charge on our, on our budget, on our taxes. So the money comes and we pay off the public debt. Of course, it means there are significantly less resources to be put forward for women, economic empowerment and generally the full economy, and that significantly affects our production as a country. So I definitely agree that public debt has a significant impact on economic growth and economic empowerment of women. Thank you.
What about you, Calvin? You are part of the Okoa Uchumi campaign, seeking to rein in the government spending and to have more accountability with regards to the economy. When we talk about women's economic empowerment, what, in your opinion, are the prospects?
Yeah, so maybe I can just talk a little bit about the situation of the debt. It's actually a crisis, because if you look at the revenue of the government, yes, the priority goes to settling the debt. Also, you're seeing government competing with other borrowers, be it women in business, to borrow domestically. And the credibility is actually with the government. So if you're competing with the businesses within their territory and you're not providing incentives to ensure even the export and import are cheaper or even fair, you're actually crowding the women out of businesses. And this is something we need to look at it. So for women, actually the prospect in terms of how the situation is, it looms gloom, but maybe in the next 5, 6 or 7 years, things might start taking a different trajectory based on the decisions the incoming government will be taking.
Okay. James, I have a question just for you. The concept of genderless investing is gaining more popularity. It implies that financial institutions providing credit for businesses ask for gender data around their investments, such as how many women sit on the board of this company or venture. How many women-led businesses do they have in their supply chains as a measure of good investment? What are your thoughts about this?
Well, interesting perspective, because it's numbers. Well, that is, I mean, it's a progressive move, but just asking for numbers and having, looking at it when there must be deliberate attempt to actualize the numbers and resources to accompany that. I would say it's a progressive move, but it must translate to actual investments, on those numbers, and putting resources that can deliberately empower women and provide them an opportunity to catch up with the rest of the society where they've been left behind.
So can this gender lens invest in drive economic empowerment for women?
It can drive, but it cannot be looked in isolation.
Okay.
We've got to present that opportunity, in the context of the overall economy, where they fit, and where deliberately, that investment is being made for us to pull them down. But of course, we know the society, how the society looks at it. And the question is the same question I had asked, for example, with regards to subsidy. So government provides subsidies to businesses, but then you ask yourself, where are women-owned businesses that are getting subsidies, and the question around beneficial ownership, because of course we have seen with access to government procurement opportunities, a lot of women had been used, as flaunts, as proxies, but they are not the deliberate, the beneficial owners of the process. So I think there's an opportunity for that. Thank you.
Oh, okay, good to know this. And what is the current status of women-owned entrepreneurship post-COVID? Do you have any data or any evidence? Any of you can take this. Any evidence or any data? Kwame, do you have any?
Well, no, I know that I've looked at, but I've just looked at, there's the quarterly data that is reissued by the National Bureau of Statistics regarding employment in Kenya. And one of the things that it confirmed is, I think, the suspicion that everybody has had that because of the closure, especially in 2020, women businesses and services in general, because services tend to involve personal contact, which was one of the things that COVID, the virus was very hostile. So women businesses suffered in that at that time, because many of the businesses, whether it's a supply of services, personal services, or whether it's a supply of food and stuff like that. So with that kind of contact being made unavailable, or rather impossible or reduced substantially, those businesses shrank quite a bit. All businesses are recovering, but the businesses, especially the smaller ones, and especially because government was late in coming up with the credit guarantee scheme, or it was not very well designed, did affect it. So there was a shrinkage of businesses. The resilience part, I think, is also showing, because towards the end of last year, when people learned how to be more careful about COVID, treatment was a little better as well, and with vaccination going up, those businesses started to recover once again. So the last half of last year and most of this year will be a recovery year. So we expect those businesses to be. But if you even speak about employment, because employment is also created by those small businesses, some owned by women, employment shrank by about 1.7 million people in one quarter alone. In the first quarter after the lockdowns in Kenya were announced, which was between April and June. That's huge and unprecedented. And that effect obviously has a roll-down effect and has affected other people, both in terms of incomes, but also in terms of the fact that they present demand for the goods and services that are provided by women's businesses. So yes, COVID has had a substantially damaging toll on businesses generally, but also on women's businesses particularly. What we have to be happy about, because we can't control the past, is that the resilience that you see, actually the re-establishment, we're seeing all these things coming back, has been useful, and it's going to be part of the recovery. If these small businesses don't recover, if they suffer another shock, then we'll be in real trouble. But as that recovery takes place, it's clear that with the space, of course, government could do much better with the support that is required. Women's businesses and the business environment in general will continue to rise.
Okay, so going back to the credit guarantee scheme, there was an executive order that the scheme be used to pay for mobile loan defaulters. How many women are among the defaulters? Kwame, this is just for you.
I don't know how many women are among the defaulters, to be honest. I don't know how many women are among the defaulters. I think what was announced was that the credit guarantee, it wasn't that the credit guarantee scheme could be used for payment of defaulters. It was actually to provide some kind of moratorium for referring small loans, or rather those defaulters with small loans, a moratorium for their being cited by the credit reference bureaus. And obviously that is going to wash off over time, but women tend to pay, or rather at least some of the data that has been provided shows that women, generally speaking, tend to pay back their loans. So if they're not paying back, it's just because of the effects of this. That moratorium, in my view, was necessary, and to that extent, I think the president did the right thing, or let me just say the government did the right thing in trying to provide that moratorium, because it was, even if you insisted on it being paid, people were not paying because they were trying to dodge. They were not paying because circumstances were such that the businesses were actually not rolling money and there's no demand to enable them to pay for that. So that kind of moratorium is necessary, and it's actually defensible from an economic standpoint.
All right, thank you. So have stakeholders, including the government of Kenya, done enough for women-owned businesses against existing and emerging threats? What do you think, James? Have they done enough?
Thank you very much. And probably I would also pick up on the previous question you had asked on data. If you look at the World Bank economic update for 2021, 2 million people were thrown into poverty, and the majority of them being women, as per the data. But also wage workers, especially women, still face employment, reduction in employment, including the number of working hours. And overall decline was 23%, and women faced a greater decline at 30%. That's according to Kenya Economic Update 2021. Now, there are several initiatives that have been spearheaded by government to cushion women against emerging threats. Of course, trying to increase liquidity into the market through, let's say, the Women Economic, the Women Economic Empowerment Enterprise Fund, expanding cash transfers and credit guarantee schemes, and of course the economic stimulus program. But there's much more potential, I think, could be done. Increasing budgetary allocations and being deliberate for women financial inclusion is key, and women economic empowerment and women economic correctives in the sector allocations. I think if the government picked up on that potentially and the sector, and we looked at, for example, at trade, and also recognizing that the KNBS and micro and small enterprises survey of 2016 indicated that 60% of women businesses are unlicensed. In 2016, we need to check whether that has progressively improved, because then, as part of, even for government resources or private banks resources, for women to access those resources, they require some bits of formality. And so we need to pick up on that as part of deliberate asking government, what are they doing to ensure that women are able to register, ease of registering businesses, And of course, we know there's that progress has been there, on e-citizen, you can walk, you can try and log in, but also how many women are able to access that e-citizen and be able to register their business, to formalize their business so that they can be able to access that credit facility. Thank you.
Okay, what about you, Kevin? Is Okoa Uchumi and TISA doing much to actually buffer the women entrepreneurs? Are you working with government on this?
Yes, so there have been quite a number of provisions, and we can just center around the credit guarantee scheme. Looking at the KBA report last year, they say the uptake was 5%. And we need to understand why this is not happening. And also, early this year, it was 0.04%. So I feel like more is there to be done, just to ensure, in as much as this credit scheme is available, why are women not getting that? And one of them could be maybe just the need to address the high demands for compliance from either banks or those entities that are issuing out tenders like the county government. If you look at the AGPO, for instance, a woman business, one has to pay $500, which is 50,000 Kenya shillings, to renew their license every 2 years. And most of these businesses cannot even afford to do that. So perhaps we need to retreat those ones and then just see that there are provisions in place that still speak to the sanctity of these affirmative actions towards women.
So now that we are here where we are, post-COVID, if we can at all say it's post-COVID, what kind of strategies and implementation of progressive economic policy are there for women's economic emancipation? Do you have any working as TISA or as Ukwa Uchumi? Any recommendations at all?
As TISA, at the moment, you are just doing a study that we seek to ensure women-led businesses are able to also get the 70%, the high-value tenders, as opposed to the 30% reservation, which is AGCO. And we are trying to look at the barriers within the process and the solutions that can help women access those opportunities. Because historically, we've seen that women normally tend to pursue opportunities that within the milk and just providing service, as opposed to venturing into health, heavy agriculture, and also infrastructure. So these are the opportunities we're trying to see, and then at the end of the study, we can recommend, because it's a global study. We intend to have both national, county level, regional, and even global recommendations to see how best we can activate women for them to be able to realize ultimate economic empowerment.
Do you have any leakage, any ideas on what this survey might bring? Any possibilities?
Ideally, there is the things that are coming out are just the perennial ones. If you do a desk review, you find all those challenges. Now the task is not on the barriers. We just need to look at the solution and perhaps might have convenings in the coming months, where we can have the policy people, the academia, CSOs, women in businesses, just to brainstorm on how best we can tailor solutions addressing these challenges, because it's more complex. It's not something that one organization can sit down and come out or even try to prescribe, but we need just to have that concerted effort to see how best we can move forward.
All right, good. Kwame, what do you think? How do we anticipate women?
I think the question is, has GOK done enough to empower women on business, even within COVID? Because one of the things that standard economics accepts is when you have a shock like what happened in 2020 and most of last year because of COVID, a stimulus package is necessary. So I think the government could have designed a stimulus package, because there's been a stimulus package. The government is investing in infrastructure and all those other places. But a stimulus package could have been designed in areas in which women have greater participation in terms of the labor. So obviously stuff such as, in areas such as basically education. Why? There are women teachers in agriculture, women are farmers, trying to build opportunities within markets, even with the risks of COVID and keeping people safe and all those other places. And obviously just in public healthcare as well, because that was a big area. Now, these are areas in which women have participation, but also women businesses can actually supply one or two of these other things. A better design for the stimulus package, because government spent quite a lot of money on it, close to 60 billion, would have ensured that women businesses would be strengthened, obviously. I think, however, that the COVID vaccination, and I mean, this might be controversial, but the COVID vaccination was a significant stimulus package because it prevented people from getting unwell. The numbers have shown that women have been more reluctant in Kenya. There's been a difference. Whatever that might be, my view is that a stimulus package, a COVID vaccination with safe vaccines are helpful, because often, whenever family members became unwell, it is women who are actually having to take care of them. So to the extent that men are going for it, it's okay. I mean, I'm okay with that. Let women make decisions about whether they want the vaccine or not. But a vaccine program is useful because then it releases the hands of women from actually having to be primary carers. And that tends to mean that they cannot then work outside the home or actually earn their money or run their business. And then that then has a double shock on the household, on women's income particularly. So a better designed stimulus program, and of course the stimulus program is going on. So if it is focused to these areas in which it has the greatest output for women businesses and women in general, and helps them to actually earn more income, that will be supported. So yes, we need to put our heads around thinking about whatever stimulus program government continues to execute, that it is sensitive to the fact that not every sector of the economy is equal, or rather has the same effect on women enterprises and women as income earners.
James, what would be in your stimulus package?
Oh, interesting. So first of all, in my stimulus package, today was given an opportunity to design that, would be to look at the healthcare system, and we have a lot of women, for example, who would, we would definitely say we want to fix the healthcare system, and that would present a good opportunity for women to ensure that the healthcare system is responsive enough when they need a healthcare system. The other thing would be in agriculture, because we know a lot of small scale holders, small scale holders of farmers are women. Primarily, few women probably own ranches, big farms, and so if we want to look at deliberately and say, when we give fertilizer subsidy, where does that fertilizer subsidy go? Who benefits from that? So those are two critical sectors I think I would look at it, and of course also in business, and because that also leads me. Looking where we are in a transition period as we go to the next medium-term plan, the MT4 2023-2027, and the county integrated development plans, where we have to be deliberate on women economic empowerment. We have to, women need to, to organize around them so that they can be able to demand that inclusion, and they can also use that as a basis of assessing governments in the next 5 years, and when they come to make the right decisions while voting. Thank you.
Okay, so as we wind up, I would like each of you to just give me a very brief perspective on how to support women's economic empowerment in a post-COVID world and in an election year. What can we practically, and I mean practically, push for and get women onto the road to economic empowerment? What realistic plans can you have in mind this year?
Should I go first?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, first. Unlike many Kenyans, I don't believe that an election year is supposed to be peculiar. I think women, men, human beings matter regardless of whether it's an election year or not. But I think going back to your point, it would be this. If you want women empowerment in many ways, the government of Kenya has something that's called the cash transfers. And those cash transfers are given on the basis of certain vulnerabilities. I think because they've been given, well, there's some problem about the transparency around it. I would design a cash transfer system that is focused on women-headed households. Why? Because women-headed households tend to have the burden of actually caring for children, other family members. And if you provide it to women, whether they invest it in household services or other household consumption services, whether it's the food that's available, and it actually helps society. So if you focus it on that way, taking advantage of the fact that in Kenya, specifically in rural areas and some parts of poorer urban areas, I would have a subsidy and that would be a stimulus as well. Just basically identify, like has been identified, the data is available from National Bureau of Statistics. They have a given profile, and you say that all women-headed households with an income above or below 10,000 shillings per month, for instance, or even lower, because it tends to be lower, will receive this grant from government for a given period and pushing that money. It would have a fantastic effect on securing women's against vulnerability, whether it's about food, whether it's about work, but it will also help them to actually have more resources to invest in their businesses. It doesn't have to be full-time, but it's something that can actually be useful in an elections year, but also more importantly in a year such as this, when you're going to have a double shock of failed rains, and failed rains this year again, which is going to create a lot of food inflation, which is something that also falls heavily as a burden on women. Thank you.
Okay, from your lips to God's ears, the elections will be fine, we will be fine. James, what are your last words?
My last words would be, to mention that women should be very deliberate in organizing around economic empowerment, policies. I think this conversation should not be left just, what we consider elite. There should be, this conversation that we're having here, where CRAWN Trust is organizing with other partners. This should be a conversation that should be pursued, to ensure that there is, we do a lot of, we do good planning, but we need to do better budgeting of the plans we do. So we have very brilliant, policies and plans around women economic empowerment, women financial inclusion, but then we need to ask ourselves, are we doing better budgeting for those policies so that we're not leaving women behind when it comes to allocating resources and being accountable for those resources. Because one thing, for example, would be that the credit guarantee scheme, we need to see much more transparency around that and participation of women. The data is not yet available of what has happened so far, but I think that's something that women need to organize around that question, around public policy. Collectively, they can be able to advance that conversation much stronger. Thank you very much.
Kevin, you're a pragmatist. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so for me, I'll say what we need to do as a country, I break it into two. So first, I'll have a recommendation for fellow CSOs. What we need to do is just to see how best we can include livelihood opportunities in our programming. And by this, I mean, if you have a program that lasts 1 or 2 years, you need to come up with some practical ways how you can incentivize or even ensure that the groups you're working with, they're able to do something on the side that they can make a living out of that. And then as they continue to pursue the social accountability work. Secondly, under the cash transfer program, I feel like it was a well-thought idea and I fully back the rationale behind it. But we need to have a deliberate move to see that there is data verification, to see who are these people that were qualified and whether targeting was done in the right way to ensure that those who are vulnerable were still in the process of ensuring that they target the people. And then there's that sampling framework where it didn't come from someone who's not within the province of that either community. And lastly, I'll say we need just to have a deliberate agenda setting where we encourage various organizations to tailor messaging that speak to women empowerment, economic empowerment. We can even have women political aspirants because it's an electioneering year to have those manifestos because hopefully they might influence the party that might win in the coming elections. So it's agenda setting, ensuring social accountability has livelihood aspect to it, and then all the cash transfer processes are deliberate and they are targeted to an aspect that they speak to the needs of those people who are affected, and they're not proxies who benefit as a result. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was an hour well spent. I learned quite a bit. And I wish you all a lovely day. And thank you so much for showing up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from them. When it comes to entrepreneurship and economic empowerment for women, the government does need to step in, but women also need to enable themselves, and they should consolidate their efforts and work together and can charge forward in the way that only they can. So it's funny that they talked about these challenges. When I actually asked about challenges and I read on it, it seemed that women are far more challenged by the absence of role models. So if you're a woman and you're in business or you're an entrepreneur, take someone under your wing and show them how to do it. And make sure that along the way you partner with other women so you can collaborate with the government. That's the best way to do it. In fact, that might be the only way to do it. So thank you so much and have a lovely day.
Before COVID, we were doing skill training for Mama Fuas. These are women who move from one place to the other looking for washing work. You know, they are not able to be employed fully because probably they have family responsibility and they have to take care of their children and husbands, but they still need to earn a bread for the day. As we continued, we started getting different calls.
Na wengine ukienda kwao akiona kama uko mrembo ukikua anakuambia usiponifanyia kazi mbili sitakulipa, ambapo unawacha pesa yako kule, huna mtu wa kuambia sababu hukukuja ile kazi. Lakini vile tulikutana na Silva organization walisimama na sisi sababu tuliregister, tulichukua kadi ambapo hata mdozi hata matajiri akijua uko na ile kadi anakuogopa kabisa.
To address the gender-based violence, we realize that most of them are not able to, to report cases of violence because remember you're working in someone's home. So we got the hotline number and we put it on the sanitizer and we stuck it there. So we told women, when you are using this sanitizer, it is not just for COVID prevention, it is also for GBV prevention. So that you can actually report when someone tries to violate.
Most of them nafanya counsel on gender-based violence, dhuluma ya kijinsia, Because tulikuja kurealize kwamba hawa mama wenye wametoka from other countries wanadhulumiwa sana mahali wanafanya kazi. One, they are not recognized. Ya pili pia they undermine them because unajua most of them hawana document. Tumejaribu kuongelesha most of them. Tunawaambia haki zao. Unaona? You are a woman, uko na haki za mwanamke kama ule mwanamke mwingine. So kwa haki zao pia tumejaribu kuwafundisha na kuwaonyesha pia njia ya kuripoti hizi cases. Mimi furaha yangu ni kuona Saidi wanakutana, waliform group, wanakutananga Saturday, unaona hata wanatoka merry-go-round ka 50 bob, wana save 50 bob. You see, at least wametoka from somewhere. Sasa at least unaona wanaendelea vizuri.
Tumeanza table banking ambapo walikuja wakasema kwamba muanze merry-go-round, na vile tuliongea wamama walishikana. Tulifungua account ambapo ukifua you save.
The immediate thing we did was to, of course, address the strategic, the practical need at that very point. The practical need is that they needed sanitizer to use on the way to work and from. They needed to wear a mask, so that at least they are not being harassed also by the police. They're not being harassed by everyone, including the matatu or even at workplace. And we also needed to give them soap so that they can wash their clothes. Because they are at risk, they are working in those homes. They need to wash their clothes when they get home, so that at least they are sure they are also safe.
And so health committees were created together with health experts. Funding was rolled out to women's organizations and those that are harder to reach. We needed to translate COVID messages so that they could reach far and wide and use those to provide education awareness, but of course also provide what was required, what is required up to now: masks, sanitizers, and and all of that.
I'm Daisy Amdany. I am the Executive Director of the Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust, which is the CRAWN Trust. Each and every one of us has been given gifts and talents to make our way in the world, to contribute positively towards development. And the world is a poorer place. Why? Because women are being discriminated against. That's why I founded CRAWN Trust. The tagline for CRAWN Trust is impacting lives, transforming communities. And so my work is about making women celebrate their womanhood and unapologetically be there, enter into every available space that is there for them as women, not women trying to be men, but women being women and celebrating their womanhood.
Wow. I mean, when we began, I wished you a warm morning. But from that discussion, it's looking quite fire. Quoting one of our followers, public debt has a significant impact on economic growth and women's economic empowerment. Investing in women's economic empowerment sets a drive path towards gender equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth. Wow, you heard it here, raw from our amazing, amazing panelists. The how and the possible when of an economic growth post-COVID and how it affects everyone. Now, coming in with her stories is Elizabeth Mwenda, a co-founder of Botanic Treasures, 100% women-owned enterprise working with over 500 farmers, 60% being women and employing 70% women to develop nutrition products for addressing malnutrition in children, mothers, and sickly, over 90 nutrients. Elizabeth Mwenda.
So much for having me here. It's amazing what CRAWN Women is doing, and I am honored to be part of this journey as a woman. And yes, my journey did begin in a very interesting way because it was a need of a woman. You see, I had my child and I didn't have breast milk. And you can imagine for a woman not being able to breastfeed your child is quite traumatic, actually, because it's a life-threatening experience. And so when my husband came with moringa, when my husband came with moringa from the farmers we had gone to see, I was quite a bit not very comfortable because I'd not had herbals before. Of course, every food is herbal, but the thought of moringa, something I'd never read about, something I'd never come across before. Anyway, I was too desperate because, you see, my mother-in-law was around. And I mean, for us Kenyan women, you know, when you bear a child and it's named after the lady who is the mother to your husband, and you don't have breast milk, it's too much stress. I was really stressed. So he came with moringa in a small paper bag. I took a bit, and believe you me, within hours, I was a Fresian, a real Fresian. I had so much milk. And I forgot all about the stress I had. And my baby was choking on one boob, and I had a cup on the other. I mean, it was like I didn't even have milk issues. And my problem was solved. And then I wondered, okay, it was a couple of days in that stress, but there are women who actually have babies, and for months on end, even for years, they have challenges with their body. And that is how Botanic Treasures was born, because my problem was solved, and I wanted to see other women also experience that same, Godspeed kind of solutions for backache. Some even don't wash their houses. Some don't wash laundry. They have complications with the uterus and all manner of things. And the more I researched about moringa, I realized, oh my God, this thing is so well researched for years. And in different countries, UCLA, in the US, and many, many other high institutions of health, that it had just not been quite exploited in Kenya. Anyway, to cut the story short, I moved from film, which is what I'd been doing for 7 years, and I started hawking, literally, moringa, because the same farmers had moringa. An NGO had come, told them to. So I started with 5 kilos, literally 5 kilos of moringa is how I started my business. And right now we are selling locally in many, many outlets. And we're also exporting. And the reason why I decided to open Botanic Treasures was when I looked at the nutrient content in moringa and how it was mirroring the needs of the nutritional body of a human being. For me, it made sense to just chart the uncharted waters. At that time, 2007, 2008, even smartphones were not for everybody. We had the 3310s. So we went on to leverage on local knowledge and science, and we've developed quite a range of products. Our brand is called Green Gold. You'll find it in several supermarkets. We have curated different products from probiotics, which are very key towards your immunity and health. Then we have teas. Yeah, we know Kenyans love tea, but this one doesn't have tea leaves. It has moringa as the base. And then we add the hibiscus or ginger or lemongrass. And because we know you're sweet-toothed, we put stevia, which is 0-calorie sweetener. So you don't add weight, when you take it, because sugar tends to, increase weight. So we've developed quite a range of products, over 30 products. We are in quite a number of outlets. We're in Naivas, we're in Quickmart, we're in Massmart, we're in Clean Shelf, and we are coming to those other outlets. So with my needs solved, I saw that there was a gap, because if our kitchens were the solution to our health, literally, the way they say food is your medicine, I wanted to make moringa that staple food. It's part of your vegetables. It's part of your soups. It's part of your tea. It's part of your mala. It's part of your beverage. And that way, you're nourishing your body in a very easy way. And that's why we have those products in the supermarket. So as an entrepreneur, I went in and looked, what is the economic value? Is there a market for this product? even as I was emotionally solving my issues and my relatives and my parents, my friends, because that was my first market. And right now, the global market for moringa is at 10 billion and growing, especially with COVID. We have the cosmetic industry, we have the natural products, the teas, we have animal feeds, we have water and purification, we have leather tanning, we have paper. I mean, there are so many unexploited areas that moringa is able to service as one tree. And the best thing about it is that it makes terrible firewood. So wherever you grow it, people really can't cut it. And it sequesters 20 times the carbon than normal vegetation. So when I saw that those many opportunities, I figured, okay, Kenyans don't know. I'm going around every national show that the Minister of Agriculture, in fact, they give me a calendar. So I was going around back in the day to all those shows, educating Kenyans. And so far, we have educated more than 2,000 in training. We also have over 10,000 along the value chain. Green businesses are numerous. There is so much moringa being hawked around. It's amazing. And for me, it's really good. Globally, the current demand is over 1 million. But globally, we've only grown about 160 hectares. 160,000, hectares of moringa, and they require at least 1 million hectares. So there's still a huge market out there for women like me to exploit. So what are the challenges I've come across in the 10 years we've been in business? Well, it's been an uphill task. I can tell you for sure, because you're creating demand for something that is so useful, but people are so used to the norm, which is the tea, the coffee, which is good. It drives our economy, but we can spread our wings and try more options. So moringa gives that option, and it gives also that global option for a market. So one of the main challenges, especially for the export market, is certifications. Yeah, certifications are a challenge because not only do you certify the farmers, you're certifying the soil, you're certifying the process. So as an entrepreneur who has plowed back and grown organically, then it is not easy. But this, for anything anyway, business is not for the faint-hearted. So we are still at it. Then we have issues of warehousing. When we go like for exhibitions, I've been to numerous exhibitions to Rwanda, Congo, Korea, China with the government. Warehousing is a problem because you go there, you find a market, but how do you get your products to a warehouse to be able to supply those interested people? Sometimes the exhibitions are way out of, your reach, and you find there are other countries in between, like Philippines and India, who are able to actually supply the same market. So it's good also for the government to be able to do a due diligence. As much as people want to go for exhibitions, is it possible for you to actually supply that market? Yeah. So the lessons I've learned, even as an entrepreneur, you need to understand who between you can do that same supply, and what's the benefit of what you're producing over those other countries. Okay, if we are talking about China, we might say our soils are better, they are more organic, more natural, they don't have many pesticides. So, and even the quality of our moringa, the nutritional benefits, being at the equator, all those give us, like our tea, an added advantage, okay? Networks. Sometimes you find those forums, especially now with COVID, those forums have become a challenge where you're able to go and network. But I appreciate now I'm seeing, like a resurgence in this space where we are having forums for women, forums just for business people to be able to network. And then, of course, when you're going to some of these countries, especially in Africa, there's issue of harassment for women. And for me, I think it's because of lack of knowledge. If we knew some of these tariff barriers or trade agreements from Kenya to Uganda or Tanzania or East Africa as a whole. And we knew it was common knowledge. Either you walk to a Huduma center and you're able to find that information. Then even as you're traveling, you're equipped. You know, in this country, I'm not supposed to be paying, whether it's tax or whatever it is, that tariff agreement that is between our country and those other countries. So women, we have that challenge because we go blindly. You go meet this officer at the government or the clearing office, and he takes advantage of you. He wants you to pay for this, pay for that, and that is actually a tariff that is non-existent. So if we were able to have this knowledge, either a government app that you just click of a button and I'm going to Congo. This is what I need to be aware of. I need to have my yellow fever. I need to have this. I need to have this and this, the other. And I'm not supposed to pay for all these other things. So it makes trading easier for women because as long as a woman is economically empowered, surely the community, the family, the children, the relatives, everybody stands to gain. In the issue of financing, I feel women have been, I don't know if it's taken for a ride. In the 10 years I've done business, I'm yet to access women financing. Even the Women Enterprise Fund, I went even up to their main offices at near Pan-Afric to inquire. Oh, you're sent to this bank. You move from bank to bank to bank, inquiring where is this women money. And if I have not been able to access that money, then I wonder which other women have been able to access this money. So the truth of the matter, if I put it in Kiswahili, hii pesa ya kina mama, vitu kwa ground ni tofauti. We are not able to access that government funding for women. And I'm talking as a woman who has been able to go out there, I've walked into banks, and I've not been able to access that money. So can it please be made accessible to women so that we can actually transform our communities? We are working with a lot of women in our resource center. Actually, they make 80% of the workforce. Okay, and of course you can imagine the children that are actually making it to schools because of these women. We have been able to stop the issue to actually mitigate hunger where we have our farms because we intercropped moringa with cowpeas, we've intercropped it with sweet potatoes. Imagine harvesting a sweet potato the size of my head. Yeah, that is how amazing moringa is as a crop for intercropping. You don't have to intercrop the whole farm, but at least you can be sure where you plant where moringa is, the yield is much higher. Then we've also been able to ensure that people around us, our market reach, people are enjoying good health. If you take moringa, you can be sure. If you have issues of obesity, it works on your weight. Yeah, because it actually is able to mitigate against the hormone that the body uses to store fat. So make it a lifestyle, not a one-off. When you're trying to think, I have to fit into this dress because I have a wedding, I have a function. No. Just make it your normal vegetable and you'll enjoy it. And we are restoring landscapes. We've gone to areas like the Kenedy, we are in Bere, we are in parts of Meru, arid Meru, and you can actually see where moringa grows. It requires very little rain. So it's able to reclaim landscapes. And remember, with very little rain, you're able to actually have a lot of mboga, even off-season. So like the rain that rained in Nairobi yesterday, that is so much rain. In the next 2 weeks, if it had rained in my farm, I would be looking for space in the dryers because of a lot of leaf production, just one heavy rain. So in terms of climate mitigation, it's fantastic. Now, in 2015, we were endorsed by the president for a school greening project, which actually never took off. But last year, we began a Trees for Nutrition School project, which we have launched in Kenedy in partnership with the primary schools there. And what we are telling the children is, you plant the trees, and the class with the highest survival rate, we're actually going to gift them. Why? Because we want this community to actually restore their environment and also earn an income from us, because we are going to offtake whatever they grow. As we are growing our export market and the local market, even the regional market, then we'll be able to transform the lives of these children. We'll not have children not going to school. We'll not have malnourished children, because, there's a study in Kenya about stunting. Yeah, which means the child is not able to get the right nutrition to actually grow proper, what would I say? Yani kuwa sharp with enough mental clarity, and that's all because of the diet, whether when the mother was pregnant or even as the child was growing up, the under 5s. So we'll see less mortality. We'll see healthier children in our communities. So for us, we would want this project to spread all over Kenya and beyond, where schools and hospitals, like in Ghana, Moringa is grown in the health centers. And that's because mothers begin at an early age to breastfeed children with high nutrient milk, because whatever they eat is what they're able to give out. The accolades we have gotten, we have had UN awards, award, we've had the presidential endorsement, we've had the World Resource Institute naming us as the 15th top in Africa last year in terms of land restoration. Kenya Climate Change Ventures are our partners and they are our supporters, and we look forward to more women being courageous enough to go out there. What is in your environment? What can you use to transform your community? What can you value add? And don't worry, the struggle is real, but don't give up. Just keep going. Help will find you on your way, and you'll have transformed many, and that will be a business, and it will transform lives. So it's been wonderful being at CRAWN Trust to share my story. Thank you.
Before COVID, we were doing skill training for mama fuas. These are women who move from one place to the other looking for washing work. They are not able to be employed fully because probably they have family responsibility and they have to take care of their children and husbands, but they still need to earn a bread for the day. As we continued, we started getting different calls.
Na wengine ukienda kwao akiona kama uko mrembo ukipua anakuambia usiponifanyia kazi mbili sitakulipa, ambapo unawacha pesa yako kule, huna mtu wa kuambia sababu hukukuja ile kazi. Lakini vile tulikutana na Silva organization walisimama na sisi sababu tuliregister, tulichukua kadi ambapo hata mdozi hata matajiri akijua uko na ile kadi anakuogopa kabisa.
To address the gender-based violence, we realize that most of them are not able to, to report cases of violence, because remember, you're working in someone's home. So we got the hotline number and we put it on the sanitizer and we stuck it there. So we told women, when you are using this sanitizer, it is not just for COVID prevention, it is also for GBV prevention. So that you can actually report when someone tries to violate.
Most of them nafanya counsel on side ya gender-based violence, dhuluma ya kijinsia, because tulikuja kurealize kwamba hawa mama wenye wametoka from other countries wanadhulumiwa sana mahali wanafanya kazi. One, they are not recognized because most of them hawana document. Tumejaribu kuongelesha most of them, tunawaambia kizao. Unaona? You are a woman, uko na haki za mwanamke kama ule mwanamke mwingine. So kwa haki zao pia tumejaribu kuwafundisha na kuwaonyesha pia njia ya kuripoti hizi cases. Mimi furaha yangu ni kuona Saidi wanakutana, waliform group, wanakutananga Saturday, unaona hata wanatoka merry-go-round ka 50 bob, wana save 50 bob. You see, at least wametoka from somewhere. Sasa at least unaona wanaendelea vizuri.
Tumeanza table banking ambapo walikuja wakasema kwamba muanze merry-go-round, na vile tuliongea wamama walishikana. Tulifungua account ambapo ukifua you save.
The immediate thing we did was to, of course, address the strategic, the practical need at that very point. The practical need is that they needed sanitizer to use on the way to work and from, they needed to wear a mask, so that at least they are not being harassed also by the police, they're not being harassed by everyone, including the matatu or even at workplace. And we also needed to give them soap so that they can wash their clothes. Because, you know, they are at risk. They are working in those homes. They need to wash their clothes when they get home, so that at least they are sure they are also safe.
And so health committees were created together with health experts. Funding was rolled out to women's organizations and those that are, harder to reach. We needed to translate COVID messages so that they could reach, far and wide, and use those to provide education awareness, but of course also provide what was required, what is required up to now, masks, sanitizers, and and all of that. In a study recently undertaken, 39% of women and 32% of men has been increased tension in homes, and so there's almost 24, percent.
Because we work in four slum areas, that is in Jenny, where we are, Majengo, there's an advocacy network has where
so influence.
Do in this community building activities, trainings on issues to do with reproductive health, that is, family planning, HIV and AIDS, issues to do with STIs. Once cases occur in those communities, these are the same people who get referred to these cases. And with the funding that came now, we were able now to start reaching out to the communities. We also work with the policymakers in this county, and we do a lot of advocacy activities, and engaging with the policymakers is one way.
Because kama kesi nimejaribu kusuluhisha imenishinda, chief naye anachukulia hapo, anaihando, akiweza kusolve anaisolve, na kiona kuna ile inaleta shida zaidi ana forward mali kwingine.
I can attest to that because for the last 3 months sijafikiwa case hapa ofisini mwangu, because these young men and women, they are doing great work. They handle what they can. Kama kuna kesi iko saidi ya nguvu yao wananiletea. For the last 3 months sijakuwa na shida.
We need a that focuses on solidarity, and that involves working with women rights organizations, working with local community organizations, with civil society organizations, village savings and loans associations, anything that brings a collective effort together in a bid to ensure that we about the issues that we have seen.
Maybe in future we can have 0 case of GBV. So that's our goal.
An interesting topic, you would agree. Women's political participation is a fundamental prerequisite for gender equality and genuine democracy. It facilitates women's direct engagement. Samson Okech Orao, who is an experienced development professional with over 14 years extensive experience working with women, youth and adolescents, women's rights, education, HIV and AIDS, sexual reproductive health. He held various positions in the development sector, with the most recent being with the most recent being a senior program officer at FIDA Kenya, managing a large portfolio of grants in the space of advocacy and women's rights. Ladies and gentlemen, Samson Okech.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning from Nairobi. Good afternoon, good evening for our viewers from the rest of the world. and welcome. My name is Samson Orao. I am currently the head of programs at Action Aid International, and I'm happy to be present here today on this issue of women's political participation and how that interlinks with women's economic empowerment. So welcome very much to this discussion, and join us as we introduce our panel here today, and as we look at the nexus between women's political participation, women in decision-making spaces, women in the global world. As we bring this discussion here home, this country is moving to elections this year. We are holding our elections a few months from now in August of 2022. We are looking at a country that has gone through a number of difficult processes, but has been very influential in how that affects the economy. And we are seeing different arms of the political divide coming in to give different kinds of promises, political participation and around the economy. What does this mean for women? What does this mean for young people? Where are we regarding the decision-making spaces, and how do we take advantage of our elections moving forward to ensure that post-2022, when we're speaking about budget-making processes at national level or at sub-national level, then we are ready for this discussion. So on to my panel. I'd like to introduce our panel. And our panel here today is composed of Anne Deritu, who is the Registrar of Political Parties. Anne will be joining us shortly. Next will be Carol Gaita, the Executive Director of Mzalendo Trust. If you could just
thank you, Samson, and glad to be here.
Wave to us so that the audience can see you.
Hey, thank you, Samson, and glad to be here.
Hi, Carol. Good to see you.
Can you hear me? Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, I confirm hearing you, and I can see you as well. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
And then next is Professor Grace Wamue of Kenyatta University. We have Karibu Sana, and you can introduce yourself, wave to us, and say something.
Oh, hi, how are you? Thank you so much for giving me space in this panel. As you have heard, my name is Professor Ngare or Grace. I am a research associate at Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, and I'm also a gender scholar within the same university, and also a member of the National Advocacy Coalition for Women's Economic Empowerment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And nice to have both of you. Nice to see you this discussion. I know Anne Deritu, the Registrar of Political Parties, will be joining us as we move along. Carol, perhaps if I can begin with you. What is the interplay between economy, politics, and inclusion? How?
Okay, thank you. Thanks again, and thank you to my co-panelists, Grace, all those that are listening to us from wherever they may be. And I want to say that in Kenya, politics and economic empowerment are very closely interconnected. As we have seen from some of the work that we have done in the past, Kenya's women political participation in the country remains very low. If you look at the 2017 statistics, only about 9% of the women were elected into key offices, whether at the county or national levels. And from work we have done in the past, one of the barriers that has been identified, as being a barrier to women's political participation is the cost of politics. And so the linkage between the economic empowerment and the political participation then remains very clear. And there are various ways how this plays out. The access to women to resources that are required to be the sources of the and whether it's land, whether it's the capital, whether it's collateral that women would need to be able to use as fundraising efforts, this remain a challenge. Again, with the converse is also true. With the lower numbers, it means fewer women are at the decision-making processes and decision-making tables, which then means that gender-responsive and economic interventions that would be useful for the benefit of women also then remains a challenge, because these are not being given the lens and the look that they require. So there's quite a direct interplay. And we have seen from research that we have done that for a woman to run for office, she needs much more than her male counterpart. In the cost of politics research that we released last year, we saw that, for example, member of National Assembly, well, the national average for an MP was about 18 million. In some cases, for a woman to run for the same seat, the seat of a member of National Assembly, she needed to spend 5 million more. And of course, other things that are at interplay that lead to an increase in this cost for women, which then means that unless we are empowering our women economically, unless we are creating the opportunities and providing the resources that empower women, their participation in the political space is going to remain lower. Not forgetting the other externalities like the responsibilities of care, the responsibilities of households, and the cultural and socio-politicals that come into play.
Well, very much. We are doing elections. We've had this new constitution for over 10 years now. And we are speaking about different decision-making spaces where women are supposed to be present. We are speaking about the 2/3 gender rule, for example, and the processes. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, Carol, still to you, are women in these spaces? When we speak about elections, because we are going to a process where we will elect, and we will elect from national level, from president, from Senate, from county government, from National Assembly, to the. Where are women in these spaces? Are they present?
The women are present, Samson, but whether the women are present, and we see them in political parties, we see them in the different positions that they're running, we see them offering their candidacy in the various positions that you have mentioned, of the National Assembly to the all levels. We should be asking, the playing field is then fair, and looking at economic and economic empowerment. Does the economic empowerment, does the playing field encourage provide opportunities for more women to see it to the end, to run for office to the end, and still navigate this? And I think those are some of the issues that we need to address. One of the things that when we did the research, an area of cost for women in politics was, of course, from the party nomination fees to everything else that is required for you to run a successful campaign. It's quite a draining process. And so whereas women may be willing to offer themselves for these offices, there are certain handles that they have to, any candidate has to go through. But for women, as I said, if they don't have access to these resources that their male counterparts have, then as we move along the campaign process, the elections process, the numbers go down. And we have seen this also in the area of the sustainability of the campaigns, because, as you move along from the research, we saw that a lot of money is spent at party primaries, and the amount that is spent at party primaries is almost equivalent to that which is spent at the election campaign itself. So even though you have secured a party ticket, there are no guarantees that you have victory, so you have to still spend more. So I think for us is to then having a conversation about how we can come together to ensure that we are creating spaces for women to empower themselves so that when they need to run for office, they're actually ready and they can move along throughout the campaign process. They have the resources, they have the resources, whether it's the financial, whether it's the communication, whether it's the social requirements that they need to then be able to see the campaigns through. And because the thing is, if we don't have more women at the ballot, then the possibility of inclusion, the possibility of increasing the numbers then remains a mirage. Because what we need to invest in is ensuring that we're getting as many women as possible to the ballot.
If I can come to you, Caroline is raising something.
Yes, I hope I have answered your question, Samson.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, Samson, you are indeed talking about resources and making sure that women access resources for campaigns. Indeed, campaigns are very, very expensive. And that one I can talk from very personal experience because I'm an active politician through proxy for that matter. The main problem is, first of all, you see in Kenya, campaigns are not regularized, or the finances for campaigns are not regularized. So it is a matter of who has more strength muscles when it comes to empowerment, who has resources. We go back to the family structures where most of the money for campaigns is generated from. First of all, we need to ask ourselves, where are women in family wealth, in family resources? Because this is the starting point. You find that majority of the women do not even have control over family resources, even if they are very pertinent in generations. Well, let's make, for example, if they want to join politics, they have like free will due to patriarchal powers within the family to dispose property that generate income to sustain campaigns. Women do not have such powers. They don't have access. And if they have access, they may not have the authority to do so. And this is not just married women, it's women in all categories. You find that to generate wealth, and particularly when it comes to, like I've said, family wealth, disposal of property, cumulative property, and all this, they may have to go through proxy, sometimes through their husbands, through sons, through their fathers, or even any other male acquaintance. So that's one drawback, our cultural terrain on where we are starting from. The next major problem about women and generating money for campaign is the social networks that women do have. You find that whereas men can call their friends, and there are so many dynamics on this, because male friendship, I want to be a bit now gender specific. Male friendship is about operates at another level. Men will be able to support each other with good money, and this I've also noticed during these political campaigns. A man will bring another even 5 million, 2 million, 1 million, because they have operations and they have chamas, if I may say, or they have networks. Let me use the word networks. They have networks that are able to generate and accumulate a lot of wealth. Women, on the other hand, also have networks, and a lot of them. But women's networks, unfortunately, due to lack of access to our resources and all that, also operate at very low levels. I've seen when I called for Harambes, for women, to my colleagues to support me for this and that, a lot of them will come. But guess what, Samson? They will give you, the one who is giving you so much money for that matter, might be 10,000, and the rate goes down to 5,000, 100. So you may have 100 women supporting you, and the maximum they can raise is 100,000. A man may have only 10 men supporting him, and the maximum they can raise is 1 million. So these gender power dynamics are all over. When it comes to even party participation, there is a lot of, money demanded that political parties even to get to access the tickets. Some of those tickets are not even given through genuine voting and all this. is how much economic support that you give to a party. And this is now where the power begins. So unfortunately, as long as the economic power of men and women is not leveled, or it's not equal, men and women are not operating at the same level, we cannot speak of the same competition. We are not operating the same wavelength financially. And therefore, women are likely to continue being behind men with actually a very big key problem. So my take is, we have first of all, before we think of inclusion, political inclusion of women, we have first of all to think, do women have the money? Do they have the resources? Resources including even vehicles, which are also needed for campaigns. Women have access to fight even within the vehicles that are within a household. Women may not have access to them, and all these are resources needed within empower women, state politically with men when we have actually denied women for access, control, financial resources, both in the family, in the community, etc. Thank you.
How do we level the spaces? I'm listening to both of you and I'm seeing the challenges. You're speaking about resources. You're speaking about access to campaign resources. You're speaking about prohibitive costs. You're speaking about the gendered power dynamics between men and women and how we can fundraise. All these are obstacles that prevent women from rising to political party leadership and engaging in political decision-making spaces. So how do we levelize these spaces? How do we ensure that we can provide a stable and equitable platform that men and women can engage at the same level, but even more so, because women are still behind, how do we ensure then that we bring them up to the level where men are? I'll throw this to either of you. Who wants to go first? Okay.
Let me just say something. I think for me, we have done a lot of talking about women's economic empowerment. And I think it's time now to stop the talk. The facts are there. We have said it. We have said there are so many handles for women's economic empowerment. And I believe now we have those who matter, those who care. It's a high time now we walk the talk. Supposing, for example, we give specific funds for women who want to fight for political positions. You have already said that the National Assembly positions is about, did you say, I think Caroline said 18 million, and 18 million is on the lower side actually. This might be in some areas, of course it ranges from one region to another. Economic atmosphere of that particular geographical region, but nevertheless, what have we done as a community that matters? When I say a community, I mean the NGOs, government, there's anybody who matters. How much fund, for example, have we ever said? We want to support this number of women to run for MCAs, for example, the rest. How much money? Supposing we all say we want 5 women governors out of the 47. This is the money we are going to generate and put it. Let women compete among themselves. And once we get the best, we say we are going to support A for this gubernatorial position. We are going to fund you. We are going to do this, including the banks and the agencies that be. Unfortunately, women are left alone. And I've said they have very weak networks. How much training have we even undertaken? Because that is also another power. Resources aside, we also need women to have not just economic power, but also empowerment power. They need to be able to speak. They need to be able to undertake campaigns. So we have done, to me, very little, except a lot of talking and a lot of data. Fortunately, we have generated a lot of data. Women are not represented, but I think we are not doing much about economic empowerment for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Grace, and thank you, Samson. And taking it from there, we've kept talking about the need to have a critical mass of women running for office, critical mass of women holding leadership positions. But as she has mentioned, the challenge remains how are we equipping them with the necessary resources? Because it's not an issue of skills. If it's issues of training or generating data, we have done a lot of that. Of course, we still have challenges around the legal and the policy frameworks. For example, the absence of a campaign financing regulatory framework. We know the Act is yet to be operationalized, and we also know, the absence of a two-thirds gender law. But even in the absence of the policy framework, as a community, as a society, what are we doing to encourage more participation of women? And I think this needs to be two-pronged. I've always argued that in a lot of cases, we've perhaps concentrated a lot on the supply side, that we sometimes focus a lot on the sort of candidates or the number of women who need to offer themselves to run. And that is very important because, like I said, if we have few women running, if we have few women on the ballot, then we have less women available to hold those positions. But on the other side, we also need to be having community conversations. Is a voter ready to elect women? And are we ready to deal with the barriers, the socio-cultural, economic, and other patriarchal kind of barriers that still impact the participation of women? Because if we are able to navigate around those, then I think we can offer the women alternative modes of fundraising. If we have strong the women clubs, if you may, the chamas, even if they're not contributing as much money as Grace has mentioned, a big mass of those coming together and providing not just the financial resources, the time, the mobilization makes a lot of difference. How are we supporting women from the day after the elections to prepare for the next elections? Are we creating maybe a savings mechanism, a funding mechanism that supports them? And I say this, women from running, what happens the day after an unsuccessful campaign? And where in a case where you had put your family resources, where you had put your family as collateral, and this you have lost, and you have also lost the home. What safeguards and safeguard mechanisms exist there? There is need for us to support women from the day after elections, whether they're successful or not successful. We need to provide alternative models of fundraising, not just limited to the money, but also the social support in terms of the family support to the family. Does the family understand what just goes into this campaign, and sort of support do we give that? So I think if we provide this alternative options, then we can see more women not getting discouraged by one round of 18 million or 3.1 or 35.5 million, but knowing, yes, this is 35 million or this is 18 million, but I can break down my 18 million through other very many options that don't require 18 actual million in cash.
Carol, if I may just throw a twist to final comments, the ones you've just made now, around public on board. Because we've seen and out that's ongoing, but that we are targeting, we've not to hit them. Who form 72% of the Kenyan population. And you're looking at young women in this process. You're looking at the numbers that are there, that have come out from high school, 2 years, the ones who are in university for the past few years. Make this also an agenda for young women. How do we bring them on board? How do you ensure that they are not only interested in running for office, but they're also interested in how political participation affects their lives, affects their economic ability, affects their ability to earn income?
Thank you, Samson. So in 2020, we did a research. We called the invisible minority. And this was looking at young women between the age of 18 to 24. It was informed by some research that we had done in the past, where we realized that although we speak about youth participation, we speak about this youth participation as though it's a homogeneous group, and forgetting sometimes the different, the intersectionality between the, whether it's the age, whether it's a geographical location, whether it's a demographic within that 18 to 35. And so we wanted to see what are the specific challenges that exist for young women who would wish to participate in politics. And I say specific because when we speak about the cost of politics, for example, for women, some of the women with more experience have probably navigated these processes and found a way of, being able to raise the required resources. And of course, with time, although you are talking about of cost of politics, and women with experience have also been able to generate, higher resources that they can draw on should they wish to run. But when you're a young person, whether you have finished campus and now you want to run for MCA, that sort of resource is not available to you. And yet you may have the need to serve. So I think it's to then, especially from our side as partners, as civil society, and also as development partners, to not look at these women as one homogeneous group, and therefore to develop products that speak to their specific needs. On the issue of the voter, I think the problem speaks more about what is being offered to the young people than what the young people are doing. Because for them to register, they need to have a feeling of what is in it for them. That's my view. And I think we have drawn this blank and generic conclusion that young people are not willing to register as voters. But the question we also need to ask ourselves, how have we kept the promises over the years that we have made to young people? What are the promises that we are making for them this time? And I like talking about the diminishing power of young people, that every election season, the young people become the most important constituent of any politician, of any political class. But this power is lost almost as soon as the people assume office. And later, 5 years later, we want to go back to them and remind them, oh yeah, we are still here. Can you now go back and do that thing that you do every 5 years of registering and voting us in? And then we do as soon as we get to office. So I think there is need to make sure that young people are it's not just talk, but we are making promises that we keep. We are providing them with solutions, whether it's on unemployment and all the socioeconomic challenges that they are facing. We are also including them in the decision-making processes so that they are not just important during this campaigning and election period, but beyond that, what spaces are we providing them with to make their decisions, that touch and pertain to their needs, as opposed to having this top, speaking to them from the top. I hope I have answered you, Samson.
I go to you, Carol. And yes, I think those are critical issues that we need to look at around what are we offering, what can we showcase at the end of a political term. I'm looking at the cost of elections, and the cost of elections is very prohibitive. Party primaries are expensive. Getting a party ticket, in some areas in this country, once you get the party ticket, you are as good as elected. But women are not able to access some of these spaces. And we are speaking about resources that need to go out in printing T-shirts, printing manifestos, printing banners, holding, road shows and so on. And women cannot afford some of these costs. And Prof, you spoke about people mortgaging the family resources and selling land and selling houses and, and then when that happens and I lose, and I'm a woman, I lose a home as well. I lose my husband, I lose my children. So how do we work in this country to ensure that our elections are not as expensive, that I don't have to go break the bank for me to get elected to office. What can we do to make the elections more affordable and more open, even for those who are not financially endowed, those who may not have that deep financial muscle, they are still able. But even if that's the case, then how do we ensure that we provide an equitable platform where everybody can engage from a level playing ground? Prof, if I could run this by you.
Thank you so much, Samson. I'm trying to see, first of all, why do we think we need to get elected? That's the first question. So that would be so dear and so expensive. And I am a teacher. When children are growing up and when we are teaching, there is no child who wants to be a politician when they are young. They want to be pilots, they want to be engineers, they want to be doctors. Those are their role models. And then suddenly, at one point, everybody wants to be a politician. That is why, first of all, the space becomes very, very lucrative. So the first question to change the terrain is, we may have to ask ourselves, why has the career, the political career, became, or how did it become the most expensive, the most luxurious, the most coveted position? Is because of what it entails. Political power in this country is like a ticket, I don't know, to God or to heaven. What comes around with it, and surprisingly, it's not even so much the money. If you look at the salaries for members of the National Assembly, incidentally, they are not even as high as some of the NGOs are giving money, or corporate or other corporates. But there is so much else that goes with it, and I think this is why we need to demystify political participation. We need to equalize a few things, that a member of a National Assembly, a member of the Senate, a member of the MCA, stop being demigods within the community. This is why you have to do everything, including, let me not use it, to get a ticket, to get into that position. So I think we may have to look for structures that change the narratives. And one of these could be how much, I think Carol has said at the end of every election period, we need to ask our readers, what have you done for us? Maybe we need to have measures, stopgap measures for accountability. And I think we don't need to wait for that 5-year cycle. That is where we come back and now, oh, suddenly we are in the period of getting new jobs, political jobs and all that, including that even voter registration. That could be why there is so much apathy about it. Why now? Registration for voter registration should be a continuous process in the country, just like the taking of IDs, so that we demystify it. It's not so forever special. We should hold our leaders even accountable of the kind of money, the kind of power that they are having. I still do not see why it is so powerful to be a member of parliament. It is so powerful. You look even on the roads, how they travel. Everybody has to move away for an MP to pass. I think this is what makes it very, very expensive, very, very lucrative. And I think for me, we have to start dismantling those structures. Maybe I don't have an answer of how, but I think this is where we start. Dismantle, this is a politician. This is a member, even this is the president. There are some areas where presidents and politicians travel in public transport. But in our own country, it is also different. So now, when we look at it from that point of view, it now, the equal ground can no longer be there. I believe today, if I became a politician by tomorrow, and all of you, I confuse you because that's what they do, and you put me into a political position, Professor Ngari ceases to be Professor Ngari. No, I become somebody else where you all have to worship me. And all this. So, Samson, I think, I don't know whether I'm responding to what you're asking, but for me, I think we really need to dismantle this political assumption that even the money itself, you're asking how do we regulate? Sometimes you wonder, when you look at the monies used in the campaigns, how do these people repay it? Let's assume people even go through. And this now generates corruption. You have spent so much money, and therefore you have to recover your money. I told you it involves family property, community property at some times. And that is why it becomes a crisis when you lose it, because you don't have a place to generate that money. You keep on looking for a place. It is a space to generate wealth. It is a space to repay yourself. It is not a space to work. And therefore, many of our politicians put so much pressure on them. We also demand them to work, yet they cannot work. 5 years is not even enough to recover some of the resources that someone uses for elections. It's a big cycle, or it's a vicious cycle of hero worshipping, using money. No wonder majority gets corrupt, because they want to recover all that resources. Thank you.
If I may ask you, if before to Carol, I know you probably have a few comments on this. Prof, you're saying that, what I hear you say, that we get the leaders we deserve as voters. We get the leaders that we deserve. And that when someone gets elected, then it's a ticket to heaven. And if we had Professor Wamue today going into the August House, then suddenly you become Mheshimiwa Grace Wamue, and we all have to bow and bend to you and clear the path to you for you to move. So are you saying that as a people speak about the political class?
A big one, Samson. A big one, and I cannot tell you what is the basis of this problem. Because you see, I've even seen it in social spaces. Social spaces, including church, weddings and all. The minute Mheshimiwa enters, the terrain changes, everybody changes. So women start dancing. You see the kind of problem that we have as a community. Women start allulating. Mheshimiwa Grace has finally arrived, and they will never even keep time for that matter, because they know there will be that space for them even in funerals. Mheshimiwa Grace has finally come. Even if the body is lowered in the grave, it might come out for you to speak and all this. And then we assume that they have answers to every situation that we have. You tell them to address gatherings everywhere and all that. It is a community problem of hero worshipping leaders. I don't know whether this we have inherited from the African context of leaders, or we have borrowed it from a Western culture. I really don't know where we have got this from, but to me, I think it's literally very, very wrong to hero worship these people. Surely Samson, who has to be hero worshipped? I wouldn't also mind to be put there on top, even being physically lifted. Some of us even lift these members. Parliament and wait until a governor arrives and the country comes to us. We have very people in this country, powerful as within other careers. I think my final word is we have to take political participation as a career. And therefore, we start also grooming our young people, just like we train engineers, that we think, do we also train politicians? And by so doing, the space might be available, because it is a matter of who has brains, who has wits, and therefore we should be handling it as any other thing. We don't worship our doctors, yet they are even doing transplants, which very few people can perform. We are even underpaying them. All the brains are there. The country has invested so much money in some of these professionals, but we don't even recognize them. But some of our members, the political class, who may not even have gone to any school to study politics, we start worshiping them. I believe, I say, to change the narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Those are very interesting words that you're saying around changing the way we do things and, moving on to change the perspective. I see the Registrar of Political Parties has joined us. So if you could just wave to us, introduce yourself. You found us on a journey that has begun, but we are glad that you're able to make time for us. So karibu sana. If you can hear me, Anne.
Thank you. Yes, I can. Thank you for seeing all of you. I'm joining shortly because I a lot of interaction.
We are glad to have you, and the business of the day and how sometimes things can get very engaging. So we are glad that you're able to make time. So karibu sana. Carol.
Yeah.
What do you have? Professor had over there. She's raised a number of salient issues that we really need to consider around in our politics, and of course how this affects women. When we are electing Bwana Mkubwa, the big man syndrome, big woman syndrome, where are we? Where is the public in this, and how is this something we need to correct? And if we need to, then how do we correct it?
Okay, thanks. I think where you ask the questions like how do we navigate the high cost of politics in the country, because then talks about the high stakes political processes that we have. And I want to quote, we had a meeting yesterday and one of my colleagues used a quote that I would like to rephrase. And he mentioned something about that money is the engine of party politics. So very little happens without money. And I say this, and I'm happy to see you, Anne, because you probably tell us how the very high number of political then translate to this. So if you think about the journey that has brought us here, when did our politics become very expensive? And we were trying to think of that process yesterday. And we said, if you think about it, during the first president's era, the party was not even a big thing, because it's either you were a civil servant that was elevated to the office. During the era of the second president, then it was a one party. And so your investment in the political processes really just needed to be sure that you could either be seen or recognized, even as the then president was trying to strengthen political party. Come the era of multipartyism, and suddenly we have these very many political parties. I think as of now, the registrar will correct me, at 83 or 84 parties. Money is involved. If you want a ticket on any of those 84 political parties, you have to spend money. There are structures that have to be put in place. So you add that to also elective positions that have become with time very lucrative. I saw a former MP, a tweet from a former MP yesterday that talked about how in the 90s, salary of an MP was about 3,000. And so then a lot of people went into public service to serve. But now politics is also a career, and a very lucrative one at that. And therefore that enhances the stakes. The one, of course, is the winner takes it all mentality and our turn, which then is that people, in this case, citizens and the politicians themselves, are willing to put to make sure that their people get into office. So how do you navigate that? I think number one is what Grace has mentioned. We need to ask ourselves what happened to servant leadership. You chose to serve in public service because it was a calling. I mean, even if not a vocation, but you were driven by the need to serve the country. The second thing around it is to have stringent controls and separation of boundaries that then reduces the amount of resources that are at stake for these positions. The third one, of course, is to holding the leadership accountable so that it doesn't become like, a free ticket to a 5-year where when we do a scorecard, we are not seeing the work that is commensurate with the sort of resources that have gone into holding your position. Back to the citizenry, Grace has talked about a citizenry that, worships or adores, these sort of leaders. And I have to say that it's also more than that when you also think about it from a leader. Citizens make, and this is backed by research that we have done, that citizens also make a lot of demands on these elected officials. And when we looked at the cost of politics, if you see some of the areas, the drivers of politics, gifting, contributions, social welfare, are some of the areas that actually increase this cost of politics. So there's a whole set of, a subset of work that needs to be done to also sensitize citizens on what the role of the elected members is. But on the other hand, if you think about public service delivery, if we elected governors, and they made sure that health is a devolved function, the health facilities are working, the road is working, schools, schools are in good shape, and we put our public resources to the work that they're supposed to do, I want to believe that citizens would be asking for some of these things. We are seeing health now is one-way ticket to poverty. You get someone who is unwell and poverty because so much money goes into health, but it doesn't translate into effective public service delivery. So I want to say that the ball is not just on the citizens' court, it's also in the leadership to ensure that the role that they're elected to do, that they're delivering, the citizens in ensuring that we are putting into office people who meet the sort of threshold that we are seeking. We keep talking about Chapter 6, and yet the sort of people we elect, we then feign shock when we get the same people dipping their hands into kitties and yet put them in office because they had already in the kitty, dishing out during and church harambes and everything else are also coming from this same public kitty. And when we get sick, we say, there's no money for health or there's no money for education. And we can see the challenges that are being faced across all sectors, including the higher education. Yeah. So I think it's not a one size fits all. It's not a one sector sort of solution. It's not a one people sort of solution, but it's a concerted effort between the citizens, the civil society organizations, the elected officials themselves, the accountability bodies themselves, to just make sure that it's our cost of politics is really worth the sort of public service that we get.
This has been a very interesting discussion. I don't know if we have Anne with us. Yeah, this has been a very interesting discussion and on so many issues. And I like the way we've been able to link these sectors. Madam Registrar, I know your office is one very busy office, so I know you are attending to something. We are coming to our close. I just wanted to find out from you, Anne. We are doing nominations in April.
Yeah.
And we are speaking around women. And Carol and Professor Ngari have spoken to us around the way political costs are very prohibitive for women. So with you and the political parties enhance the ability of more women to get nominated. How to whip the parties to also make sure that the women come on board, able to occupy some of these seats? And how do we also bring the public along so that our are not violent, but that women who studies have shown are still behind can also now come back to be on the level playing ground with their male counterparts? What do you think? We have about 3 minutes. A few thoughts from you. Karibu sana.
Okay. Thank you. I think this is an interested conversation. I have not received. Professor was just it. The conversation about women and economic empowerment and politics is a conversation that probably should be put in the center stage of politics. If we are serious as a country about inclusion and specifically also on the issue of allowing equity and also creating a level playing field. So that I don't think there's any other thing that affects women more than a lack of funds in politics. And I heard Carlos say the question of nomination fees itself, starting from the nomination fees and coming to how you package yourself and make yourself available out there to the electorate. Without money, it doesn't become very easy. And we know in this country that women own very little property compared to their male counterpart. Majority of the women are laborers and casual laborers, to say the precise. And then we also have the big debate on woman is filled when you want to say that you want for a seat. So that debate can continue for the longest. But as far as we are not able to empower women economically, put models that over time will empower women economically, even as we look at the question of as far as the patriarchy is concerned, becomes impossible then to say that we can have equal representation of women as envisaged by the Constitution. However, I think one of the especially as towards election this time, the question of nomination and how women then are able to position themselves with or without money. It's how then they are able to get support from the political party that is sponsoring them. The political parties may not have the money, but mobilization of a political party is much easier than mobilizing people alone. As an individual, it becomes a bit difficult when you are alone and you are the one women and mobilizing men and mobilizing everybody as alone. But with the cover of a political party and the publicity that comes with the political party, then it is possible for women then to be publicized along other candidates that will be members of that political party. Currently, 2 political parties are being funded. So the question of funding, even in terms of materials, because it's given under Political Parties Act, is not supposed to go to individuals, but probably in terms of helping, in terms of materials, probably only 2 parties are getting funded. 85 registered political parties currently. The issue is that the reason why we think to us that political parties are important, even when they are many, is because they give options. Because you can assume if you have only 2 or 3 political parties, the options for women participating and try several women so that whoever make it through whichever political party is easier, then becomes a problem. And because it's a constitutional right that we are a multi-party democracy, then the question of any political parties, really, I think it's a positive. It's more positive than it's negative. Because from where I sit, I've had people, but those political parties are serving for purposes of diversity and for purposes of allowing people to have options. For example, you may have 10 good women and we have only 2 political parties, for example. Then it means that the 9 other women cannot be tried out there and cannot be built. A political party as a vehicle to build their own candidate, for not only for now, but even for future. So belonging to a political party then become important for women, and participating in political party processes then become very important for women who really would want to run for any political seat. Because without that, it means then they'll be outside the circle if they are not really participating in the processes of political parties. One of the issues that is important to note is that women themselves must be willing to participate, because I do not think there's anybody who will actually want to really go looking for them. Although we are encouraging political parties to look for them, those who, so that they meet that gender rule in their list. But apart from just a compliance issue, I think it is important for women themselves to consciously get engaged, and women organizations mobilize women to participate in the election, encourage them. As we continue to strengthen to strengthen the part within the party primaries and within the electoral process, the number of women who come on board are very significant. And I want to say that the Amended Act gives some bit of hope. One of the issues that have been a big issue is how probably the party primaries are held. And for the Act now, it's clear that the party primaries can be held either through universal suffrage, which is direct primaries, or indirect. So indirect meaning that people can just be issued certificate directly by the party, and consensus is made around it. They can be interviewed. There are other methods that are less costly for parties. So with those and delegate system and all that, and consensus and looking at electoral college, all those methods are methods now provided in the Act. So looking at all that, it make it for some parties that may not afford, it make it less expensive, so that you can sit and agree which is the strongest woman you want to buy for a particular seat, and allow that woman then to go through the process and participate. So I think the question of then allowing, really making an awakening to women to come out there and join the various political parties. If you go to the website, you can see the 85 political parties that are registered, and then you can choose which one you would want to belong, and then a woman can choose which one he or she may want to belong, and then participate and take the ticket through that party. Various parties have also given their nomination rules. As I come to the head coordinator, they have given their nomination rules. Their nomination rules. They have given their nomination fees out there. Some of them are very little, by the way. Parties that are almost tickets free, as you can see, or they have significantly reduced. This time round, we have division on their nomination fees of parties. So women also need to come out and throw themselves in the circle and there in terms of making sure that the electoral code of conduct and the election political parties code of conduct is then enforced by the various government agencies. I think those are my initial thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, the Registrar of Political Parties, for those thoughts. So I think mine would be to appreciate this discussion. We've had a very rich conversation. So if I could just give Carol 10 seconds. We don't have time, so just 10 seconds, Carol, and then 10 seconds to you, Prof. I know also finding also time, and then we can bring this discussion home.
Thank you, Samson. Mine is to say that for us to speak about women political participation, we shouldn't be looking just at the end goal. We must process, and it begins with the have the resources required that to make sure that should they want to run for in the fourth year, they have those resources. So let's look at the whole intersectionality of the many things, the economy, the social, the cultural, and support the women. And as the registrar has echoed, get more of them on the ballot box, because that's the only way we can increase their participation and their numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. Prof.
Yes, I want to pick from there. It's a process, and it's a process that should involve all of us. We should work together to increase women's political participation, including financing and all that. We also need to demystify political participation, political leadership. I think I will still echo that. And I believe once we all do it together, involve families, involve communities, involve even politicians themselves, be more accountable and put structures that take political processing as a continuous process. To me, finally, political leadership should be a career that somebody is trained for, that somebody works for, that somebody even gets a certificate to participate. And somehow it will demystify all that. Greetings from Anzoni, that's where I am. We are doing the East African Community Women's Economic Empowerment Policy. Thank you.
We'll come to you and the university fraternity on a discussion around whether that can become an academic discourse. I would want to bring this now to a close, and just to appreciate all our panels, Anne Deritu, the Registrar of Political Parties, Caroline Gaita, Executive Director of Mzalendo Trust, and Professor Grace Wamue, who comes from the KU Women's Economic Hub and who's a researcher. So thank you very much for this rich discussion, and thank you very much for having brought all of us together. There are a lot of action points and sound bites that we pick from this conversation, and I know this has enriched the discourse on the nexus between the economy and women's political participation. Asanteni sana, and I wish you a wonderful rest of the week. And thank you very much, audience, as well, for this wonderful engagement. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
When COVID hit, then we realized that then there was an information gap. If you're not in the community and you're not online, then you're not able to get that information. And we saw, of course, we realized in Kenya there are many teenage pregnancies that happened because of COVID. And of course, the only space that we felt that then was safe, within the homes, you find that then a lot of sexual violence happened. And at that time, that's when, for us, we realized that we needed to share information with, the whole community digitally. And it is in that push, after our constituency realizing that we are needed, we started now having the conversations online. If, you know someone who pregnant and needs services, where can you go? If you've known someone has been sexually assaulted, where can you go? And these are the critical issues and information that young women and girls and the whole community needed, and we were able to fill that gap. One last say for this partnership and how it has really, helped our work is the fact that we were able to tap into, a community that people are not talking about, So with the drop-in center being closed for, community like ITGNC, where will they go? Because everyone is converging online and offline. So for us then, partnership with our different stakeholders, especially Jinsi Yangu Network, which is an ITGNC organization, to have the conversation around, okay, if an ITGNC person has been assaulted, where can they go? Where can they seek psychosocial support?
And we of ITGNC to understand what sex person, conforming person, avenues do I have these rights? How do I even understand how myself as a person in the context I live in make it difficult for me to access HIV with regard to violence, with regard to mental health, this is with regard to access to sexual reproductive health.
Wakati corona ilifika Kenya, ilibidi kitu kwanza zile biashara zote walikuwa wanafanya zilisimama. Ikawa sasa hakuna kitu kingine wanaweza fanya. Kwa sababu ya hiyo ikawa miwa chakula kutoka makwao kwa sababu ya serikali ilikuwa imefunga nchi, kuna mahali ya ungeenda. Lakini kama shirika letu la Jinsi Yangu tulikuwa na uwezo ya one ku identify our mind, then kisha wako wanapeana sanitizer kwa sababu si wote wa kununua.
It's challenging finding your place in society, and also we've had like high cases of this community. Our security, a lot home to their parents, present of abuse to bring you back to the box. So of that, also cases of mental health went high, like cases of anxiety, depression, due to lack of better coping, also cases of dependence on alcohol. Because now they were back home, it became very hard for some of them to even now access drop-in centers. But, luckily, Jinsang was there, and we were able, first of all, to provide a safe for people to come.
You know, in this partnership, we were able to document the stories of ITGNC in terms of how were they affected by COVID, how did they manage, and you know, where did they get resources? And for us, having the webinars that we had, the Twitter conversation that we had, the radio program that we had, so what those meant was that then people could actually hear their voices.
As we seek to challenge the discriminatory, exclusionary, social and gender norms that have been entrenched in society and that have been actually amplified even with COVID, or that the laws that we have made, we also need to be very careful to engage the thought leaders and the custodians of some of these social norms.
Wow, interesting panel there with Sam. Now we want to switch gears and go on to a powerful talk, a power talk with Dr. Nyakan Munyeki, co-CEO of Timeless Women of Wonder organization. She is an international, a strategist, strong negotiator, partnerships developer, business process re-engineer, transformational change expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nyakan Munyeki.
Thank you so much. It's good to see all of you. Good day wherever you are. It's a beautiful and powerful day for us. I'm so honored to have an opportunity to give a power talk, because I think power is a good word. You know, I hope that all of us during this couple of days that we are engaging in this Women's Economic Forum, I hope we will leave inspired. And I hope we're not just talking to women, because the matter and subject of women is not just about, you know, a thing that's isolated. I think it's something that the entire spectrum of society needs to be engaged with. Today we're looking at the role of women in social transformation post-COVID. Now, when I'm looking at post, been so magnified more than I think. A lot of people I meet are saying, how do we recover? How do we recover post-COVID? And it's true. I mean, that's something that we need to talk about and look, especially when people look at the various impacts, the health impact. You know, people lost their lives. You know, people were challenged health-wise. People became more conscious of their health, right? But economically, the whole world globally was hit. And there was a grave effect that had a triple, and ripple effect throughout the world, because we are interconnected. And I think during these 2 years and some months where we've been experiencing this global pandemic of COVID-19, we have come to be more aware at how interlinked and interconnected we are as a world. Because people are trading, in continents, between countries and counties. We are working for local, national, continental, international institutions, and the effects, of everything, concerning our livelihoods was affected in one way or another, because we're interconnected. But rather than focus on how do we recover, because recover always puts our minds to be looking at what is in the past, what's gone. How about we look at the opportunities and look at that whole experience as something that has allowed us to look at things anew. I personally felt that 2020 was a global reset, and I chose to look at it from a perspective of all of us being given a new slate, a fresh new canvas to write our stories. And when you're looking at the role of women in actually transforming our country, Kenya, socially and economically, know our audience could be listening to us from even outside of Kenya. See how to look at half full rather than half empty, and to make lemonade out of the lemons, right? I want us to look and see what opportunities have presented themselves, especially economically, that can be able to help us to tackle a lot of our social challenges, health challenges, environmental challenges that we're looking at. I think that we should also not be looking at one aspect of challenge in the absence need to be taken note of and paying attention to, that could actually slip our minds this time, and that could actually have even worse effects on our economics and our social as we move along. And for me, it's an area of environment. Environment. Let us also look at our health. I think all of us, since 2020, whether we were conscious or not, we have clearer awareness and a clearer intentionality around the area of health. And if you look at that, I think it's time to actually look at that and pay more attention. For me, I got to see how fleety, but it wasn't rocking me so much, because I had a time in my life in 2004 when I was challenged health-wise, and I was given almost 5 months to leave, so I began to live intentionally from that time. But I'm sure for a lot of us, the whole situation beyond the economics did actually make us look at life in a whole new way. So I think that social and economic transformation, a lot of people worry about the economics, their money, their livelihood, which is very important. I think let's start in the base. Let's begin to be intentional about taking care of our health. And I think that mental health is something that we should not ignore. A lot of people were going through a lot of mental anguish, anxiety, and trauma, and they had no help, because mental health, especially in this part of the world, Kenya and Africa, are things that people pay attention to, or even things that people are happy to talk about, but it's real. So begin to take care of your life, self-care, activities that mind in a healthy space, because you need your mind to be sane, to move, and you need your overall health. Let's move into preventive health. What's your way of life, of living, before you start to focus so much on your economics? What's your spiritual, life looking like? What is your spiritual posture? How healthy is your spirit? Because when you look at the kind of resilience we need to build, we need to be looking at our internal, environment, because that, when it's stable and strong, they're able to go out and tackle all the things that come at us, right? So our mental health, our spiritual health, the health of our body, I'd like us to just pay attention to those, even as we begin to talk about all these great big things that we need to do. Women can engage in the economic transformation of Kenya. Environment. Like a day when everybody on earth conscious how the environment is looking and what they do to replenish that environment. The mandate that we were given by God, by the way, was to take dominion, okay? Have dominion over every aspect of it. Be able to multiply. So everything that comes into our hands, women, our children, work with, our environment, do we leave them a better environment, in which case, or are we leaving them? Are we the things around? Are we looking at my garden, my road, my environment, the air around me is getting better day by day, or am I a participant in degrading the environment? Because we're going to need it tomorrow. And guess what? If the environment stops to cooperate with us, however many great strategies we have to build wealth will not happen. But now I want us to look at the higher picture, okay? We're talking about the role that women play, okay? I think that women are wired in such a beautiful and unique way that they're already positioned to thrive and to sustain. When you look at the kind of hardship, I've talked to people outside of the continent of Africa, and when they ask me, give us one word that would describe an African woman, just one word. And I think there's so many beautiful words that I have for an African woman. But the one thing that stands out to me, and I'm sure it will stand out to you, is the word resilience. The way women can make things out of nothing. I have seen women whose husbands have died in Africa, in Kenya, our communities, and left with 10 children, 6 children, 5 children. They don't have anything. They don't know where the next plate will come from, the next food. But guess what? Somehow, a way comes. She's able to think of a way. And that's on the most basic. How much more women can we do has been given to us? How much more can we deliver when we are, in an environment that is more conscious than our grandparents in terms of putting things on the table to help empower us? When I think about the efforts that have been made by the government of Kenya, the commitments that they have made to ensure that the subject of women empowerment, and not just women empowerment, women economic empowerment, the kind of efforts that really set Kenya apart. And so I'm surprised at all why Kenya is not at the top of its game as far as women's participation and active participation in the economy. Yes, we could start saying, but the politicians, the legislators have refused to pass the 2/3 gender rule, so we don't have representation, muzzle, and all that stuff. Those could be true, and that's a work in progress. However, what are the things that we have on the table that could be working for us? We have the 30% Public Procurement Act and AGPO there, with side for us to apply. But we see these things as a huge efforts. I think when you think of tendering, I think a lot of us, I'm sure women, you get a headache. Yet men don't even wait. They go and tackle it. They'll find out ahead. Why don't you just go and find out ahead? Take up the opportunity. Take the step. Be bold. Move. So we're saying for the 2/3 gender rule, 2/3 gender law to be passed so that we can participate in our political or leadership. Have you presented your initiative and say, I submit my application? Have you taken that, or are you waiting? Okay. Have you decided? We have, societies that have given room for women to add value, for women to speak, for women to offer value, in economic discussions, decision-making discussions, leadership platforms. But let's not just wait for things to land on our doorsteps. Let's go for it. Let's not be whining and saying, before COVID, there's all these stories of before COVID and during COVID. Let's move forward. I feel like, the slate was cleaned, like I said. You see, pre-COVID, it was clear that there were certain big players in the markets, right? There were certain, for example, supermarkets that were the go-to supermarkets. We used to drive to supermarkets. If you were thinking of putting up a supermarket, you were like, that's a big field to go into. You've got a lot of marketing budget to get behind you so that you can be able to compete. If you're looking at any big platform, it was very hard to penetrate the market. But guess what? During COVID, people stopped caring about brands. They stopped caring about where I'm going. They started to look at solutions and safety. Can you come to my doorstep? Can you deliver to my doorstep? And when the answer is yes, it didn't matter whether it's Carrefour delivering or Nyakan delivering. Can you bring me my soap, my food, my milk, my bread to my doorstep? And that opened up a whole new avenue for innovation and new product offering. What do you have that you can do from where you are? Guess what? COVID, if you look at it as a good thing that happened, because it cleaned the canvas for all of us, then you know that you can become a player that didn't exist before and actually penetrate the market. What do you have in your hand that you can offer? Because the mindset of people, just based on COVID realities, was actually transformed. People stopped being rigid and they became more accepting of solutions and convenience and platforms and new brands. As long as it was meeting the quality and it was meeting convenience. You're looking at the customer's needs. What can you be able to do? Women, and I'm talking about women at all levels. Women, at top leadership positions, women who are sitting in their homes as housewives, women who are asking themselves, what am I going to do to move forward? You have something inside of you that you can actually do. When you look at all the commitments our Kenya government has put forward, all right? We have all these affirmative action funds, the women enterprise funds. Yeah, there's ranges and they keep increasing the limits. It starts from 50,000 Kenya shillings all the way to a few millions. Have you, any of you, sat down in a group of 10 and said, let's go access that money and do something? I am challenging women to make a difference from today. Don't wait for the things to come into your house. Don't be so glued to TV, supporting all the challenges that we still have. But can you take what is on the table? Look, our government has even looked at the challenges that are up, the things that women said are stopping them from being active in the labor market or in the economy. And what have they done? They've even looked at establishing platforms and institutions like the FGM board to fight these harmful cultural practices. It exists. We are having commitments, Kenya at the forefront of member states in the continent, leading on protecting women against gender-based violence and leading on commitments to end gender-based violence by 2026. Now, while the government is putting in place structures and all that, are you going to remain dwelling and complaining about what you have, or are you also going to take your part and begin to uptake? It cannot be for you, solutions and then also expect to be given to you in your bed. Let's make a decision today. This is the Women Economic Forum. We are here to inspire each other, to learn, share ideas from each other, and to move into action. Let's not let all these great ideas that we're getting here, be left here on the table and check boxes and say we met and we had great things and everything. Let us take these ideas, be inspired, and move into action. I look forward to a day that people say, because I was online and I participated at the Women Economic Forum, I learned this, I took this, I did this. And I'm looking forward to the next opportunity to interconnect with people. Look at linkages. We're talking about financial instruments and market linkages, right? This is already a market linkage because just on this forum, there are going to be people, if you dare to chat and talk, can bring visibility to you, or you can bring visibility to yourself through these interactions that we're having over these 2 days, right? When you're looking at the role of market linkages, we need voices of women. Because nobody can create the solution better than the one who leads the solution. Without your voice in the equation, then you're leaving other people to create for you a solution that may not necessarily work for you. Imagine you want a dress and you're telling somebody, just make a dress for me. And they ask you, what color do you want? Or they don't even know what your body shape, your size, what materials work for you, what you're allergic to. And you just trust and say, just make me a dress, I will wear it. Well, then you have to then be okay to wear that dress and stop complaining about the kind of dress that was made. If you really care about a dress being made for you that actually has your input, your taste, your needs taken care of, your requirements as part of the process, then get yourself to the table. A lot of people wait for themselves to be invited to the table. I have news for you. That doesn't really happen. Sometimes you've got to look for where that table is. Sometimes, and a lot of times, you've got to literally find a way to get into that table. Looking for the table is one thing, but finding your way into that table, you have to wait for yourself to be perfect. You don't have to wait to have everything that is needed to be able to get onto that table. As long as you know you have value to add and you're willing to learn along the way, then I think we're in good hands, right? One of the things I learned and that gave me peace and confidence in the things I used to uptake was I said, okay, I need boldness, courage to do this thing. And perhaps I don't have everything that is needed to do that. However, if I carry a humble spirit that says that I do not know everything, I'm willing to learn, then I give myself permission to be in that space, because what I don't know, I'm willing to learn. And I'm willing to learn from others who are in that space. The problem is sometimes we want to purport that we know it all, or we have it all, or we have it all figured out, or that we are fully qualified to do every single thing that thing or that role requires. Guess what? Then you're ever exiting yourself from that role, because there'll never be a time when you can fit in and fill all those boxes and check and say, I have them, I have them, I have them. Just be bold enough, the courage enough, and the humility enough to know that you don't have to know or have everything, and you should be willing to learn. And it shouldn't just be a statement. I actually mean it when I say I am willing to learn. because I'm in a position when I can connect with others on the table. Okay? Because when you get into that table, what value are you offering? Women, always know something inside of you. There is something inside of you that you can offer and give. There's always something this far you have come that you can contribute to your community, to your family, to your society, to your organization, to your institution. Don't second guess, suggest it, promote it, volunteer. When people say, can somebody pray for us? I always look in the room. Nobody even wants to do such a simple thing as prayer. They feel they'll be judged. Who will lead this committee? Most people are looking for somebody else to lead. The first way of getting yourself onto tables and platforms is to give of yourself. Don't always expect to be paid for everything that you're doing. Get yourself into the room. Get yourself onto the platform. Offer. Sometimes you don't have an opportunity to prove what value you have. But when you volunteer and get into spaces, people start to see your value. They start to experience the product. And that's when people are launching a product, they will give samples so that you can taste, you can see, you can put money to it. Let people start to taste your services, to see the value you offer. And just in a matter of time, you will see people will be willing to put money onto your product, onto your service. Okay? So as we are now, getting on with our 2 days conversation, change your perspective, realign your mindset, and now sit on the table again and engage in these conversations in a way that you know that you're not just a receiver, you're not just a murmurer and a whiner, but you're also a contributor of great value. So my hope is that when we meet next, your life will have moved from the level that significant another level before. All the best.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nyakan, for that amazing power talk. I mean, you said be bold, and to be honest, I don't know about you, the audience, but I feel extremely empowered. Let's not keep whining, she says. Let's move. And post-COVID almost sounds like a clean slate. So I'm ready to start over, and I hope you, the audience, is ready to do so if you haven't already. This is a great opportunity to thank our sponsors. I want to start with thanking the Kenya government, Global Affairs Canada, the Canadian High Commission, and partners. We really appreciate you. Yes, Care International, WeHub, Amweek, Digital Oasis, Action Aid, Mzalendo Trust, all our partners, we really appreciate you. KEPSA, CIO Africa, and the On Air Studios for making this event a success. Now, I'd really want to thank you, our audience, for staying with us this far. We'd like to break for lunch, and when we come back, just be ready, geared up for another two amazing panel discussions that we have for you. Amazing speakers. Kick this off again after lunch. Now, don't forget to use Women and Economy KE. Let's hear what you have to say. Let's hear your thoughts. And you've heard from our speakers. It's time for you to really engage with us. We want to see the hashtag moving. We want to see us trending with this hashtag, Women Economy KE. Thank you so much. Let's break for lunch, and then we'll see you after that.
Women participation is very low in my region. Two, first, the culture has not given space for the women to have that space.
The hardest and the toughest in a patriarchal society that has not moved.
The communities are not used to women as leaders. In a lot of traditional communities, leadership was given.
The problems caused by gender bias against women can be easily removed by having more women in leadership, women who are placed to understand and empower the girl child. The Affirmative Actions Policy aims to ensure that women have at least 30% representation in recruitment, promotion, and appointment at all decision-making levels so as to increase female participation and representation. But while the 2010 Constitution 2 champions for this through the 2/3 gender rule, the country has made little headway in securing leadership positions across Kenya. By the year 2015, women held a total of 26.63% of parastatal appointments, while men were far ahead at 73.37%. The 11th National Assembly fell short of the 2/3 gender rule, having a total of 281 male legislators out of a possible 349. Only 68 were women, forming only 19% of the total members of Parliament. Following the 2017 general election, out of 290 elective positions for the National Assembly, only 23 women were elected. The 2/3 gender rule has at least 117 female members to reach the 2/3 gender threshold.
In this 12th Parliament, the way it is, we may only require an extra 39 members to be in the National Assembly, women to be in the National Assembly, and 3 in the Senate to be fully constitutional. And I think the it's the Institute of Economic Affairs that did a very good breakdown of how we can achieve this and how we demystify it to be sounding expensive. The Institute of Economic Affairs had said, I think it was an extra of 58 shillings per Kenyan to break down to show the cost. Because there was a myth of if you bring more women, it will be too many in Parliament, and our proposal was simple. If you look at the county assemblies, Article 177 of the Constitution is very clear in the constitution of the county assembly. So county assemblies are actually very well constitutional. And our argument was lift Article 177 to come to Article, I think, 94 to be able to deal with the balance in the National Assembly. That we get to elect, and if we have less women, we can nominate them to top up to get to not more than two-thirds, as is required by the Constitution.
The 2013-2017 Senate comprised of 47 male elected senators, 1 nominated male senator, and 28 nominated female senators. No one was elected as governor. Today's Senate has only 3 women elected out of 47. This is a far cry from the ideal scenario that affirmative action promises.
We have managed to get 3 senators who are women. Last Parliament, we had 0 senator elected, we had 0 governor elected, and this 12th Parliament is a testimony that whatever happened in the 11th Parliament, when we had the first county MP sitting in Parliament, when we had the first nominated in the Senate to deal with the 2/3 gender balance, is working. And I can assure you, it can only get. And we have continually encouraged the women. Now, Parliament, 37 didn't make it back to Parliament. Is that serious? It was an avalanche, and the turnover in Parliament is very high. It's like 70%. So we must look at very simple cases like one for women reps who vied in the single-member constituencies, for nominated like some of us who identified constituency and ran, those who identified Senate and ran. People, when I started running for MP Gilgil, came to even my house. I had delegations to tell me to run for women rep position, that it is automatic to get it because it is women's seat. And I said no, because either way, that seat will be occupied by a woman. I have gotten 5 years head start. I've gotten an access to government
have gotten an access to some resources, because it's never easy to mount a campaign. We must encourage those who have gotten that affirmative action seats to actually identify a constituency and run. And I can assure you, we will be able to increase the numbers slowly but surely.
Get set, go!
So how come women have over the past decade been unable to achieve these things? From birth, many girls are socialized to believe their male counterparts have more to bring to the table, with many prioritizing the boys' education and future over the girls. Many are born into communities that have for centuries such attitudes towards the female child.
In lower classes, we have many girls than boys, from class 1 up to class 4. But when it comes to class 5 up to class 8, the enrollment of girls go down. They drop out because of poverty and because of their parents not getting their basic needs like sanitary towels. So when they reach the monthly periods, most of the children, because their pads, they stay at home. Some of our parents, because of their culture, they are still circumcising their girls. So when they circumcise into early pregnancies, and this is what will make the children to get out of school. Because when now they are pregnant, their fathers and mothers sit down. Now they are out of school. Will plan get rid of this child. They'll sell this child to another man. Even if the man is older or young, get the child married off to the community.
Practices such as these slash women's education and financial prospects at an early age, play a huge role in potential.
School, because so they will choose to stay home for the days that they are attending to their periods, which also disadvantage the child girl.
Women in leadership in local communities could be key to keeping young girls from resorting to such desperate measures to stay in school. It took Sophia Abdi 20 years to realize her ambitions of Ijara constituency in Garissa County. In 1997, she was denied a certificate by her party, KANU. Even though she had won in the primaries, she still vied in the same year with the Ford Asili ticket.
I won the nomination. I came to KACC to pick my, and it was a shock. The whole group went to His Excellency the President. He told him it is taboo, it is against Islam, it is against our culture, and we are in danger, Your Excellency, the President. If you allow Sophia to continue, yes, she has won, but we cannot. So His Excellency the President cancelled my nomination, the 11th hour.
But she was relentless. She would play a key role in constitutional amendments that would champion for affirmative action. She served in different capacities and committees as a nominated legislator. But in 2017, she would then thrust herself into elective politics, stamping her authority and winning her people's confidence.
2017, I never gave up. They told me, you are tired, you are exhausted, and you are out for 5 years, you didn't have a job. I told them, job is not. I'm passionate of changing the status quo. I want to give a different kind of leadership to the people of Ijara, and in particularly the North of Kenya.
But while it is representation and making level key to solving gender discrimination, getting to such positions is an easy task. Vying for elective positions to contend with gender-based and intimidation competitors and their supporters. For Millie Odhiambo, MP from Bitter, the 2017 campaign was the most costly.
Some of the challenges I experienced at the last election was that for the first time, a person in my campaign team was killed. My security was killed by one of my opponents. They literally chased him off the road and knocked him and killed him off the road. And secondly, they burned my home, which to me really is not the big deal. It was nothing important as human life, for instance. And for me, it's not a big deal because God can give me the opportunity and I will make again, or I can get property again.
Candidate had been raped when she vied for parliament. And in 2007, there is another female candidate who was stripped naked and was beaten, and even her arm was broken. So I was getting into politics knowing and having some little expectation. But the basic experience is that there is quite a bit of violence. And at some point, there was a lockdown. I was locked up in a certain center, and I had over 300 youth who were pelting stones at me and my team. Unfortunately, that day I went with a very small team. I was not proactive to see it coming because I was cheated that the ground was okay. So I bought into that and I went, and I had to be literally evacuated by police officers.
Women also lack funds to run campaigns.
Resources is one thing that actually affects women very much. If women have resources, politics is not difficult because we have a culture that has been there since handout issues. People anticipate a lot from politicians. So it's not limited to the women. They equally see women as people who are supposed to give out like their counterparts, men.
They are not blessed in terms of financial capacity. So that is a major hindrance to political participation.
Women also experience propaganda and personal attacks, especially in the era of the internet.
The attacks on women and the challenges that we get as candidates or political players is that, first of all, your attack is neck down. You are hardly ever attacked on your intellect. You are attacked on who is the father of your children. Your children are paraded. Who did you give birth with? Who did you sleep with? Sex kind of campaigns. We must deal with that. It doesn't matter if you're single. It does not matter if you're married or divorced. God forbid. You will get the same kind of attacks. If you're single, they will say you cannot run a home. If you're married, they will say they don't even like your husband. And I can assure you, all women in politics are a scandal waiting to happen. So I always say, the women in politics must stand with each other. It does not matter if you're in NASA. I cannot be the one to throw the stone because men have gotten away with it.
Remembers what it was like campaigning for herself for the first time in 2000. This was barely had campaigned for in office.
Difference immediately, it was my time. Because the story, they want to talk about dressing, they wanted to talk about, it is the same election, they wanted to talk about, seen with me, many challenges. In fact, there are people who worked very closely with my husband, who I worked with to campaign. They went the other side. Now to start talking about me. And you know, people would believe them because they have seen them with my husband.
She has reclaimed her seat after 10 years since the election of 2007.
I'm happy we are coming out of it. We can see areas that would never have dreamt of a woman being elected. So the country is getting out of there. And because women work hard, I hope eventually people will see women as leaders and as workers and managers, as opposed to demeaning them or to put them to kitchen and look after babies. There's a lot of advocacy that need to be told to the electorate. Because some women just get into it and fear, because sometimes it turns ugly. There's kidnapping in some places. There is physical fighting. And of course the insult. And lately there is a new animal called social media. That one, they'll open a wall just to fix you.
Njoro constituency Member of Parliament Charity Gadhambi Chepkwony's journey to leadership started 10 years ago.
I tried the one-day URP ticket for the same position, but during the general elections, it was so intimidating. There was so much bribery. There was a lot of chaos in 2013. I could not make it, but that one did not put me off from my. In 2013, I went back to the community, that is Njoro constituency. I continued with my normal works for youth empowerment, women empowerment, championing education and environmental conservations. And in 2017, it reached a time when Njoro people started pushing me that Charity resign from your position as a national director, board member Kenya Literature Bureau, that we want to use you as a member of parliament. Actually, I thought, because I had fear of the previous in 2013 of the intimidations, the propaganda, I made a decision. I said, let me try once again, and I went back to the Jubilee. I got focused, and I went to the ground. It was not very simple. It was the hardest in Njoro. Because of that, and to have a lot of mercy on me. Continued, I won the nominations for Jubilee, which surprised the majority undermined me. But I thank God for Njoro people. They understood my concept, they understood my direction I wanted to take to them, and they voted for me on 8th. And I thank God that through the tough campaigns, I realized though women we pass through hell, it is good we get focused, we encourage ourselves, and we should not expect that campaigns are good.
A society with disenfranchised women is a broken society that lags behind. Women and girls make up 52% of Kenya's population. A lack of representation on issues that directly affect them has a great bearing on every sector of nation building. Women nurture and raise families and remain directly responsible for development from the home.
We must look at every law that comes to Parliament with a gender lens. When the budget is being done, we need to know how much is going to education, because who are the nurturers? They are the women. How much is going to sanitary towels? Because who are the girls who need, it is girls who need the sanitary towels. We want to know how much is going to reproductive health. How much is going to fight gender-based violence? How much is going to fight FGM? All those issues will come with the money. Otherwise, we will have just empty policies and have empty promises, empty laws that are not implementable. And for me, that is how I look at lawmaking function in Parliament. This Parliament will be able to look and scrutinize. When we talk health, that is very critical to women. We are the ones with the children. We are the ones who will take them to hospital. When we see allocation of mobile clinics, we want to know how many graded to be able to be serious medical facilities. All these things have to go hand in hand. And I say that because I came to Parliament with a 2-year-old baby in 2013. I have given birth to another in the same. And I can tell you, even when I came to Parliament, there were not even breastfeeding areas in Parliament. I'm the one who introduced them even to the Parliamentary Service Commission because I was experiencing it. And that way, we were able to discuss that and take it up and have the same included in the Health Act. What to do is to push for the implementation.
The schools that are in my constituency before CDF, I'm the one who built those schools, water points and food security. And that's where we started some small irrigation programs, and I did of women empowerment program in terms of giving grants, training them, giving them exposure. So I've done a lot before I came. Now they expect more than what I did for them before I became an elected member of Parliament. my biggest challenge now is the community are facing is water. So I'm trying all the resources from the body of water.
A career like any other. It's a serious servanthood. It is a serious voice to change many people's lives. God, I was given that opportunity by Joro people. I have moved in every ministry, writing letters, the ministers and the PSs to know the constituency, which did not have roads, which has no water, which women and youths are. Now those are the issues of the electricity. I thank God where I've reached. Right now there are roads going on in my place. Right now I have street lights in all my 6 wards.
Women are also intuitive and proven to have unmatched track records in development, lobbying and advocacy.
To serve the community at a position of influence. I come as a lecturer and I want to see somebody concerning water in the village. There is bureaucracy. But when I come representing a particular group of people, given, like, for example, a constituency, I'm hard. I really have to. If we do proposals, they should be fast-tracked so that we yield the results fast. But literally, my constituency, women are crying over water. There is no.
Moving forward, the clamor for affirmative action and more representation for women by right and not just favor continues. Between now and the next election, a stronger formation of women has to emerge if the goal must be attained.
There should be mutual coordination between the elected and the women to make it, because it's not, we no longer have competition. Nobody is vying, nobody is going for any political seat. So therefore, development and mutual agreement, and we need to and mentor each other to that level, because we need additional people, members of parliament, women. We need additional members of county assemblies who will be women, basically MCAs. We need more MCAs elect. We need more member of parliament elect.
And how will more young girls be convinced to vie for elected posts? The battle first begins in the mind.
Come and vie. It's not a big deal. Don't come to fight men. Don't come to fight a fellow woman. If you have a vision and you feel called, because generally politics is a calling. There is nothing much you get from politics. People think you get power. It's a position of service.
Anytime they see a woman offering themselves for electoral office, they should just try that person. Because women are serious. They never leave anything on the way. They don't drop the ball. They go all the way.
Challenges will always be there, but it will on our attitudes on how we change the challenges into opportunities. And that is what I will add the young people. Take up leadership.
What I think in terms of a study, and it showed that every woman who tried to run for a position had a 50% being elected, doing nothing, just by running. So the biggest challenge is to actually get women out to seek for positions.
Find ways of being visible. Be involved in your local community. Be involved in, church functions. Be involved in fundraisers. For funerals and all that.
It is not a dirty game the way people have been cheating us. It is people who are looking for the positions who are dirty. And when you meet dirty people are using dirty language, it is them who are dirty. But political leadership is a career like any other.
As a young lawyer active in the Law Society of Kenya, and which time, together with a few religious voices, was sort of like the unofficial opposition, because these were days of pushback on democratic rights, people with a culture of fear, willing to speak out. So I was, and we started of the time. Society was in bed with government, we would not be able to point out where the issues were not right, where it was going well. So the agitation within the Law Society spilled over to agitation for enlarged democratic country. Therefore, we sort of plunged into national politics. So by the time Saba came, we were of the group that planning the Saba meeting, and there were quite a number of women involved, not just lawyers, but also women politicians like the late and many. And within the women lawyers, we were several very active women lawyers. Judge Martha Koome, I remember names like Beatrice Nduta, I remember names like Lillian Wanjera, and many others. I'm really mentioning those who were really on the front line. And what we were fighting for is the right to assemble, the right to freely express oneself, and all the other fundamental human rights that are in the Constitution. There was violation of human rights by the KANU regime at that time. So all those things, and mismanagement, economic rights, so economic and social rights. There was mismanagement of the economy leading to deterioration of services, and there was discontent everywhere in the country. Self-liberation, I won't say it started during Saba, because there was push for reform even before then. Even within a one-party state, there were still courageous members of parliament agitating, being punished. Saba gave momentum to the second liberation, and when the second liberation, in earnest.
I was also a young lawyer then, and the Law Society was involved in drama for constitutional review and democratization and independence of institutions, especially the independence of and the independence of the judiciary. So as a young member of the Law Society, I attended their annual general meeting. I think it was 1989. And there was a huge dispute over how the elections of the president of the Law Society was conducted. And there were two candidates. One was favored by the KANU government, and one minded. Paul Mwite, he was speaking against the impunity, the generally that was happening at the time. So when the members questioned the government and interfered, because that particular time, I remember publicly saying elections of the Law Society were conducted in a free and fair manner. And for me, actually, I had voted for the other candidate because he's the one who had asked me to vote for him, or his agents. And elections were actually conducted in a manner because we used to receive a ballot paper in the post, and then you just vote. But this particular time, people came to the lawyer chambers to ask them to vote. And I voted without thinking anything. But when we went to the general meeting, my candidate decided that he conducted the elections in another form other than through the post. And I was one of those who voted for him in the chambers. So from there, I joined the movement that was asking for him as the president of the Law Society. And we started requisitioning for a special general meeting to remove him. We never managed because we went for a meeting and we hire a room, and the room will just be surrounded by the police, and they make sure that we can't hold even the meeting of the society. So at that particular time, I was disturbed that KANU closing in all the institutions. And working with maendeleo ya wanawake, so they had ceased to be the biggest women independent women organization. Maendeleo ya wanawake, it had become KANU maendeleo ya wanawake. He had with and he was trying to work with the church, National Council churches in Kenya. And so was the Catholic Church also. The Catholic Assembly was also resisting. And he was now in control over the judiciary because he appoints judges and magistrates, and therefore was controlling the judiciary. He had taken the Law Society because now you hear the president of the Law Society is working with KANU. So the way I joined the movement myself was because I was disturbed that KANU was closing in to take over all the independent institutions, including the bar and the bench, as we call it, the judiciary. I was a practicing lawyer. I was a young lawyer, but I was concerned that I have nowhere to practice. If KANU takes over every institution, we all become KANU. I wasn't a member of KANU and I didn't like KANU, so I wanted independence of institutions where I worked.
I was at the Nairobi University since 1987 to 1990. And during my constitutional lawmaking process class, we learned of how Section 2A was for democracy for this country. And when the Sabasaba happened, people agitating for the change and lifting out of that article. I had just left the university. And at that particular moment, I did not participate actively, but sat back and admired that was going to see Kenya open its democratic space. Although at that time I did myself a politician, we were actually for the repeal expanded democratic rights as lawyers and as citizens. When my activism, it was just within the Law Society. It's within the socio-economic and political context of the day. And I realized that politics does affect the environment in which you work, whether as a professional, as a business person, as a citizen. It affects your very existence. And therefore, we got active. I chose to get active. Recalling that there was restriction in terms of women participation in leadership, we got multi-party democracy.
And what comes into our minds is that the space now is open for both men and women to participate. And when you look at the agitation that happened, the Fungamano House, for example, we had women there. And the women agenda remained actively as one of the issues that we needed corrected. And so the opening of that space, what it did is it allowed women to come in and form political parties. Remember, we had a party by Honorable Charity Ngilu early in those years. And if we did not allow the many parties, of course, once you got expelled from the ruling party, KANU, you had no recourse. And we know we have many leaders, good leaders, who went aside of what KANU thought they should be and remained partyless. And once you were partyless, then you would never find your foot into the political leadership of this country. So for me, I think the opening of the space for both men and women and giving women a platform, and women like Charity Ngilu, who really they can create a political party, also creating a very strong political appeal of gave both men of this country to participate in the political leadership of this country.
Well, personally, I wasn't in the initial Sabasaba because I was still a student myself, and I was in college, and I wasn't around. But of course, we knew that there was an agitation going on back home for the expansion of democratic space and for a return to multi-party politics. So that's what I knew about it, and it was a very disruptive period.
I was had just cleared school, and I was with my cousin who was already at the law school, and she told me there's Sabasaba going on. Do you want to come? Let's go and see what's going on at Sabasaba. And I was like, okay, what is it about? And she was like, this is about democracy. It's about human rights. And I was like, okay, fine, let's go see, because I've always been curious in life. And I was like, if it is something to do with human rights, justice, democracy, why not? Let me go see these people. And there were household names like Paul Mwite, James Orengo, so it was going to be interesting for me to see them live. Raila Odinga had not seen those guys live, so good thing for me, and we went. And just before Paul Mwite would even finish, he was saying there were guns for them. That was an experience. It was the first experience of being tear gassed and an experience of cheating death. I'd never been into a space where there are gunshots. And that really scared me, and I really ran for my life. And that was the first time I found myself in a dark room in Shaurimoyo. That's when I realized that there's a place called Shaurimoyo. And of course we hid there, and there was some calm after a while, and then we ran back home. And I think that is the beginning of me start to relate with rights. And I was like, surely, how could I have been tear gassed by the government? We were only going to see, I was only going to see and hear what is human rights, what is justice, what is democracy. And here I was tear gassed and scared to death, and I cheated death. So for me, I was like, I need to pursue this thing. I need to know further. What is this? What is this Sabasaba? What is it that I need to do as a citizen?
When you look at the narrative of Kenya's struggle, not just Sabasaba, the freedom struggle, formation of our state, the nation, makers of the nation, builders of the nation, it's a very male-centered narrative. Women, you have to look for the women to actually read more about their contribution. However, we know that there were women involved. People like Martha Karua, people like Charity Ngilu, people like Phoebe Asio, Grace Onyango. These are women that we got to know about. Rose Waruhio. When we were growing up, they were women. They were in parliament. Niva Mwendwa, with Professor Julia Ojamgat Mutai, with great fascination, because she was a member of parliament at a time when the state was so repressive. And she really bore the brunt of agitating for the rights of her people, the people she was representing, but also daring to come up against the president. We remember when Wangari Maathai dared to announce, or really dared to take on the state with regards to the environment, and the president would actually stand on a podium and talk about that kamwanamke, very derogatory language directed towards women. And there was just an air of leadership and politics, a very masculine domain, but there were women in that sphere. But we never got to hear about them. We still don't get to hear about them. We still have to keep insisting, even today, that women's stories must be told alongside male colleagues. And I think it has contributed significantly to this perception that women are coming to reap where they have not sown. The story in Kenya cannot be told properly without telling the women's contribution.
The patriarchal nature of our society did not allow women to actively take part in politics. Remember, we had maendeleo ya wanawake. In those early years, remember, there were restrictions on even formulation of civil society organization. And for those of us who maendeleo was an affiliate of KANU. And sometimes the history is said that it was the women youth of the KANU regime. And clearly so, because it is like all women then were to join maendeleo ya wanawake, which was a platform then to make their voice heard. But at that particular time, we had women like Martha. We had a judge now who worked very closely with Martha Karua. We had women like Professor Kabira, who clearly pushed the agenda using the pen. And using the pen is that being at the university, Marian Zomo has written quite a lot on the history of democracy of Kenya and women's participation. So clearly we had women who, if space, they would have led the process. But because of patriarchy, they had to air their views within the large space that did not quite allow them space to speak.
Those readers who went to Kamukonji for the Sabasaba, the late Jaramogi, Moriro, Jeff Zamara, Omaris, all those guys who are the readers of the Sabasaba, including, of course, Matiba, used to meet in lawyers' offices because it was very difficult to meet any other place. You organized to meet in a hotel, police will be there to raid the place. Just enter. We privileges as lawyers to attend clients. So the fact I was working with Shamara is where they used to meet and strategize and plan. And I was at the side, Martha Karua, who was then my mentor. We would really support this team by drafting those statements issued to ask for cases like be arrested for meeting and you assembly, you'll be detained without trial. So we used to learn a lot in the prisons committee to take instructions from those clients, file applications of habeas corpus. Some of them have been arrested and they cannot be found where they are. So we did a lot of learning around to support that team at Kamukonji.
we were able to deliver legislation that was self-propelling, that had timelines, strict timelines, and what happens after each milestone was achieved. It did not allow for any one state to delay the moving forward of the constitutional reform. It was designed in a way that within a year, we really mastered the conclusion. And it did happen. And credit goes not to me as minister, but to the team holders who joined us in creating that legislation, and to the parliament that passed it. Yeah.
We got so much in this constitution, and that's that we got, some of us still don't even know the constitution for them. Most women, and mostly women in the rural areas, they don't know how the constitution protects them. When you look at issues of land, if you look at issues of women and land rights, this constitution really protects the women. Many women don't know that they have equal rights to own land. Women still don't know that they can confer citizenship to children. Women don't know that this constitution allows them to occupy leadership spaces up to the presidency level. There are still women who believe that the presidency is actually for one gender, it's for the male gender. No, it's not. So we are yet to benefit from this constitution. It gave us 30% representation in the democratic spaces and leadership spaces. I think we need to achieve that and move to 50-50 equal representation of leadership for both male and female. So women need to, they have protected the constitution, because we are yet to enjoy what is in this constitution.
So when we look at things like the BBI, where already from the get-go, women are not presented in terms of their adequate numbers. The is more about tribal arrangements, and we know that tribes are essentially patriarchal outfits, and so they're not going to galvanize themselves around women. So that, of course, is a red flag for us, because we know that you can't start talking about implementing a constitution that, amending a constitution that you haven't even fully implemented. And we must remember that the Constitution of 2010, it's a consensus document. We all agreed as Kenyans, and we agreed this is how we want to be governed. The BBI agreement between individuals, right? And they can't really tell us who is coming up with this idea of, the expanded executive to accommodate tribes. Who is saying this? Who is coming up with it? Is it women? Are women really saying this? Remember, women are half of the population, over half of the population. Who is saying this? Let them tell us. Much of the information that is in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, there's actually archives. You can actually go and see citizens who spoke and said, this is what we wanted. They went around the country. They got views. So I think that we need to be vigilant, particularly as women, because the Constitution of Kenya 2010 takes care of us, and they have not implemented it fully. So as women, anything that is coming to tell us we are amending without giving you the rights that are duly yours, I think we should be cautious.
In my view, the amendment of the Constitution, I would say, because we haven't implemented what we require to do. But say the political process, I'll give you my fears. My fears is that the agenda has never had quite support from the political leadership in this country. And political leadership, I mean all the political parties. Because when I was at the Gender Commission, I had met all the political parties. The Jubilee Party, the CORD parties, and everyone promised, oh, we'll do it. Including the day when we brought the motion to amend the section 97 and 98 of the Constitution to meet the two-thirds. We even asked the Honorable Right Prime Minister to come and sit in the gallery, because he had said he was going to whip his members to support. But we didn't meet the numbers. My genuine fear, my genuine fear is, if we open up the constitution now, we will lose the gender agenda. My advice to the government would be, let's implement the 2010 constitution.
We must be very clear that today's push to amend a constitution we have not implemented does not originate from Wanjiku. It originates from the ruling elite, the leadership. It's a product of the handshake between the president and the former prime minister. And even the team that is now making proposals to amend the constitution is not that has been put together by all shades of opinion in Kenya. It's a team representing the opinions of leaders. It's not an inclusive process. And it is being pushed down our throats at a time the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, with a broken health system where we are unable to cater even for the day-to-day ailments that afflict our people. At a time most families cannot put food on their table. At a time we are seeing a crackdown on the freedom of expression, on democratic rights. At a time there is an assault on human rights, especially of the poor and marginalized. At a time we have not achieved our socio-economic rights as provided for in Article 43 of the Constitution. This is the time we are being told that we need to amend the Constitution to accommodate the leaders. Presidency, the runner-up. This is something that has not been discussed by Kenyans. It would, if Kenyans were to accept amendments for their interest, executive or by the rule, when things that concern them and are close to them, basic needs, have not been implemented in the Constitution. We really must find our voice. When the Constitution grants us as many safeguards as today's Bill of Rights, we must do it again. We must say no to bulldozed reforms.
This has been a betrayal of women, okay? Because the first administration elected under the new constitution is the Jubilee administration, so the first and second term. In the first term, if you read the manifesto, one of the commitments that President Uhuru Kenyatta made in his manifesto was that women were tired of empty promises and that the Jubilee administration would ensure that the two-thirds gender principle was implemented. In their manifesto, they even had a formula for the implementation of two-thirds. He never followed. By 2017, he wasn't even making promises to women anymore. He didn't make any promises to me, because what can you promise them when you have failed? And we have been failed by the executive. We have been failed by Parliament. The judiciary has continued affirmed and reaffirmed, but we have seen how court orders are disobeyed. And so it is us as citizens. One of the things that we must appreciate that Sabasaba did was to bring about that renewed sense of citizen activism, and the Constitution affirms that the sovereign power belongs to the people. Through the Constitution review process and the struggle for the expanded democratic space and civic space, we have got to know and to understand more and more about the Constitution. And one of the things that citizens must remember is that eternal vigilance is the price that we pay. The Constitution states that every citizen has a right to defend and uphold the Constitution. And that means that we are all called to be active citizens. So, because activism is something that is frowned upon, if it was not for the activism of the Saba, those people during the Saba Saba movement, if it was not for their activism, we would not have the expanded space that we enjoyed then and is now being threatened, because we are seeing a shrinking of that civic space. We're seeing a return to authoritarianism. We're seeing a lack of tolerance for alternative views. So what do? It means that as we must play our rightful role, understanding that the power belongs to the people and we donate it to the leadership. And when the leadership is not doing what is required of them, then as citizens we must hold account, but we must raise our voices and we must do everything that we can to ensure that space does not close once again, but also to make sure that we are able to enjoy the rights that are guaranteed to us constitutionally. Because remember, the Bill of Rights opening statement is that these are not rights given to us by the state. It doesn't give us our human rights. Our human rights belong to us. They are given to us by our Creator. These rights inherently, and the state commits to ensuring that we enjoy those rights to the fullest extent possible. So when the government, when the state is seeking to constrain our rights as given to us by our Creator, we must resist. We must ensure that that space doesn't close up, not just for us, but for posterity. Because what will we say if tomorrow this space closes up and then our children have to grow up in restricted spaces, spaces where you do not have the freedom of expression, freedom of thought, freedom of conscience, freedom to think differently from somebody else, looking over your shoulder all the time. That's where we came from, and we must never go back there. So we have a responsibility, and it is a very serious responsibility that we should take as citizens.
My parting shot to Kenyans, to you and me. After all, the Constitution says in Article 3 that every one of us, each one of us, has a duty to uphold and defend the Constitution. We must defend the Constitution from cannibalization.
And so today we're going to be listening to women who are carrying voices of women in grassroots levels who are working tirelessly and hard with the support of Action Aid organizations to put economic power in their hands. And once we can use the evidence to show that this is what scales economies and scales communities, then we can translate that into implementing policies that work for all of us. And so I'm really happy and passionate to be in a room with people who are the same purpose. And I'm hoping that after this, the authorities and leaders that be speak to saying we have no choice but to implement these policies. We've been talking a lot, now it's time to act.
Advocacy efforts in Kenya have struggled basically because of lack of a united, cohesive, coordinated course to action, but also because of lack of clear on what works when it comes to women economic empowerment. Today, this coalition that we are launching, the National Women Economic Empowerment Advocacy Coalition, is here to fix this.
The connection between researchers, implementers, advocates, and policy is circular. That means that research informs programming, which provides evidence for what works for advocates, and advocates use that knowledge to shape responsive and transformative policies. Then those policies can inspire a new cycle of research, programs, and advocacy. For that reason, then, it is critical for each of these pieces to have clear paths to one another and not exist in a vacuum. Hence, our congratulations to Action Aid for bringing us together.
The university is no longer an ivory tower. The university has come to the grassroots. This is the time we want to link up with everyone, starting from the top, because you think we are very much at the top. We have also realized how inadequate we are without you, the practitioners, the advocates, the policymakers, implementers, the media, etc.
We
advocacy coalition, which is now being launched by ActionAid, brings us closer to the goal of gender equality, envisioned in the Generation Equality Forum, which this year launched our 5-year action journey to achieve irreversible progress towards gender inequality.
Across our country today, it's made by women in the space of women economic empowerment. We have seen women come together to pool resources to enhance their standards of living. See women rise and become chief executive officers of blue chip companies. We've also seen women lead organizations, including our very own ActionAid, where we have our executive.
ActionAid, it's about their communities, about the young women. It's about the survivors of violence. It's about Wanjiku, it's about Anyango, it's about Chemtai, it's about Robi, it's about Nanjala, that woman that you can put a name to when you see her.
Changamoto zile ambazo tunapitia kama wamama wa mashinani, zia ya kwanza ikiwa ni suala la mabadiliko ya hali ya anga ambayo imeweza kuleta mito kukauka na maji kuenda chini, adhiri ile hali ya wale wako kwa biashara ya mifugo, inaadhiri vile vile wale wako katika kilimo.
Pia imechangia hata wamama katika uongozi hawana time, wanagandamizwa na wanaume. Hata saa zingine unaweza kuona mwanamke anachukuliwa na bwana, wanaenda kupiga kuru, badala apigie mama mwenzake anaambiwa piga upande kwa sababu ya ule uo.
The balancing and the tipping point is we come together as partners. The community, of course, being in the forefront, having organizations, civil society organizations, having the government, county and national. For me, this then is the basis, because everyone will be pulling from where they are responsible and will be able to shift power in the different ways.
May one ask this to the men? Like I began at home, in your family, in your house, do your wife make decisions?
Gender inequality is with that, and this is the root of many of the issues that we are facing as a country. Women economic empowerment is one strategy to inequality, and the women are asking for equality. They are asking for opportunities. They are asking for us to walk the talk.
Allow me now to take this and say the following from my CS of the Zamara. The Ministry of Gender and Public Service appreciates and welcomes the tremendous work being undertaken by ActionAid International Kenya on women economic empowerment initiatives. The government's commitment to protect the welfare of women and other vulnerable groups is in the Constitution, close discrimination on any ground. Women economic empowerment at the center of the Kenya's government development agenda. The desire of ActionAid to launch advocacy coalition on women economic empowerment is within the global and national goals of harmonizing gender development programs to avoid resources wasted and targeting beneficiaries.
So it's our belief that today, as we launch the National Advocacy Coalition, conviction amongst members, but more so, there will be power that will shift to the women whom we will be empowering economically.
On behalf of the National Advocacy Coalition members, thank you very much for taking this journey with us as we work to Kenya and the Africa we want for our women. Thank you very much.
Being in this room with people who are so passionate about ensuring access to economic empowerment for women that is something to celebrate in and of itself, because it means you want that progress to happen. I hope we all have a collective call to action from today, from the women, from the speakers and the panelists. Let's not go home and say we ate cake and it was great. Let's go home and what are we doing to generate action. We want to thrive and thrive economically in our hands. So let's find whichever way that
better education means more women work. But many countries are facing the double challenge.
Welcome back. I hope your break was lovely and ready to continue with another yet interesting session of empowering women. With the Women International Day coming up, I just felt, wanting to continue with this spirit of inspiring women. And who best to get words from than Maya Angelou? Here is a poem that will empower you, continue to empower you. Yeah, enjoy. Pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model size, but when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say, it's in the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curl of my lips. I am a woman, phenomenal woman, that's me. I walk into a room just as cool as you please. And to a man, the fellows stand or fall down on their knees. Then they swarm around me, a hive of honeybees. I say, it's the fire in my eyes. It's the flash of my teeth. It's the swing in my waist and the joy in my feet. I am a woman, phenomenal woman, that's me. Men themselves have wondered what they see in me. They try so much, but they can't touch my inner mystery. When I try to show them, they say they still can't see. I say, it's in the arch of my back, the sun of my smile, the ride of my breast, the grace of my style. I am a woman, phenomenally. Phenomenal woman, that's me. Now you understand just why my head's not bowed. I don't shout or jump about or have to talk real loud. When you see me passing, it ought to make you proud. I say, it's in the click of my heels, the bend of my hair. It's in the click of my heels, the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, the need for my care. 'Cause I am a woman, phenomenally, phenomenal woman, that's me. I hope you feel phenomenal because you are a woman. This is a tribute to all the women joining us live wherever you are in Kenya or anywhere around the world. Just know that you as a woman, you being a woman, are phenomenal. Now, let's just switch gears and talk about something different because I want to introduce the next panel. Increasing access to and use of quality financial products and services is essential to inclusive economic growth and poverty reduction. Increasing women's financial inclusion is especially important as women disproportionately experience poverty, stemming from unequal division of labor and a lack of control over economic resources. I want to introduce the next panel with Dr. Linda Musumba. Dr. Linda is the managing partner of Dr. Linda Musumba and Co-Advocates, a law firm that specializes in, among other cultural and constitutional-based issues. The law firm also undertakes routine legal work in the area of pension, commercial, and conveyancing law. I hope that this panel session, talking about financing women for economic empowerment in a post-COVID environment, will leave you enlightened and empowered as women in society. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Linda Musumba.
Good afternoon, viewers. It's a pleasure to be here to be able to join in with you in this wonderful event organized by the CRAWN Trust and of course by the WeHub. We are delighted for the speakers who are joining us during this session, who are going to share with us their vast experience and knowledge on the subject at hand. As has been said, the speakers that we have are representatives from both government and non-government institutions. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first speaker, who is from the Ministry of Trade, to be able to speak to us on this particular theme of financing women for economic empowerment in a post-COVID environment. So I'd like to welcome you, Madam Beatrice Pamela. Welcome. As we wait for that, perhaps maybe I could request if we could be able to, can you hear me? If you could be able to just come on and share with us your views as we wait for, the issues to be resolved. Thank you. Jerry, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please go ahead and share with us what you will on the particular topic. Are you on mute, Jerry? Are you on mute?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Linda Musumba. I was on mute and I couldn't unmute myself. I'm sorry about that. But if you'd like me to go ahead and discuss kindly. Okay, thank you. Yeah, as Linda said, my name is Jerry Karuru. I'm with the WeHub, and I'm researching on affirmative action funds and programs. And we have specifically been looking at affirmative actions funds, which are the
what I'm supposed to be doing. That's why
the Women Enterprise Fund, the Youth Fund, WEZO, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. And in it, we have also looked a bit about the access to government procurement, because some of these funds give money to the beneficiaries to procure for government. So in terms of policies and entrepreneurship, I would say that the government has done a lot in terms of putting in place policies that I hope you can hear me. Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Jerry.
Thank you. So in terms of policies exist in trying to uplift women economically. And these policies actually try to focus on women, youth, and persons with disability. And if you look at the WEF Enterprise Fund, Women Enterprise Fund and the Youth Fund, they were started in 2007, and therefore they've been out there for a long time. But from what we are looking at in terms of the Women Economic Hub is that the idea was to look at what works so that these funds and any emerging funds can improve in terms of policy and in terms of program implementation. So what we found was that indeed a lot has been done in terms of giving women loans in Women Enterprise Funds. And also within the Youth Fund, women under 35 have also benefited. And WEZO Fund has also done the same. However, if you look at it, if you're talking about since 2007, you see very little change in terms of improving and changing the policies to suit the needs of women as they grow. For example, when you look at some of the funds like Women Enterprise Fund, the limit has been 750. And if you think about 15 years of having a limit of 750, then it means that women who are getting these funds are also not growing. So we can say there are many inadequacies in terms of the programs that exist. And although there are some benefits and there are some issues on what works, so some of the challenges that we've seen are, for example, the lack of knowledge. Although the funds have been on for a long time, over 10 years, there's still a significant lack of knowledge of the existence among the women who are targeted. Secondly, these funds target women in the lower economic bracket. So other than the credit guarantee scheme that now seems to be targeting at a higher level, these ones have been, at the lower levels. And it seems that there's no structured way of growing, because some of these women have actually grown, after getting the first 100,000 and moving on to 350, moving on to 500, etc. So you can see growth in terms of women's economic empowerment, in terms of developing their businesses, but you don't see an end result where they will be catapulted to the next level. That does not seem to be there within the programming that exists right now. Also, the idea that there are a multiplicity of funds that run parallel to each other. There's need for more discussions around how these funds can be joined together. And I hope you can still hear me.
Jerry, I was just trying to call out to you to say thank you so far for what you've been able to give us. And I just wanted to bring in Bwana Ronald Nyangala from the National Treasury to be able to tell us from his perspective, what can he tell us about the credit guarantee scheme, because it's one of the things you've just mentioned right now. And I think it would be useful for him to be able to tell us, as a representative from the government, what has his experience been, and the partnership he's also been able to have together with civil society organizations on this issue. Bwana Nyangala, karibu. Ronald, can you hear me?
He needs to be unmuted.
My dear audience, we'll come back to you briefly. There's a slight issue that's being resolved or at a technical level, and we shall be with you in a second. So please don't move. Don't move. We'll be back with you.
education means more women work. But many countries are facing the double challenge.
Welcome back to our viewers. Apologies for that short interruption. You'll agree with me that since COVID and our going on to the digital platforms to be able to carry out our business, we do experience this frequently from time to time. Our apologies for that. From the studio here, we're aware that we're being watched by 300 plus people. Karibu sana to each and every one of you, whether you're watching us from Kenya or watching us from anywhere else around the world, because we know the partnerships in women form partnerships everywhere. So welcome and a warm welcome to you. I hope you did have time to take some of your dawa so that at least you're comfortable as we progress. I'll just come back again to my panel. I just want to call each one of them and just confirm that each one of them is getting me. Mr. Ronald Nyangala, are you with me? Mr. Nyangala, are you hearing me? Dr. Nkatha, are we together? Dr. Kabira, are we together? What about you, Beatrice? Are you with me?
Hi. I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Beatrice. When we come to you, Dr. Kabira, we hope you'll be able to turn on your videos because the viewers would like to know who they're interacting with. Thank you very much, Dr. Nkatha. Jerry, are you with us? Jerry, are you with us? So, just before the break, I had invited Mr. Ronald Nyangala from the National Treasury to be able to talk to us about the credit guarantee scheme and his experience of it, even as he partners together with other agencies, state and non-state. And as you come to do that, Bwana Nyangala, I'm going to request you kindly to just to introduce yourself so that viewers can know what does it take to be Mr. Nyangala sitting at the National Treasury and dealing with this very important program on the credit guarantee scheme. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Daktari. I'm hoping we have my colleagues from other ministries, and also take note that CRAWN Trust is the organizer of this, and the Center for Women Studies. I hope you can get me.
Yes, we're hearing you. Yes, we're hearing you.
As you've been told, my name is Ronald Nyangala. I work at the National Treasury as the current leader of the Credit Guarantee Scheme. I lead a team of about 10 technical staff. I've been a public servant for over 20 years. I hold a bachelor's degree in macroeconomics. I also hold an MBA. I also hold another master's degree in development studies. I'm currently pursuing my PhD in development studies. Back to the subject which we are discussing today, I want to appreciate the WeHub team for the good work they have done in the last I think it could be a year and above from the time we began to engage, especially on the guarantee scheme. The National Credit Guarantee Scheme has been one of the Vision 2030 agenda and project way back from 2012, but it came to fruition last year, I think in 2020, December, after a lot of work within Treasury with my team. And we signed an agreement with 7 banks, which are ABSA Kenya, KCB, Diamond Trust Bank, Credit Bank, NCBA, Cooperative, and Stanbic. So what does this credit guarantee scheme seek to do? What we seek to do is to de-risk the micro, small, and medium enterprises for them to access finances. And as I can see, one of our key things about this discussion is financial empowerment of women and inclusion. The financial inclusion for women has been an agenda within the national government, and the Credit Guarantee Scheme is one of those initiatives that wants to bring on board women. So how does this work? This works through the commercial banks I have just I highlighted. The beneficiaries who visit these banks and they are given loans. And the loans they are given are supposed to be repaid back to the bank. But in case there is a default, of course, in the unlikely event we have a default, then the government has committed to pay part of that loan. This type of an initiative borrows from international best practices from Korea, South Korea, Malaysia, where they have had such schemes from way back in around 1970s downwards. And the scheme is different from the other funds which I had them being highlighted by one of my colleague panelists. The scheme is different in the sense that what the government provides for is just a guarantee, but you are able to access. So the other beauty of the scheme is that once the beneficiaries have repaid back their loan, we have the next borrower coming on board. And in terms of women, we have a very specific target as government of Kenya. We say that in the scheme, we have to have at least 30% of beneficiaries who are women, youth, and persons with disability. And we track this on a monthly basis. I must tell you that I am just looking at the general report, and currently, of course, the data is being worked on. The women have an excess of about 15%, the youth are at 6%, and persons with special orientation have around 1%. So we track this on a monthly basis. We also ask the banks to put in place initiative to make sure women benefit. And the other thing that...
Ronald.
Yes?
That's really good news coming from you. If I may ask, maybe you could paint a picture for the viewers. How do I access this? How do I access these loans? Where do I go? You mentioned a few banks at the beginning of the program. If I want to be able to access this credit guarantee, where do I go? And I think also you've been able to highlight the numbers or the figures that you have there of women at 15% and the youth also. So could you just maybe let viewers know, how do I come and access that? And what are some of the challenges I may face in trying to access the same? And even as I put this question to you and request you to be able to address it briefly, I'm just queuing Madam Beatrice from the Ministry of Trade that you will be coming on after to be able to tell us about women's economic empowerment from your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari, and I will attempt to be as brief as possible. Access is by the following method. A borrower will approach the financial intermediary that is mentioned, either ABSA, KCB, Diamond Trust Bank Credit, NCBA, Cooperative, or Stanbic. He will be evaluated to the normal course of business. We have defined who should benefit from this in terms of the law. And when this borrower fits within this law, within this legal framework and the eligibility, the borrower will be given the money and we shall be reported to at the end of the month. Every 10th of the month, the report has to go through CBK, then it comes to us after a few days. That's how you will access this product. One of the challenges we are seeing is that the law requires that every beneficiary is registered and also tax compliant. So both women and men are having a small challenge with that bit because of the huge number of informality in the country. That's still, how are we addressing this? We are partnering with BRS, the Business Registration Service, in our meetings and trainings, just to share with women on the need for them to register, working with KRA on this tax compliance, the trainings, and so on. But that's really the main challenge. Access is through the banks, and then, of course, you are based on an eligibility criteria as set by the Parliament. Let me stop there unless you have another question on the same line.
For now, Bwana Nyangala, I thank you very much for what you've been able to highlight. We're coming back to you to ask you, just you've been able to highlight just some solutions you've come up with, which is, of course, being able to upskill and highlight to women through partnerships you're having with KRA and the Business Registration Service. We're coming back to you to ask you, you as Bwana Inyangala, a simple model for getting women onto this platform. What are your thoughts? I'd like to welcome Madam Beatrice Pamela from the Ministry of Trade and request you, Madam, without further ado, to be able to tell us your side of the story. Are women trading? And you could begin by telling viewers something little about yourself that puts you in a good position to be playing the role that you're playing, so that others viewing you can also be able to make a beeline to take your position whenever it will be vacant. Thank you. Kindly unmute your mic.
Okay, thank you so much. Because of time, I'll have to really rush through. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm Pamela Onyango Beatrice. I'm Principal Trade Development Officer at the State Department for Trade. And I'm a trade strategist and policy analyst, and also in charge of the Women Economic Empowerment Desk. I'm a trainer, especially more so specifically on business development services. I have a master's along those lines, so let me not elaborate so much on that. Let's go straight to the issue of the day, that we all appreciate the role that the woman plays in economic development across the globe. Everybody, it is in consensus, internationally, regionally, and here back at home. And even the government is also in consensus that without the woman gender, nothing much can be done. Even when we look at the sustainable development goals, nothing can be achieved outside empowering the woman. So instead of now going through the many things that I wanted to say, because of time, I'll have to narrow down on what now will carry the day and will excite others to now ask their questions. Now, when we look at the woman, much as the government has put on all this, and somebody has said that a lot has been put, a lot of measures, even financially, all that the government intends to do, right from the Constitution 2010, the affirmative actions, the gender bills, all that have been put in place. But still, there are problems that are still prevailing when we look at what the woman ought to do. One, we find that she has limited access to information on market issues for goods and services. There is lack of capacity to enhance value addition. There is limited access to what? To finance and to education and skills. There is insecurity, invisibility, stigmatization, violence and harassment in all forms thinkable. There are poor working conditions and lack of recognition for her economic contribution. Remember, she's in charge of the domestic cause and all that, but she's still able to be somewhere. She's still bedeviled by so many problems in spite of the efforts that the government has put into place. We all agree that everybody is trying, all governments are trying, donor partners are trying, everybody on the face of planet Earth is doing what they ought to do to bring the woman gender to where it is. Let us look at the regional efforts. When you look at COMESA actually singled out the woman gender and said that there should be a special fund, just like locally here. We have so many funds, the WESO funds, the Youth Enterprise funds, the women, all that, the national government affirmative action. Even COMESA came up with a fund. And this is specifically for the woman to be able to play her rightful role in the society. Looking at the East African community, there is also a fund that is set aside for the woman gender to be able to play her rightful roles. When you look at the East African community and all that it was meant to be, still things are not shaping up the way it ought to be. But we must appreciate that there is progress. We must appreciate that we are not where we used to be 5 years back or 10 years back. Things are progressing, and we ought to appreciate that little bit for us to be able to move ahead. There are still issues with border crossings. There are problems at the customs exit points, the border points. The women are still being harassed and all that. I bring that issue to say that the East African community is cognizant of that fact and is looking forward to easing the border procedures to make it easy for the woman to penetrate and to do what she ought to do. I remember recently at the State Department of Trade, the EAC EAC, the commerce actually, they gathered and they were looking in depth into actually what is this that is hindering the woman, that she cannot actually be where she ought to be. And also, they were zeroing in on border issues because there is a lot of harassment, there is sexual harassment, there is a lot of corruption, and it is because they don't know their legal rights. They don't. I like what somebody was saying in the morning, that when you want to go to Congo, why don't you sit down and find out what does it take for me to go to Congo and come back? What must I pay? What are the procedures? How long am I going to take? And how can I really defend myself against any abuse? But unless you sit down and understand all these things, you really cannot amount to much. So I've talked about COMESA, I've talked about the EAC, the measures they're putting into place so that we can really begin to match because remember, there is the African Continental Free Trade that is coming. How will we be able to exploit that market if regionally still we are not able to be somewhere? How are we able to rightfully exploit the international market if we are still unable to exploit our neighbors' market just somewhere here? What is the government doing? With all those things I've talked about, let's narrow down to what trade is doing. We came up with a national trade policy. And this trade policy, amongst the things that it was addressing was the border issues, it was the finance issues, it was the exploitation of the middlemen. Remember that most women are at the lowest end of the value chain. They are also more based in agriculture. And the national trade policy now aims to make the woman be able to do value addition, to be able to sell at some profitable level, and to be able to now to begin to export, whether regionally or internationally. I promise to be very fast. Now, in the national trade policy, we have outlined issues of capacity building, because somebody also said, in spite of all these things that the government has done, the woman is still nowhere to be seen. It is because of so many issues, including capacity building, lack of mentorship. Remember, even if you have to go for that fund, whether it is Uwezo or it is the youth, whatever it is, any money that you have and you don't know its rightful use will always go down to waste. And that is why we insist on financial literacy. And unless the woman knows the place of vision in the society or in her life or in her destiny, she won't amount to much. Year come in, year go. There are those people we used to see when we were growing up. They were selling things by the roadside, merchandise by the roadside. Small biscuits here and there, Peremendes happen, Tiberiti, and even now when you go back, they are still there. It's lack of vision, lack of self-belief. I love what the speaker, that lady, I think Dr. Nyakan Munyeki, I can't remember her name so well, but she spoke so well, that everything starts from within. And that is the only way that you can conquer the world outside. Unless you believe in yourself, you sit down and reason before you can even go to any external, you go for any external support. You can't amount to much. And the COVID season was a time for reflection. Unless you went down back to your inner room, to your closet, to reason with your God, before reasoning with the government. We are quick to condemn the government, yet the government is doing so much. And I always tell the women folk that ask yourself what you can do for your government before you can ask what the government can do for you. Because the government has a host of issues. Here at the Trade Department, we have to create a conducive environment and bring in policies that can enhance successful trade.
Madam Beatrice.
Yes.
Madam Beatrice, thank you so much for the introduction that you've given us to a very important area. Not only have you focused on telling us what the Ministry of Trade is doing, including the policy on trade that is there, of course, to enhance the participation of women and be able to address the specific issues that women struggle with. And you've also touched on the fact that it starts also within our own psyche and within our own beliefs in what we can do. So even as I request you to stop at that point briefly, I'd just like you to also reflect on maybe what you'd like to ask your colleague at the National Treasury, Mr. Njangala, with regard to the work that you do at the Ministry of Trade, trying to get women on board. Is there anything maybe you may be able to ask of your colleague at the National Treasury in a short while after we hear from Dr. Kabira? Then we can be able to... okay, so if I may be able to then come to Bwana Njangala at this point.
I hope you...
Yes, we can see the slides.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to take you through the process of access. How do you access this fund? Qualifying MSME, who may be a woman, will approach the 7 banks. Then the bank will evaluate your proposal, and they will use the standard procedures plus our eligibility criteria. You will be given the loan, they will register with the scheme. Then credit facilities that are registered will be part of the PFI portfolio. That's what we are evaluating on a monthly basis. And then the PFI will manage the loan in the normal manner. Normal collection will happen. But of course, in case of a default, then they will revert back to us through a claims process. I just wanted to share that to one single slide. And then, of course, for you to understand the process, you can appreciate how do you get this. The 7 banks, you approach them in that manner. We intend to get more banks as we grow, as we expand the scheme. The government is very keen about this project. I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
To bring in Dr. Kabira. We've heard what Ronald has said. We've heard what Beatrice has said. Jerry has also spoken, your colleague there from the University of Nairobi WeHub. And I just wanted to find out from you, Dr. Nkatha, in addition to that which you are going to share with us, do the numbers make sense? For example, one of the things Ronald will be coming back to you to ask you is, you know, as of when the scheme began up to this point, what do you rate, on a scale of 1 to 10, where are we? The same with Beatrice, the interventions you've talked about from the Ministry of Trade, where are we? So from your desk, Dr. Kabira, probably carrying out studies you could tell us about, how do you see it? And you could also introduce yourself to the viewers so that they can be able to know you. Thank you. Karibu.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Musumba. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I hope you can give me 6 minutes to be able to make my case. My name is Dr. Nkatha Kabira. I'm a senior lecturer, Faculty of Law, University of Nairobi, working on a project which I hope to share the findings in this particular session. The project is on financing social protection for women's economic empowerment. And I want to focus on lessons from Kazi Mtaani. I'll begin by setting out what the research question was. I'll describe what we found, and I'll make some recommendations. So the COVID-19 pandemic significantly affected men and women, particularly business owners and women in the informal sector. And as we know, the government put in place several short-term and long-term economic stimulus packages, and that's what we are discussing in this particular session. Kazi Mtaani program was one of these programs which the government rolled out as a monetary policy for ensuring social protection. Kazi Mtaani was aimed at ensuring social protection of workers, particularly the most vulnerable youth. So the question we've got to ask ourselves is, what lessons can we learn from these packages on social protection for women's economic empowerment? In other words, how might social protection lead to women's economic empowerment? We carried out interviews, we carried out desk studies, and at the end of the day, we had spoken to over 1,000 respondents, we'd spoken to government agencies, and what we found is that majority of the respondents had not received any government support. What is even more interesting is that majority of the respondents who received government support were men as compared to women, and the question is why? One of the interviewees that we spoke to said that there's very little awareness, like I told you people. And because of the pandemic and its persistence, people hardly get that information. They call you aside. If they know you, they might tell you how to get to that room. There are some guys who are doing registration of names so that information does not go down. So ultimately, the available stimulus packages only ended up in the hands of a few, as per the qualitative and quantitative study that we conducted. We also found out for those who received the packages that they thought that it was beneficial. 97.5% thought that it was beneficial. And interestingly, 86.2% used the proceeds for food, which speaks to the fact that food is very, very important for social protection for women's economic empowerment. In terms of the successes of the Kazi Mtaani program, we found that it created jobs. It contributed to environmental conservation, employment of youth, reduction of crime, debt reduction, entrepreneurship, and so on. But it also had challenges. There was lack of transparency, and key to the challenges is what has been spoken to by the previous panelists, which is accessibility of information, lack of equal opportunity, recruitment processes challenges, and few job opportunities compared to the number of people who were participating in the project. So the key policy recommendations that we're seeking to make through this study revolve around the 4 areas of the program design. So the design, the recruitment, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. And it is hoped that some of the findings from the Kazi Mtaani program might be cascaded and used in other programs such as the CGS or the WEF or any other programs. Even though Kazi Mtaani was temporary, there were quite a number of lessons that we might learn and recommend for how to design social protection programs going forward. For example, on the design, it is very important to have the program design provide holistic sets of services, which include livelihood trainings, productive asset transfers, saving plans, and even healthcare. Okay. This is what was coming through our qualitative data analysis. Payment system design. How do we make sure that the authentication that is done and the biometrics is regular and transparent and accountable? How might you expand the types and nature of work so that you can include different men and women of different abilities and ages? How do you ensure access to information? How do you ensure it reaches as many people as possible? You need both online and offline access through radio, through WhatsApp, through churches, through mosques, chiefs, barazas, multiple forms. Chiefs' offices are not sufficient to be able to provide this information. Information must be passed out through all kinds of access points. Building partnerships. It's very important when designing these programs to ensure that you build partnerships with women's organizations, self-help groups, unions, so as to ensure the sustainability of the programs. Multi-sectoral support. Very important to ensure that the beneficiaries set up gender-responsive systems and capacities. In terms of equal participation and inclusivity, we found that even women who are over 35 were able to benefit. How might we ensure that we include as many women and girls even women and girls living with disabilities who might participate through the different kinds of work? In terms of selection criteria, how do you ensure that the recruitment processes are transparent and open and accessible to all? In terms of the selection criteria, some of the recommendations were that we need to subject the shortlisting of beneficiaries to public participation so that as many people get access and information to these particular programs. In terms of gender needs, the practical and strategic gender needs must be taken into account. The needs of men and women, pregnant women, women with children, childcare facilities, creches, mobile creches, lactation centers, so as to make sure that the programs are responsive to the specific needs of men and women. Implementation, it's also important to digitize the cash transfer so that you ensure openness. Adoption of a social protection policy. In order to finance for economic empowerment, social protection must not be forgotten. It's very important to ensure that national and county governments have safety nets in place for future disaster preparedness. On monitoring and evaluation, the importance of gender disaggregated data and ensuring that there are feedback mechanisms so that as you go along with the program, you can be able to get the information on on a case-by-case basis so as to know how the program is being received, how it's being implemented. In conclusion, the government economic stimulus packages supported women's formal and informal employment, and Kazi Mtaani program being one of the economic stimulus packages was one of these programs that had major successes. However, there was lack of access to information and sustainability of the packages, which is something I think in the design of all the programs needs to be taken into account, continues to be a major issue. So it is very important to design social protection programs in such a manner that engenders women's economic empowerment and growth and takes into account the practical and strategic gender needs of women. And this will ensure that we build and rebuild the economy with women in mind. And I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kabira. Very interesting information coming there. Before I proceed, I'd like you to tell us, members who are watching online, can they find this study on the WeHub website, or where can they find it so that they can be able to interact with the issues you've talked about? Because I think it really highlights very important things that members would perhaps like to interact with. Do you have this on your website?
So the report is not yet available on the website. It is still undergoing peer review, and we will be having a national consultation in the coming weeks and presenting the policy brief to the ministry and to other stakeholders. And so we'll be sharing the information as we go along on the website on how we can better engage with this particular policy brief, especially as we move towards the next phase of the implementation of the Kazi Mtaani program.
Thank you for that. So at this point, I'd like to invite Jerry. Madam Jerry, could you kindly react to what Dr. Kabira has been able to share there with us? Remembering, members, that today's topic is financing for women's economic empowerment in the post-COVID era. Although when we use the word post-COVID here, we're simply saying from when COVID came, not that it's when COVID is over, because I've had the discussion, the semantics around the word post-COVID. So I'd like Jerry to react to that. But I'd also like Madam Beatrice as well as Ronald to be able to react to that, because I think these are fresh figures coming, fresh information coming in that could actually, in one way or another, have resonance with what it is that you've told us today. Jerry, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Linda Msumba. I think what Dr. Nkatha talked about is a study that is going on under the Affirmative Action, the Women Economic Empowerment Hub. And we have a similar study within on the Affirmative Action Funds, and her findings are similar to our findings in the sense that knowledge about affirmative action funds and most of government programs are very limited, and that limits the number of women who get access, and particularly women with disability are really left out where issues of access to government funds are. The other thing that is similar to our study is that in terms of gender disaggregated data, particularly for most of the affirmative action programs are focused on women. But the Youth Enterprise Fund, for example, has both men and women. And when we looked for data, disaggregated data, so that we know how many women have benefited and what their ages are, it was very difficult because they do not disaggregate data. So I think that's something that we need to look at going forward, how all funds and all women economic programs going forward have the right data so that one can evaluate. As I said earlier, that some of these funds started in 2007. Not much has been done in terms of changing how they operate because no studies are done. What is captured mainly is issues around repayments. You see, you gather a lot of information of how many women have repaid, how have they repaid, but there's nothing. There's a limited availability of studies that show how have these funds changed women's lives. So we cannot keep saying that, that we are giving funds, and yet we cannot determine to what extent they've changed women's lives. For example, if you take Women's Enterprise Fund, having been there since 2007, nothing has changed in terms of the amount they give. There are groups that have done so well because they started early and they've built up their businesses, they've bought property, and they've educated their children using the proceeds of this property. But now, where they've reached, they need more than 750,000, and they can't get it from the fund because there are no structures to allow that to happen. And similarly, you find that funds that like national government affirmative action funds are very limiting in terms of what you can do. So I think overall, one of the recommendations is to ensure that these funds, there's a process of monitoring and evaluation that goes on so that, changes can be made as the funds are being given. Because the policies are there, the programs are there, but implementation is still a challenge. The other key thing for women, yes,
I'm just requesting you in 1 minute to wind down. We are actually in the process of winding down, so I'm requesting you, even as you finish the point you're making, to also incorporate your final remarks in the next at least 2 minutes.
Okay. What I was going to say is that one of the key issues that affects women is the question of collateral. You find like Youth Fund asks if you want more than 1 million shillings, you need collateral from your parents because, most of the young people don't have collateral to give, so it's their parents to give. And similarly, in other funds, if you want an amount over a certain amount, then you have to produce collateral. What I would say in my final remarks is that the government have made a good effort in terms of, having policies and programs that support women, but there's need to actually look at it practically in terms of the requirements and see whether actually women can actually afford to give this, what they've been asked to give, or whether the government can make other arrangements to ensure that women have access to these funds. Secondly, knowledge is important. There's lack of knowledge in every county. We went to 3 counties, and in every county you hear very few people know about these funds. There's need for concerted effort to increase knowledge, and there's need, particularly when you come to government procurement, there's need to look at the bottlenecks, particularly corruption is a key issue. Political interference is another key issue. How do these funds operate within government, but without outside of political interference and corruption? Those are my closing remarks. Thank you so
much, Madam Jerry. It seems to me that this is a topic that we could actually spend the whole day discussing and never come to the end of it, because every speaker, as they come on, enlightens us even more on even points that have not been spoken of yet. I'm still, trying to, turn it around in my head. Dr. Kabira said that the majority of people use the money for food. Ronald, what do you have to say to that? What are they using the money from the credit guarantee scheme for? Even as you tell us that, and also make your final remarks, kindly within at least 3-4 minutes.
Thank you, Daktari, and very well. Let me say 2 things. Number one, there was a question around the amount you can get. The maximum amount you can get is 5 million from the banks under the guarantee arrangement, and the repayment period is 36 months. I needed to answer that question. And then on the question of whether they are using the money for business, it is clear in our contract with the bank that they have to monitor the borrowers so that they don't divert. Diversion is not allowed according to the law. So you cannot borrow this money and use it for food. Of course, we have our Kenyan culture, and so the banks are supposed to be the one that help us to monitor the non-diversion of the funds. As I close this, one of the things I want to ask everyone on this call is, number one, to support government in its initiative in terms of driving this economy. And of course, women, youth, and all those funds are good for us. But of course, we need to have reforms. Those of you who are aware, we did an attempt to merge them so that we can make them bigger, make them better, resilient, and of course, with the present realities. We hope that reform can still go through at one of these fine days. So that's one of the things we want. The other one is that can we help our women to start formalizing in our groups, like those who have been with the Women Fund, they are not able to go beyond 750. Can they formalize and then they move to the bank? I mean, those are the ways you can be able to support these processes so that we grow together and build capacity in our country. This guarantee scheme, we are also thinking about making it better, even providing as we move to the next level and make it sustainable. Could we do different coverage ratios for women? Those are some of the thoughts that we're having as government, and design it in the product. I mean, those are some of the things that may be coming as we progress, just to address the issues of gender and raise the fact that these people need to benefit from the scheme. But over and above, I want to thank you. We are always available to collaborate as and when you need us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. Maybe in a subsequent program, because I know it will be there, you'll tell us whether you have been able to internalize these issues of women's economic empowerment because you did a master's in women's studies. Because I do recall at the beginning you did say you've done a master's in women's studies. So dear viewers, we are saying that as our men out there, please, these are units that you need to be able to do so that you can support. Dr. Kabira, you'll wind up for us. I'm going to ask you to react to what all other speakers have said, even as I come to Madam Beatrice now, to also be able to tell us her closing remarks and something that you may have noted from what the other speakers have said. Madam Beatrice, please, in the next 3 minutes, wind up for us your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. I greatly appreciate what my sisters have spoken. Their sentiments are true. Even what Mr. Inyangala is saying, they are very right, very good. Everything they have done, the fact finding on the ground, I totally agree. I love what Dr. Kabira was saying about partnerships, quite crucial, or multi-sectoral support. There is no two way about it. And then what she said that she actually agreed with me that those who have taken this fund, they agree that it was beneficial. But that is just a group of people who had a vision and they knew how to go around about it. I don't want to belabor that fact. We are all in agreement, but there is what we always say. You must be very cunning because you're not the only person who wants that money. Remember, the money is released for the women and the men are waiting for it and they will go for it as women. So we must be very, very sharp for us to benefit from what is rightfully ours. And then what Madam Jerry said, and that majority, actually it was Dr. Kabira in that cousin Tani, whatever fact finding, majority don't know about it. Ignorance is quite expensive. We personally go down on the ground to sensitize people, and it is true, majority don't know about it, but majority also know about these funds. But they are very fearful and very skeptical when it comes to going for it, because the fear of default. You don't know what to do with the money. You get it, you divert it, you default, and then they come for your things. Another thing is, I would want to say that this money is normally graduated. I love what Madam J said. It is graduated. And those who are successful have been able to graduate to a higher level. They were able to put it to its rightful use, and they were therefore it was beneficial unto them. What I would like to say, that even the 30% access to government procurement opportunities, this thing is there and people know about it, but they let the men play around with it. What is released for the woman, majority, the better percentage, goes to the man. There are sharks out there. Forgive me, my brothers, I'm not misusing that term. But what I know is that men can also be crafty. They'll go around it and go for it even before the woman realizes that it is hers. And a better part of it is not exploited by the women. What I'll conclude by saying is, as women, let us do with what we have. And I also loved what somebody said in the morning, the need for mentorship and hand-holding. We find that some women who have penetrated the international market, the export market, but they're not willing to help others also come to their level. We are our own worst enemies.
Thank you, Madam Beatrice.
If I'm doing well, yes, let me wind up. I've been speaking so fast for the sake of time.
I'm just warning you so that you're not just cut off in just 3 words, kindly.
Let me conclude by saying that it is well, it is our time. There is no limit to what we can do, and the government is for us. The government, including me.
Thank you, Madam Beatrice. I believe you when you say that, because you've really expressed yourself very passionately. The final word, Dr. Kabira, I had hoped you'd have maybe 2 minutes, but now I'm informed that you should only just tell us your parting shot in 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Knowledge is power, and this power must be demystified. And in order to ensure that women are included and financial inclusion is engendered for women's economic empowerment, knowledge must be accessible to all. Information must be accessible to all. The programs must be designed in a manner that ensures women's economic empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kabira. Viewers, wherever you are, kindly just join me in clapping for this really, really wonderful panel that has comprised both state and non-state actors. They have shared what they have been able to tell us with such. They've articulated their points very well. It's only time that, of course, that is short. And I just want to thank you very, very much for really, really being there for us this afternoon. Viewers, of course, please continue to engage with us on the platforms that you have there online. I should have mentioned that conversation is going on at this level. You can continue to, of course, express your views and continue to just share views on the forum through the online platforms. Thank you again very much, our presenters. You've been a wonderful team. Thank you.
The Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust, CRAWN Trust, welcomes you to the Women's Economic Forum happening on the 23rd and the 24th of February 2022. The second in the Women and Economy series, the event seeks to contribute to closing the economic gender gap by supporting women to fund, run, and grow their businesses. This year's theme is financing and market linkages for women's economic empowerment in a post-COVID environment. Topics of discussion will include a post-COVID country outlook, market intelligence on trade linkages and opportunities nationally, regionally, and globally, women's economic empowerment and political participation, among others. The forum will be held virtually and will comprise panel discussions, power talks, keynote addresses from high-ranking government officials, development partners, industry leaders, financial institutions, and many more. The forum is being held under the auspices of the Women's Voice and Leadership Project in Kenya, networking and alliance building pillar powered by CRAWN Trust, supported by Global Affairs Canada and CARE Kenya, in partnership with ActionAid International in Kenya, University of Nairobi's Women Economic Empowerment Hub, the State Department of Trade, the Association of Media Women in Kenya, AMWIC, CIO Studios, and Digital Oasis. Don't miss out. Register now by visiting www.womeneconomicforumkenya.com/2022. The Women's Economic Forum Kenya, financing and market linkages for women's economic empowerment in a post-COVID environment.
Indeed, knowledge is power. Thank you so much, Dr. Linda Mutumba, for moderating that amazing, amazing panel. And we're about to end with the last panel. I dare say saved the best for last. No? I mean, we will know eventually. Women entrepreneurs breaking through. That is quite an interesting topic. An entrepreneur, as we all know, is a solution giver. Someone who identifies gaps, what is missing in the market, the industry, or society, and creating a lasting solution. Women need channels and to be empowered to be these solution givers. And in the process, make money out of it, with growth being the end goal, obviously. Now, an interesting quote I saw doing the rounds on social media one time is that, give a woman a house and she will make a home. Give a woman money, ... So I will be the moderator for this panel discussion, Women Entrepreneurs Breaking Through. Joining me will be Laban Hihu, Catherine Wanjoya, and Susan Dirangu. Yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for joining. I can see Catherine Wanjoya. I can see Laban Hihu. Karibu sana. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining in this panel discussion. Now, I would like Catherine to introduce herself and tell us who you are.
Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine Wanjoya. I'm the founder and CEO of the Genesis Care. I would say that the business we do, I started business many years ago in the 90s. And at one point, I went into the village and I found there was a gap because when I was growing up, I never got to use a proper menstrual product. So that is the time now we came up with the innovation of products which are focused on menstrual solutions. And this was in 2018. So I would say that I've been in business for many years, but when it comes to innovations, we started our innovations in 2018 after we realized there was a problem of giving solutions for menstrual hygiene.
I would like Susan Dirangu to kindly introduce herself and just tell us who she is, what she does. Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be in this forum. Susan Dirangu wears many hats. I would say I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a founder of 2 organizations that have grown me in ways that I would not have grown if I was in employment, I would say. One of them is an oil company that I invited other partners to join me in, where we distribute bulk petroleum products within Kenya. I'm also a life skills coach. This is something that I started to do on the side as a love of mentorship. I have grown through mentorship, and I've also joined others in mentoring, and this has been very fulfilling. I also have a background in psychology, and I'm an emotional and mental wellness consultant, or I would say even an advocate.
Thank you so much, Susan Dirangu. I would like to pose a question because we're talking about we're talking about women entrepreneurs. And before I introduce Laban, because Laban will be here to talk about something very, very interesting. So I'm waiting on introducing him. So I would like to ask the ladies, Catherine Wanjoya and Susan Dirangu, to kindly tell us what motivated them to get into business. Just a small story on why they got into business.
Can I go first?
Yes.
Yeah. How I got into the space I am in right now, after doing business for many years, I ended up spending some time in my village, which is Nyakweyo, where I was born and where I grew up. This was after about almost 25 years coming into town. So when I went there, I spent a week in the village, and I realized the problems I was going through when I was growing up in terms of accessing menstrual products were still in existence. So this is a time I decided to do something about it. And this is how our innovations started, because we started just by donating sanitary pads to the primary school which I attended, only to realize later we were not able to sustain that, because already we had moved them from using the rags they were using before. And here I am, I've given them sanitary pads. They expected more sanitary pads from me, which I could not afford. And that is how we got into innovation. That is how we came up with our first product, which is a dispenser for sanitary pads. The first dispenser we did, usually you dispense using coins. The idea was I attach the dispenser to a needy student in the school, and that student, and then I give the sanitary pads for a price of like 5 shillings. She dispenses with 10 shillings, and then she's able to give access to the other students in the school, because we even realized in my village there were no sanitary pads even in the shops. So that was what we started with, the dispenser. And soon after, we realized we had also created a problem of disposal of the same. And we did research, and we were able to come up with an incinerator, which is able to incinerate the menstrual waste on site. We later developed our dispenser, and right now we have a dispenser which is using M-Pesa, and we are working with Safaricom. We'll be launching it during International Women's Day. So basically, that is where we are.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Susan, what was your motivation to get into business?
My motivation when I was younger was the freedom that I thought business came with. So even as I went through college, I aspired to be in business. So even when I went through corporate employment, I knew I was going through the whole process to just learn, so that one day I will create a huge corporation and just learn in the process. So along the way, I went looking for opportunities, like what can I participate in? And I didn't feel at home enough to start in any of what I had done, the jobs I'd done before, or the experience I'd gathered along the way, until I worked for 5 years in the petroleum industry. And there I saw a gap. And that's the gap I hoped to bridge. So the gap was basically, fuel is very logistical. And when you have oil marketing companies that buy, refine, and market oil, the logistical process is very long. So sometimes you get clients not getting supplied their product because it would take a while. It would take a while for them to get a quotation, take a while for them to get the product. So I felt that I wanted to bridge that gap. Secondly, because it's a male-dominated industry, you get that we are a mixture of people. Some are not learned, some have also not come with the experience that I come with, and also very few women at the time. So I thought I could do this and I could do it even better. So I launched out, and there I began. And because it is very capital intensive, I invited other partners to join me, 2 of them. Basically, they were interested to be silent partners, and I did not mind that, but to assist when it came to capital and other aspects that they were good in. And there I began. For the second company, it deals with, so the company for fuel is called Global Oil, and the other company is called Joy Village. Joy Village began as a pain in my heart, where I felt that the children we're producing today in terms of, life skills, there's a gap, because one, a lot has changed since we grew up. When I was growing up, there was a lot of freedom. You could interact, whether you grew up in an estate, whether you grew up in the village, you were free to, interact. We were also able to freely go to our grandparents, freely able to sleep over at our aunties and uncles. And that also has been reduced today because of the risk factors that come with it. So there is a gap, and the parents are busy. So that's how I started Life Skills. And this started also from a point of pain in regards to when I would have, because I started doing life skills with adults, because I'd gone through a program, and then after the program, I became a mentor. From the mentorship, I mentored mentors. So when I would work with adults and work with the age group between 50 and 70, no, let me say 55 to about 70 and above, it really troubled me when somebody said they're finding themselves. And at the time I'd wonder, what do you mean? I would think that at that age, you've already found yourself. So I felt that I could start at the lower age, start with the younger ones, so that we build a strong foundation in the sense that when these children grow up into adults, we have less damaged adults, if I can put that in quotes, and have more stable adults, not struggling with, simple things that adults are struggling with. And that's how we started the life skills company, called Joy Village.
Thank you so much, Susan. Thank you for also mentioning that it is a male-dominated industry. But before we get into that, this is a topic about women entrepreneurs breaking through, and you are women who have broken through. But I want Laban Hihu to come in, tell us who he is, what he's about, what he does, and how he does it to help women break through as entrepreneurs. Laban, you're on mute. Kindly unmute yourself. Sorry.
Thank you, Shiro Wawero, for the warm introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laban Hehu, CEO Jitegemea Microfinance. I want to appreciate the CRAWN Trust and partners for the good work they are doing. Indeed, we appreciate your good work. Even information for sharing information and ensuring that information is shared that are beneficial or that is beneficial to the other stakeholders. Maybe before I go to introduce myself, I want to introduce my organization, Jitegemea Microfinance, and what we do. Jitegemea Microfinance is a limited company, deposit taking, that is credit only, and our head office is in Buruburu, Nairobi. The company aims to target groups, SMEs, both large and small, as well as individuals. We exist to improve the quality of life of our clients by providing wealth creation financial solutions. And to achieve this, the company offers a range of solution-based financial products, evaluates the performance of these products, and develops strategies to address the gaps. The SME market is currently underserved, as we all know, and it is for this reason that that our business idea to provide easy, accessible credit, and recognizing the fact that technology innovations to drive this market is also a very important aspect. Maybe I can say the kind of products that we offer in Jitegemea. We offer biashara business loans. These are products for clients who have operated businesses for at least 6 months. And this product ranges from 5,000 to 1.5 million. We also offer asset loans. These are products that helps clients acquire business assets. These assets that will help them maybe set their businesses and also live a moderate lives. We also give Hitimu loans or education loans to our clients to facilitate them to pay school fees for their pupils and students, and also to pay for their own school fees where a need arises. We also give consumer loans. These are loans that takes the welfare of our clients, and we have designed this product to help purchase items that make life a little nicer or get in touch to today's lifestyle. We have what we normally call agribusiness loans or mazao loans. These are loans that are geared or are directed towards business in farms. We have what we normally call wash loans. Wash loans are loans that are water and sanitation loans. For such kind of products, water and sanitation, we give such kind of loans, and we also do SME loans. These are products tailored for emerging SME businesses with good cash flow but limited tangible collaterals. We are also taking care of our churches, where we have churches that are in need of loan, a product that targets churches, either building or any other items, buying equipment for the churches and all that. We have emergency loans. These are loans that we give to clients who need very quick loans, I mean, quick funds, and to stock their businesses and the like. These are products that ranges from 5,000 to 30,000. And we also have what we normally call project loans. You have a project and you want to be financed. It's a startup, and we come in and can be able to give you money on that, either a rental, a residential property, or such like, to the tune of 5 million. We have what we call chap, just like loans we normally call them OKOA. OKOA is, you are in an emergency need and you need something to, and some funds to take care of some issues that need finances quickly. We do that, and also logbook loans. These are some of the products that we have. I don't know whether I can continue.
And just proceed on introducing yourself now.
Yes. Okay. My name is, as I said, my name is Laban Mwangi. I have a master's degree in banking and finance. I have been in microfinance for the last more than 20 years, both in SACCOs, in microfinance, in the financial sector, and also in community development institution. Yes.
Thank you so much, Laban. As a woman who is trying to get into the entrepreneurial space, I'm sure a lot of the women who are also watching this panel discussion want to know, because when you want to be an entrepreneur, the first thing you're told is you need capital. Now, I don't know if Catherine and Susan spoke about the challenges about accessing capital for them to start their businesses, but Laban, how do you help, or how can you say you help women access these funds? Because you said that the funds are easily accessible, or the credit is easily accessible. I don't know, Susan or Catherine, have you had challenges in the past trying to build your businesses and maybe got somewhere where, funds were not easily accessible, or you were told, maybe you went to a bank and you were told that you need a guarantor who maybe has like 10 million, okay, that's a bit on the high side, but who has so much money and that's not accessible to you. How'd you go about that? Susan and Catherine, maybe you can say something about that, about accessing capital, and then Laban, you can also just join in on the same. Catherine? Catherine, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay. For us, when I started, because actually I started my first company when I was only 24 years.
Wow.
This was in the 90s. It was very, very difficult to get financing because one, you are 24, you've just started working, the salary itself is not even enough to even for your children, because by then I had one child. So you're just struggling, you're paying rent, you're doing everything. It was very difficult. And we didn't have many products like we today have. And I remember the first order I got, because by then we were dealing with NGOs supplying relief goods. The first order I got was only for about 100,000, 159 to be precise. And the cost of doing that business was coming to less than 100. So the profits were good. But to get that money, to be able to get the product and do a delivery and be paid was very difficult. So what did we do? We borrowed money from friends. Mm-hmm. We sold the few items we had in the house because by then I was married. And that is how we financed the first LPO. So it was very, very difficult. Today, there are many products, but it's not even easier for the woman today. I remember there's a time I wanted to go and get money from the Women Finance. And it was not easy because they were asking me to get people to, like, I had to be in a group of women. Yeah, I am an entrepreneur. They're saying they don't give to individuals. So I wondered, I mean, what is that fund for if it can't even help someone to do business? Someone who even has a proof record that they've succeeded before. So even right now, it's not very difficult. As they were saying, even in the last panel, not many women know that such products are there, that the government is giving guarantees for people to go to the bank and get money. I heard for the first time about that today, that you can go to a women fund and get money. And even that time when I went looking for the money, I found out that I could only get 500,000. 500,000 will not really help someone who is trying to buy maybe a machinery to make those dispensers, because that is why I wanted the money. So you see, the challenges are there and they're big. And I guess that is why not very many women are in this space.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I want to say that what you're saying is true. We have a lot of challenges, and especially for women in accessing finance. And all this is because of sometimes lack of collateral, maybe issues to do with the culture limitations. These are issues that prevent women from accessing finances. And as GTMA, we have realized all these challenges, and we have worked around it by ensuring that women also access finances. And of course, these are women at different levels. We have different. We have women at different level of the economy. There are those that are at the lower pyramid, and these people we normally ensure that they get loans by ensuring that we do what we call we use group model to finance. Remember, these are people who cannot be able to access finance in the mainstream banks and even circles because banks will not accept them. But for us, we accept them. We ensure we put them together in groups so that we can be able to fund them and use the social collateral to give them money. And this has really worked. And as going forward, we have also realized there is another group of clients that require different products. And we have what we normally call SME loans. These are loans that are bigger, and maybe these are clients who cannot be in groups. They don't want to be in groups. They want to be in individual. They want to come in as individuals. And again, they cannot also go to the mainstream banks to get money. There is what we normally call, we look at their household items, and we assess them, we value them, and we take them. Remember, these household items cannot be accepted in any mainstream banks, but for us, we can accept, and of course, would depend with the history that we have had with you, because before you get to that level, we also have, we must have gone through a history. We must have gone through a journey with you so that we know that you can be able to pay our loan. And out of that history, then you do what we call, you form a trust, and we are able to trust you to give you even much more using the household item. And I can say in this that we have 14 branches all over Kenya and serving 25 counties with about 14,000 clients. And all these, 55% of our clients are women. These are people that we are able to serve. The women have realized that microfinance is the way to go, is the place to go. I'm sorry, okay, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can hear you.
So the 55% of our clients are women, and these are people who have realized, yes, we can move to microfinance because that is the only place we can be able to be served well without having to go through a lot of rigorous appraisal system with the usually done by the mainstream banks. Therefore, geographically, we are spread and we are able to serve more and many more clients as we continue. On the other hand, those that are economically challenged, I can say, we are able to give them small loans as they grow their businesses, and as they continue growing, even to the level of Susan and the like, and Catherine, then they started somewhere and they are moving on collectively. So the credit availability is there for women at whatever level, the small level, the more economically challenged, and those that we can say have funds or have money, like the big players.
Thank you so much.
First talk.
Yeah, thank you so much, Laban. I will come to you with a question. I would like to pose a question to Susan. Now, I know access to finance is one of the biggest obstacles women faced when running a business. Part of the challenges or this challenge can be addressed by prohibiting gender-based discrimination in access to credit by law. Susan, can you say that has been a challenge for you? And if so, how did you maneuver? Or do you know someone who has had this challenge, maybe because of gender-based by credit of law? Or is that something that you've had a challenge with, and how did you maneuver?
Absolutely. I mean, if you've been in business, you've had a challenge when it comes to, access to finance. When you're starting off, or when we were starting off, that was the biggest challenge because fuel is a capital industry, industry. So basically, someone told me that the banks will give you money when you have money. So after trying and what they were asking for, well, we didn't have it because as we know it in Africa, or let me talk about Kenya, as the gentleman has said, there are cultural limitations. Women don't own property. That is changing very slowly, but women own property as a family, not individually. So then when you'd be asked for collateral and you don't have, what do you do? Perhaps they say your car is not a collateral. So what I did, I looked for other options. I did not know about Jitegeme. So I went to the, so after we grew for a bit is when we were able to go to the bank and get money, but initially we couldn't. So what I did was identify suppliers that I could work with. And basically when it comes to fuel, you pay money first. It's cash basis. So getting credit is very difficult. So first and foremost was to negotiate credit with our suppliers, and also now had family chip in for this, and now the partners chip in. So we started small and grew, but we're able to grow through the relationship that we had with our suppliers before we could get money from the bank.
Thank you so much, Susan. You said something that was really funny. Getting money from the bank, you have to have money as well. What is the irony? Laban, someone has asked a question. Are your loans accessible online, or does someone have to come to your office to get the loan? Seeing as, you know, not so many banks give credit like you do. I mean, you have told us the great things that you're doing and the great things that you're doing for women. So do people have to come to your offices, or are your services online as well?
Yes, I can say we are able to serve our clients in both ways, but you must first onboard in our system, because we have also realized that if you open to our, to the public without having to go through due diligence, then you hurt yourself as an institution. Therefore, we have what we call digital clients. And digital clients, you must first onboard what we normally call the take and touch. Take and touch means you onboard, we do the KYC with all the information in our system, and then after that, we give you access to do online application of loans and also disbursement of the loan as it is. Again, you don't have to come to our office. Our officers actually come to where you are, and that's why it's called microfinance. We don't even wait for clients to come in to our offices. We actually walk to their office, to their place of work. For example, in all the branches that we have, our officers just report in the morning, and in the evening, and after a few office take and check, they move out to go and look for clients, and also to chase also debts that have been paid, that have not been paid, and also to recruit other clients. So you don't have to come, just call us, and then we will come to where you are.
Thank you so much, Laban. But how do you help, or how do you, like microfinance institutions, how do you bridge the gap to find capital for microfinance? I mean, we're talking about individuals and how individuals can access the money, but how do you help MSMEs to grow with credit? And if you have input as well on this, Catherine and Susan, kindly give us your thoughts on this. To our audience, kindly just follow the hashtag Women and Economy KE, and let's hear your thoughts as well concerning this topic. If you're a woman and you are aspiring to be in the entrepreneurial space, this is your chance to ask as many questions as possible, because we have with us women who have broken through in the entrepreneurial space. Thank you. Laban?
Yes, we give credit to everyone, including women, and we have all this range of products they can be able to take any. And again, what we normally do, we don't just give credit. We also do what we call additional services. That is, we do non-financial services. That is, we are able to train our clients on how to do business and how to do business well. We do business counseling. We organize exchange programs for our clients so that they can learn, like from Catherine, what Catherine has done, and Susan, to be able to get to the level at which they are in. Remember, the kind of clients that we serve, we start from very low. Sometimes, however, we even have clients that we give 5,000. These are people who are doing the mama bogas out there. They have nothing. But we have seen these women starting from 5,000 all the way and to even being able to buy vehicles because they have been consistent. And out of that consistency, we have been able to serve them properly. I can give you a story of one of our clients who actually, Mary Jerry, who is actually working, doing dairy farming in Nakuru. And she started her dairy farming business venture in Lanet in 2009. And with the hope it would propel to her famous to be a famous farmer. She had 5 cows and calves, which she has employed staff who help her in management. The cows were milked thrice in a day, with every cow producing about 30 liters of milk per day, which she was able to sell at 60 shillings per liter, and making an average sale of about 200,000 on a monthly basis. And Mary was previously challenged on the market for her produce, but through our financial advice and support and offering loan facilities to her, she managed to open up new market town ventures where she supplies her produce to retail vendors and wholesalers, thus creating job opportunities to young generation. Through this, Mary has been servicing our loans and meeting her financial obligations of paying school fees for her children and paying salaries without any challenge. She has grown with us by taking loans with the first cycle of 30,000 and several other cycles of 90,000. And she is grateful to our company for always being available to support her. She is focused to grow her dairy farming and buying superior breeds through our loan financing. And out of that, she has also what we call biogas that helps her to do to run her home, meaning she's not buying biogas, gas for the family usage. She uses manure to do farming and many other things. And she has even bought a vehicle. We bought her a vehicle in the process. So we are saying we give money to this to our clients. And actually, Mary is actually a lady, and she's doing farming, a sector, the dairy farming, a sector that people can say is a sector for men, but this is done by women. It is doable. You only need to be consistent. And why people fail in this sector is because they have not been consistent. And as long as you are consistent, even though you don't have collateral, through the history that we have for you, then we'll be able to continue funding you and funding your business, and you'll be able to move forward. Yes.
Thank you so much, Laban. As we wind up, Susan and Catherine, I would like to hear your thoughts on this topic and closing remarks. Kindly, something that you really want everyone out there to hear about how you've broken through as women entrepreneurs, which is really not a small feat, to be honest. It's something really, really huge. So the floor is yours. Susan, you can go first.
Okay, the order has been Catherine first, so no worries. Well, there's a lot to say in terms of what women can do, but one of them is resilience. Be resilient, because basically you're in business because you're sorting out a problem. And so life is full of problems. So pick one to sort out. And when you do, stick to the course. And as Laban has said, be consistent. It's very, very key. And this is not just for women, it's for everybody, both men and women. When you're consistent, first, you grow in your trade. And secondly, people believe in you, in what you're doing. Not today you're doing, farming. You could do farming, but I'm talking about that one thing that people know you for. For example, there are certain names, if I was to throw here, you'd say what it is that they do. If I say Churchill, you'd say Laugh Industry, and other names if I dropped. So it's to basically stick to the course and grow in your area. As a woman is basically also to don't compete with anyone else, compete with your results and what you focus to do. If like for me, I'm in the male industry, it's not to compete with the men, but it's to compete with what it is that our vision is and what it is that, where we are looking to go. There's a lot to learn from the men in terms of how they do their things, in how they do their business, if I may put it that way. there's a lot to learn. So learn from others, but stick to your cause and operate in your strength. Basically, it's also not to do everything. Realize what you're strong in, and then stick to that. There is somebody who likes to call it Queen Bee role. What are you strong and good at? Focus on that and keep doing it until, you break the ground on that item and, also grow in other areas. I would say my parting shot would be to be a champion. You have to believe in yourself. When you do, even when no one else does, because sometimes people will wonder, why is it that you're doing what you do? Why are you struggling so hard? You're the one with the vision. It's in your heart. It's in your mind. And as they say, you carry, as a vision bearer, you're the one who carries the vision. The rest are there to earn an income. So it's to keep going at it, be focused in whatever that you're doing, and basically believing in yourself is a secret to success. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Susan. Resilience and consistency, to pick a problem to solve and to stick to the cause and thrive. And I liked what you said, that this in the industry, you're not there to compete with the men, but to operate in your strength. I think I'll take that for myself. Thank you so much, Susan. Over to you, Catherine.
Yes, I would like to agree with what Susan has said. Resilience, being consistent, and all that. What I would want to add probably is in business or as an entrepreneur, you fail more times than you succeed. So that resilience, as she was saying, is very important. Another thing which is important for you to be in business, you have to have a passion for what you're doing, because that is what will make you wake up in the morning and continue doing that even when there are challenges, because the challenges are really many, including access to finance. Because listening to today's talk, as an entrepreneur, I still feel we have a long way to go. Because if the government is giving guarantees for us to get loans from the banks, and they're saying for 5 million, you're going to pay within 6 months. What kind of business in Kenya can you do today to be able to pay a loan of 5 million in 6 months? This is not realistic. I think a lot needs to be done. The Mama Mbogo does not have collateral. She's not able to access even that 5,000. And maybe it's enough for our gentleman who is in the panel. Maybe it's a woman who is married and wants to start some small business. And then you tell her she has to go to her house and give her collateral of the TV, a TV she has not bought. You see, it's not easy. So I still feel we still need to do more in terms of that. Now, when coming to the entrepreneurs and the business people, I usually work with 3 Ps. And the first P is passion. You have to have passion for what you're doing. And I believe, I'm a believer, so I pray about what it is I want to do. And then you plan, because without planning, they say, if you don't plan, you plan to fail. So even as an entrepreneur, you still need to plan. Even if it's 3 months plan, you should have that 3 months plan, 5-year plan for you to be able, and then you have to move in small steps. Start small, my parting shot, start small, save, and have passion for what you're doing. I think that's all for me.
Thank you so much, Catherine. You said you have to have passion to really, because passion is really what gets you up in the morning. And I feel like, I felt that deeply. And I agree we still have a long way to go, because where we are, but at least, there is hope. to where we're going, and it's a start, it's a step, and I like what this forum is doing and what this conversation is driving: women entrepreneurship, and you as women who have broken through are giving the women who are coming up later hope to do so. So thank you so much. Laban, I would like to have your parting shot, just a brief parting shot as we end. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And maybe a parting shot, I can just ask a question about what are some of the biggest challenges that that we are facing as MFIs, and what are our priorities. And one of the challenges is the reliance on group model. It has been very effective, yes, over the years, but it has now increased the operational costs and making it very difficult for MFIs to make profit. And therefore, priority now should be, can we leverage on technology to reduce the costs? And of course, there are challenges in that. Use of technology also presents cyber security risks, exposures that MFIs in Africa have not yet built the capacity to mitigate. And these are things that are also affecting us. The cost of finance is very, very high. You realize that mainstream banks are allowed to take deposit and pay very little percentage to the deposit takers. For us, we are not allowed to take deposit, and therefore our finances are very expensive because we have to borrow money from the market and be able to unlend it with our own terms, and also take the risk of the non-repayment loans. So there is a lot of issues there that maybe the government should come in and help us through change of policy. Competitions from banks and also fintech is very real for us. MFIs are not able to retain customers who are graduating to a certain level, like Catherine and Susan. I'm sure they cannot be able to be served by MFIs simply because of the cost of finance, and also they can be able to access banks. Now, for these particular clients, they have to transit and be served. Fintech organizations have also come to compete with us and to compete in the space that we are in. And these are all challenges. And the other question is to ask ourselves, the private and public sector or actors, what can we do, or what can they do to address these financial challenges that we are having? Of course, the policy makers changing the policies on how so that the funds that are available for financing these MFIs are cheaper, and therefore transferring the same to our clients. But as it is, our clients will still have to pay a little bit higher than the mainstream banks because of the sources of finance and also the limitations. And also they can, private and public sector can also help us by creating sufficient learning and showcase to show impact on what we are doing. I think some of these things, we don't have records and proper tracking records to show the impact of our work, what we are doing, and the impact it has to the economy. Fintech, the question is fintech helping the economy? Even as we continue, is it helping or is it destroying? These are questions that need to be answered, and questions that the public sector, the government should be asking themselves, even as we continue. Providing technical assistance, even to to our clients. Remember, we are profit making, but technical assistance are just expenses that sometimes cannot be supported by our business. If we are able to get technical assistance from institutions that what we call the social impact organizations, can they be able to help us with technical assistance funds to support us educating our clients. I think with that, it can be able to help give proper impact. I think I have quite a number of things, but I can see you're almost telling me to stop there. Yes.
You have quite the insights. Maybe we shall have another session for you where you tell us all these things. But for now, thank you so much, our panelists, for this discussion. Thank you so much, Catherine and Susan and Laban, for joining me in this discussion where we talk about women entrepreneurs breaking through. This has been quite interesting. I'm sure we have people online talking about it. So yeah, I mean, thank you so much. With the hashtag Women and Economy KE. Thank you so much and have a blessed evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, this is another great opportunity to thank our partners. Our partners, the Government of Kenya, Global Affairs Canada, the Canadian High Commission. We want to thank our partners, CARE International, WeHab, Amwik, Digital Oasis, ActionAid, and Mzalendo Trust. I also want to give a big thank you to CIO Africa and the On Air Studios for making this event a success. So we've had very, very interesting conversations today and amazing power talks. We've had interesting speakers from the government to entrepreneurs to policy makers to business owners. I mean, it was just a wholesome conversation to have today. Women political participation and economic empowerment was the first panel, and we got so many insights from that. We had a power talk by Dr. Nyaken urging women to move. She said that do not sit and whine, but look at post-COVID as a new state. And to be honest, I really felt very, very empowered by that. We had Elizabeth Mbogo, who gave her story as a business entrepreneur, and our amazing, amazing panelists who came to give the vast knowledge on the topics that we had. And that's it from us today. You have been with me, Shiro Waweru, as your host and moderator. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow, same time, same place. And we had our sign language assistant, Njoki. Thank you so much for being here with us and helping us with that. With that, I want to say kwaheri from where you are. Tomorrow, same time, same place.